I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Jimmy! I cannot wait for Pearl to come back. Whoa, the Cougar Hot Rod Royal. I just bought 3 of these, chat. They're so comfortable. In fact, I've always had one, and I'm so glad that they've chosen to sponsor VCT EMEA, because I would have recommended them anyways. You're never prepared to meet a genius. What does that mean? What does that mean? I must know. Andalusian Rust. The inner journey experienced by those who visit this island. Why is their music so much better than NA?
Take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical they got me in my element.
I'm working on cooking breakfast, by the way, chat. I went live because the game started early, so you guys just jam out, all right? Zendikar, you want to run prediction? Okay, I got it. I'll run it then, and then I'll go cook. I'll be right back.
Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Oh God, my throat's right, can't stop talking. Do my same fat, but I say I'm walking. Shot in the leg. Oh God, I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. I'll be flexing. Oh God, flexing, flexing. Oh God, I'll be flexing.
Now we can fly.
I'll be flexing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the playoffs of VCT EMEA kickoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. Today, we will find out which two teams will be representing EMEA at Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Kakuka and Lothar back here with me. There was no way we were going to do a Spanish team potentially qualifying for Madrid without you, so welcome.
That's the only reason that I'm actually here, but no, I'm very excited, especially because of the stories that we have today, the two Titans versus these new rookies that we have, and anything can happen.
I am incredibly excited for this day today because this is my favorite day. The qualifiers for a big event are the most exciting, have the most pressure, even bigger, in my eyes, than the grand finals tomorrow.
All right, what's up, chat? What's up?
The day we get the two biggest upsets.
Banana here.
Right? But,
Fruit
of course,
time.
the two teams that win game
Drop
one
some
get
fruit
to
in chat if you're excited for
Masters
fruit
Madrid. But let's
time.
look at some of the other regions, because
Woo!
Jesse and Lothar have the luxury of starting to do
Fruit.
an anti-strat already, because they
I gotta help you guys all wake up
Well, they
because
do.
it's
Also,
like
who will
it's
think
early.
That PaperX is gonna lose in the finals 1-3, right? I mean, sure, the expectations were for PaperX to go forward. People were expecting some other teams to also perform, but Genji, I feel like they're like the new god of the Pacific region. I'm very excited.
Where are
to
the
see them
odds
perform.
Carmine Corp beat Fraudnatic? 0%. Okay, not zero, but pretty much.
2021.
Let me look.
So it's been a very long time. Really excited for all the stories.
There's just
that we're
no way,
bringing to
dude.
The Alpha Party debuff, like, he
That'd be
leaves it
crazy,
in
no?
the
Yeah,
end,
because
but,
if Fnatic lose.
we'll see. But
Let's
over
see.
in
Let's see how
Americas,
Fnatic's been
after
doing
of course,
since the
they're gonna have
kickoff.
their,
Oh, they have
qualifying
only
as well
played
for
2
Masters
games,
Madrid.
yeah, and they didn't lose yet.
Big names out here. Who are you backing?
I mean,
Team Heretics,
it's
Zendikar.
complicated because, a lot of
You've
fans for a
definitely
very
heard of
long
some of their
time, but
players.
I'm a bigger Potter fan.
Like,
I
you've
feel
definitely heard of
so
Benji
AG
Fishy.
and Sentinels
At
feel
the
like they have to
least.
go back into the international stage. I think that
He's a
everyone
very
is,
big
you know,
streamer.
backing them, but, you know, energy, the roster, everything's so strong. I don't know, anyone can make it.
I'm thinking Evil Geniuses because I would really love to see the core of the identity of that team to perform well.
You
which
want
is
the
basically. That's also another thing. Well, it has 100% win rate so far, right? So that's something.
That's
But I
a
would
lot.
like to see the coaching team of Evil Geniuses actually, just Porter, just proving that she's incredibly good at building lineups.
So
right?
guys,
With
when
the
does
second one, I would love
Screenplay?
energy because I just like to
CQ
see
Watts, they were the 5 months tier 3.
superstars perform.
Yeah, I'm down for Potter. EG to Madrid. I'm sold.
go.
I'm
I said,
sold.
let me
Today, obviously, gonna be very,
So people
very
don't get confused, I'm
serious.
gonna
We've got a
update the
big
title
game
so it clearly
coming
says
up.
we're in
let's
tier
play a
3
big
chat
game
mode.
of our own here, just to set the tone of the day. Kakuga, I know this is your
I love
favorite
this
thing.
game. Yes, I
Yes.
love preparing this because, of course, we can use it as a little bit of a recap. And, of course,
I know people
you
get
from home
confused.
can be playing with us. Take the defuse or get the L.
HS
So,
51.
very
Thank you
simple.
for the
We're going to be
prime, my
showing a
guy.
clip, and you guys, and obviously you guys at home can play with us, are going to see, just because of the minimap after the spike has been planted, if the defending team is
Oh, you
going
didn't
to
realize
use
Mafia Boss was
or take
Zendikar?
the L.
Yeah.
Anything can
He
happen.
loves
So
switching his
let's
name
start
around
with
and
the
giving
first
himself fake
minimap.
rank
When you
icons.
combine this is Deadlock.
Exactly. Okay, so this is the first one. This is Team Liquid versus Koi here on Icebox. Remember that Koi were running the harbor, everything. Okay, where's your money? Do they get the diffuse? You see that, you know, Koi was actually struggling a lot.
Oh,
in the spike
EMEA
round.
run normal
They actually
Xbox
managed to do
comps?
it. Liquid's on the other side, though.
I think. Wait, this is.
I actually cannot remember. This was a day where we were here for like.
I feel
12
like
hours.
EMEA is gonna wipe
so
NA,
I'm gonna
dude.
say they get the defuse.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say the
I
same.
think we
I'm not
lost
exactly
our
sure. I
one
think
good
this was the
team.
diffuse from behind the wall or the edge of the corner.
I can't
Okay.
remember.
Let's roll the clip.
Yeah, are we
and
right
actually
about
see
this?
What happens? Because
no.
you have to remember that this was a very intense match, as we say. It was a very long day, and it's also the day that we broke our first record here. And even though the plant is very complicated and
Damn, what a
Corey's getting
shot.
first kills, they forget about the final boss, and that is.
What do you mean we have Sentinels?
1v4, I think he managed
All
to,
right, you know
go
what?
across. He gets the
True. If Sentinels beat NRG, then NA's winning Madrid. Because Sentinels have a perfect record at the first Masters event of the year. I believe the last time they attended, in fact, they didn't lose a single map all the way to Grand Finals, where they 3-0'd. So if Sentinels make it, NA on top. But if NRG win, which is more likely, I think Fnatic's kind of just going to own
from here. So I hope that you're getting it right, League. Let's look at the second clip. For now,
I'm ready.
1-1. Okay.
And talk about lock-in. Is that the first Masters event of the year, Yo-Yo? I'm confused.
Yes, I did.
I believe I said the first Masters event of the year. Did I stutter?
I think I remember this.
You still remember?
I think they take the. I think this is where they util dump for like 5 days.
Okay.
Is this that
I
clip?
already can see Brimstone in the post-plant
Dude,
position.
are you streaming live at the stadium in Madrid? I fucking hope so, but I don't have any promises to do that. I don't believe I currently have a booth.
I'm almost so certain that
So if you work at Riot and you know how to get me one,
Lamps, I think.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look.
hit me up.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's roll the
Otherwise,
clip.
I'll just be
And
offline watching the matches in person with Pen Flash, having a blast without you
A
guys.
little bit too early on his ult, but everything falls into place as the round it keeps happening. He's going to be, as I said, the utility comes from the side of Navi. He ults very fast, and as you say, utility dump time and time again.
Playoff matches, single limb. Yeah, so the current state we're at is there's 2 matches today, and the winner of both of these matches goes to Madrid. And the grand finals will affect seeding, but it's less important.
Exactly.
This takes me back. I miss BBL.
So the 2 games we have today, the winners...
3rd of April.
Sorry, I gotta fix my own terminology. The 2 sets we have today, the winners go to Madrid.
And then they all died in it,
Almost
right?
refused, literally. Yeah.
Yeah.
This last scale. Yeah.
You need to make a movement. It doesn't work that way. If you guys start a social media campaign, I will personally ban all of you.
All right. Lotus. We love some Lotus 5v5.
Okay.
Look at where the spike is going to be planted.
I think they get the D.
Because we're better than that.
They get the D.
To just not
They get the D.
to have a chance of losing or winning between us.
Okay,
yeah,
let's roll the
do it.
clip. Are the defenders going to win or are they going to lose? This is Team Heretics.
Yeah, the winner of Grand Finals does get 3 champions points, which helps them qualify for champs at the end of the year.
Remember where I was?
It was 8 days ago.
Has Riot officially said where champs is?
Game days.
feel like
that
I've
it feels that
aged.
we've been here forever.
Yeah.
Krax is going to use his ultimate here, and we know how things work once you get that plant onto C. You can just go onto main and just spam for them, and that's probably what we see everyone from Heretics playing there. Seen it with his Yoru, and the decision that they're going to make here is start the fuse, and then everybody is going to crossfire. They're just
Perfect.
Going to keep pushing,
Yep.
get
I've known it was here for a while, but I didn't want to.
get the D. So congratulations,
I'm lucky.
Sue.
I literally got
Yeah,
the
so
round.
they'll get 3 championship points if they win,
I'll take it. But speaking of winning and
which can allow them to qualify for Seoul.
fighting it out today.
I am
for a
so
spot
excited
at
to go to
Madrid.
Korea
Also,
again, dude.
To become the best team in EMEA as well. Let's not forget that. But I wonder how they're gonna do on the.
Who isn't co-streaming Madrid? He's cool going there in person, or am I tripping? I will be restreaming most of the Madrid games. I'm only there for the last 3 days.
IGL fragging meta. As you guys can see, there's been a massive buff to the IGLs in the league, up in ACS, up in ADR, and Kukuka up in KPR as well. We're living the dream.
I think it's amazing what we're seeing.
Nerfs to the duelist, baby. And this is when I choose to do my fucking duelist agent to radiant challenge.
Live at the end of the round, it's something that we barely saw last year.
When the smokes roll is at its all-time best.
I think Angel
And I
still
feel
loading
like such a
prior to
beast
active
on
match
it.
because he still has very similar performance to the
He
last
has
year.
no PC.
Magnum had a little bit of a stumble with a 0-15 in one game, but other than that, he's actually performing very well. I'm incredibly proud to see Boaster put up numbers. Like, it was actually insane. When
Drop
you've
the
seen
clip,
part of the
Yo-Yo,
match,
because if
but
I
he
had to
so
guess,
many
your
players
lineup
here.
is either in
It
front
was
of the barrier,
insane performances from Boaster here.
too far back in like a ship position, or it lands poorly. Because I've never seen such a lineup.
Because we're seeing it everywhere else in the world as well.
But let's see it. Maybe you're the lineup whisperer.
For some of our teams, they need to be more than just on point because we have 2 huge titans of international events going up against 2 teams. that
If I had to
have
guess,
only
though, it's
ever
probably
been
bad in
to
some way or
London. They
another.
were invited to go to that one.
It should be
Kukuka.
0.
Yeah, they've never been to a Masters. Let's put it that way.
We're talking about the experience, right? And then
Yeah.
we're there. I think that it's also not the
Is
experience
Carbine
of
Corp
playing
still a
within the
meme team,
tournament,
chat?
actually getting to crack all
Or are
the
they
keys,
good
right?
this
And of
season?
course, we know the Fnatic situation and them being literally everywhere. For Navi, I feel like even though they did make it to events last year, it was very, very quiet. But in terms of names, and especially just looking at what happened in 2023, for KC and Heretics,
It's huge.
It's
huge.
huge. But I mean, it's like last year was worse than bad. It was like we were suffering from them because it really looked like it was not going to get better.
Wait, it's a
And
run
that's
throw
why we're
still? It's
so
the same
excited for
shit
this.
then.
Even more excited to see them in playoffs.
But there's also remember that the experience.
This is not an insta jump. This is a run throw, dude.
NAVI have that experience because they have the same rosters. When it comes
You're
to
running.
Heretics and K-Corp, they do not have.
When
the
you
same
say
rosters.
insta jump throw, that means standing still, jumping and throwing instantly. Like the top nest orb. That's a running instant jump throw. Who cares? It's the same shit at that point.
Yeah, and I think that people might have lost a little bit of the excitement of the new names and yada yada because we've talked so much about KC. They're the ones that have played by far the most in the tournament. And
The
that's
running's the
what they
annoying part.
outplays.
I can
But
hit the other one as well consistently when I'm playing Viper. Like when I'm in my Viper element.
And also, you know, Patadek is 7 in. Rians is playing from home. And I think that we need to remind people, this is the team that made it flawlessly out of their group.
This is the thing, people weren't so excited about this team coming in, but Lothar, they've given people a reason to be excited. In fact, I will be surprised if most people are not supporting Heretics today.
Look, the people might have already forgot about how they play.
Carbon Corp are good, not as good as the other three teams. Think of them like G2, EG level. Okay, I was interested. I'm surprised. I mean, Narrate is a very interesting and unexpected pickup. It's the, you know, there's one thing that NA does have, and it's the kids who will play aim labs all day for like a year. And so we've got the APAC just picks up Yay and Governor. And then EU just picks up Narrate. It's like so funny. They just import their cracked player.
Yeah, and on the other side, it almost feels like Navi may be the villains because they're standing in the way from everybody getting their wish of Miniboo and Heretics.
He's been their best
moving
player?
on to
Really?
Madrid, but of course, Miniboo, the numbers are crazy in itself. But I do want to talk about.
So you're
Navi.
telling
Do
me
you
if
guys see
Carmine
them
Corp
as
win, I can
villains
hold it
coming
over the
into this?
EU players if they
They're
got carried by an NA duelist?
Be on one of the sides just because of how
Bad.
I feel sorry for Team Heretics.
Bad.
And how he's developing here. I think that they should be the
Oh
villains.
shit, yeah, he's putting up wow. He dropped 200 on Gecko? Okay, wait, Koi did not put up a fight. What is that? Oh my god, they put him on Reyna?
All of us cheering for them again.
Yeah, and on the other side, of course, Artis is
Wait.
back now. Lothar, we are having that.
Wait, they played
rerun of
this?
FTX once again. So how much of his value are you seeing right
They
now?
play
Can
the
he
PRX
stop
comp?
Miniboo today?
Well, first of all, foremost, I
They
think
played
second
Reyna,
hand, the
Sky,
artist
Raze,
makes them the
Viper,
villains,
Harbor,
now,
I said.
because of his character and the charisma that he delivers here. But Artis is, I
Wait
would
a
say,
sec.
incredibly performing well. Something that was a big question mark, and I feel like even though most teams
Wait,
are
they're
going
kinda
forward with
based,
the
no?
evolutions of the rosters, and Navi is
Holy
going
shit.
back. They're circling back to their
This
old
guy's not
options
even
and
playing
getting their old
Duelist.
teammate back into the
And he's
team.
up here.
We were not expecting them to perform that well, and yet it's just
He
completely
dropped
rejuvenated
40
them.
on
Yeah,
paid?
exactly. So today the task, of course, is very important for both.
Wait, this
teams.
guy's
I feel
actually
like
just taking the
pressure is a
league
bit more on
into
the
his
side
own
of Navi
hands.
because again, they're the ones that have to perform. They have to be the Navi that we met. Heretics, everything would be a surprise, and of course, I think that they would be super happy to go to Madrid with all the
He
support
dropped
and the whole
40,
crowd
dude. I mean,
that
this
they would
game
get
went
there. But still,
38
it would be a
rounds.
surprise. It would be, as you said, an
To
upset.
be clear, a normal game lasts 24 rounds. Yeah, if you add another fucking 14 rounds, then of course you can drop 40. But still, 3 halves, more than 3 halves. 3 halves would be 36 rounds. They played an extra overtime. They played 3 halves, and then they went to overtime.
We saw a week ago. Just driving and taking in every single part of the competition, leaving round.
No,
by
no, no.
round
These
and
numbers are
winning.
crazy. These
Oh,
numbers
I
are
can't wait to see
crazy.
this because it is one of EMEA's titans taking on the new kids on the block. This is for a spot for Masters Madrid. Give a warm welcome to Team Heretics and Navi.
Okay, they need to fix their walkouts, though. This is the thing that NA does better, right?
I'll run blind straight into the flames, watch me burn. Alone in the
They're just gonna both walk out at the same time with EMEA music. The EMEA song does slap. But letting teams pick their own anthems.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA. Bienvenue au VCT IMIA.
Don't lie. Letting teams pick their own songs. Way cooler. 11 a.m. You do walkouts on time. I'm just timing you out because they said the game starts. It says the game starts at. So I won't have this EU better nonsense in my chat. Like the underpeel is the best. Because when the underpeel says games at 8 a.m.,
it's time to
we
bring
try
the
to start
teams
at 8 a.m.
to the EMEA stage. A place in the finals up for grabs. Welcome to the stage, Team Heretics.
EMEA starts the game's closest to start time than any other region. That's still respectable. I'll say it. That's why I only gave him a 10-minute timeout. Like I didn't like remove him from chat for the whole stream. I just gave him 10 minutes. You know, about how long it's gonna take for us to get into game. Because it's still a bit wrong, you know?
Artis, Angel, Xiao, and Zipan. A battle for the EMEA title just around the corner for now.
Baseball lets the batter pick their walk-up music and it's sick. Bro, baseball is such a meme sport. I can say that because I played baseball. Baseball would be the only sport where you can be like not even that fit and be a pro. Because there's rarely a direct comparison of physical strength in baseball. Like you don't have to race other people or anything. Bowling is similar. True. And golf. Although golf, the best players tend to be pretty fit.
They might be the dream killers. They could be the one that stops Team Heretics from making it to Madrid. But here's the thing. If we throw some copium, however you want to call it in there, Heretics have been...
Yeah, no, all pro sports are like this, hosters.
They dropped a map for one map. They didn't look great, you know, against BBL on Bind. Is that at all a concern here before we take a look at the map, Vitos?
I think we need to think about the fact that they were
Darts? Okay, well, darts, it makes sense. Darts is like saying pool or something. That sport clearly does not demand peak physique, right? It demands a different set of skills. Here we go, Sunset, bet. Wait, the map bans are way less hype. But I mean, they are more efficient.
Playstyles, so that would be an interesting clash, but not today. But we were gonna have Sunset, which is not played by a single of those teams. So we're in a full of surprises like Agent Select as well. And then we're gonna see Breeze, which we didn't see from Team Heretics.
Do they talk strats during the huddle? No, they're not talking strategy. They've already talked strategy. They're getting hype. Into competition mode.
Almost 80% win, no, actually 80% win rate on defense. So it's exciting.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're playing mind games here, you know. This is for a spot at Madrid, and both teams are willing to just take this risk, have Sunset out there, picked into it. So what does this say? How you guys feel about this?
I think that first the Sunset...
Oh, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Agents of Life right here because we're right in. And we're
Holy shit.
That is
If anything, it's kind of less hype that they just drop it all on you like that. We just skip pick bands and they're like, here you go. We're playing Neon, by the way.
from the Omen, that's it. They're gonna be standing playing defaults very slow. I know Mitch and Tom are looking forward to that.
By the way, I actually kind of get this. It might not have to be a chamber or whatever, but I kind of get that Cypher ain't the best on this map if the meta tends towards Sova. Because people would be like, oh, well, you need to pick Cypher because his trips are like unbreakable, right? Yada, yada, yada. But it's like, okay, but like Sova can just break all of them like for free. Like there's a shock lineup I've seen that lands like here. And you guys know those annoying Cypher trips where sometimes he'll move them. So there'll be like one here or whatever. Yeah, this shock breaks both of them. And it's like, okay. It actually restricts you a lot because this is like the only wall that you can really put trips against on this site. And you can basically just huck this one. It's like a lineup and you can hit like the whole wall. And so it really nerfs the Cypher agent on this B site. So it can make sense. I won't be surprised if we see teams trying out other Sentinels if Sova's becoming more meta, and I think he will. I think Sova makes a lot of sense on this map. The more lineups I see, the better he seems to be as well. I've seen some crazy lineups.
But it's time for us to get into game and give a very warm welcome to your casters for this one. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk led by Yinsu as we're ready.
I'm rooting for Heretics. Oh, me too. If we get a Spanish team at Madrid, the audience is going to be crazy. And we will have to be Heretics fans at Madrid Pen Flash, or they'll kill us.
Maybe this time he does.
I think that's fine. I'm down.
The hometown favorites maybe trying to get things done, but it's already been one hell of a journey for them already. Also, something I want to highlight straight away, we have seen a lot of Rays on this map, and there isn't one on either team, so both going a little bit outside of the box. The Neon, the no duelist, I still don't want to say it, Chamber doesn't count, but
I like the no duelist comp the most in this lobby.
Straight away,
but I can see the merits of the Neon.
That's going to be the plays out from Artis, is putting that pressure on his opponents.
Oh, I got a close prediction.
Yeah, we'll see that a lot as time is to come. An interesting battle later for Patatek, perhaps, as we've already seen the duel on the B site. As you can see, Team Heretics with a lot of control, and that's opened up the door to this later
Do they
play
mean
by
to have that?
Patatek.
Okay, yeah, the overlay
The
was.
door has been
Oh
closed.
no!
He's just about missing his
There we
timing
go.
on getting around that, but he'll try to go for spawn. That means the players in B main need to hold on. The time now much more valuable to them if they can delay Navi. And you can see they've got some stuff to work with already. A shock dart fired through to deter some spams as well, and a kill connected, but Patatek's been found. Their flankers down. Now most of the round relies on these spams blindly firing through a smoke. Someone could be defusing, but there's no panic from Team Heretics. They feel like
They know they can't be. Yeah, they've got the perfect spam line.
The tap again confirms that they're going for a classic out, but not in time. Mini Boo's picked up a triple, and Team Heretics have picked up a pistol round.
Lurking initiator. In pro games, it can happen.
Didn't really have too much.
The reason initiator is like the second best lurk roll behind, well, I guess like third. In pro play, sometimes it can be the second or sometimes the first. Because I'm just gonna bring up Haven as my example. Let's pretend your team is all going C. Okay. If you're prepared, then you can actually hit your shocks and your recon onto C site from A side and then go on the lurk. Similar to how Omen can smoke the other side.
You know, how often have we seen a chamber need that extra
It's not something you do in solo queue. In fact, I will call you trash if you do it in solo queue, and I'll tell you to stop doing it. In a team environment where you have a set play, and on this Haven hit, what would you rather have, the drone or this Omen flash? Sometimes you'd rather have the Omen flash.
Investment is decent. We've seen this a million times.
It can make sense,
most often.
but only at a pro level.
Gives them a little bit of wiggle room. If they lose a player, maybe two, they can still reinvest and the economy will be okay. On the side of NAVI,
like Bam, he used his drone with his team already.
Taking those weapons out of their hands, it is just hard to do when there's two players without rifles who are
Damn, they're greedy.
They need a lot of kills.
They're going double ghost.
That really allows them to do that.
Like just looking
I like
at this
that.
composition from Navi, it feels like it has to be a pretty good defensive side. Either that, or you're going to need Angel to be entering. Oh wait.
7
He
shots.
always
Are Boo and Mini Boo siblings? I believe I've heard yes.
Advantages though is the fact that he can afford so many of those headhunter bullets now. For Artis, 7 in the back pocket. He only needs 5 at the best of times.
Oh, he's hitting every shot.
We'll see if it's the worst of times for him. He's got some backup as well, some bodies to distract. Good chance for damage.
I think the main thing for them though is
Not the first time. It was Screamin' Navera way back in the day on Team Liquid.
Pretty damn good.
We're
But even
brothers.
still, it's the same sort of afterplant for Heretics. Just happy to sit back and wait for them to push.
No other choice needs to be made, but now
It's not too uncommon. Like if you have a brother who's already a pro, because you just get exposed to that level of play.
Leaving Sugetsu. Okay, nice shot. Damage is done. 1 rifle has been lost. Can he make it 2? Can he pull them into the duel? Yes. They're trying to deny the defuse, and they've lost another 19 HP in the
Like
difference.
Forsaken's little bro is a
Navi didn't win
beast.
the round, but realistically, we never really expected them to. Getting 4 kills, that's a lot more than Heretics ever should have let them away.
Forsaken's little bro's like
It is
super young
definitely
too.
Messy, and I think even just the bait towards the end shows that maybe they're a little bit
Growing
worried
up together.
on the other side.
It's
I
more
will say,
like
though,
yeah.
Mini
So yeah,
Boo's
you've got like exposure and you can
away
play with the guy like all the time, like the better,
it's one of those
the better
ultimates
player.
that It feels like
But
he either does a
also,
lot or nothing. Like there's
people get in their own head. People get in their head and they think to themselves, like lots of people won't go pro. They won't even hit Radiant. And it's because they'll think to themselves, oh, I'm too old. Oh, I've got bad genetics. Oh, my blah, blah, blah. Thing that I can't control. But when your like brother is at that level, it removes like all those copes from your brain.
This time, though, shut down quickly. 2 brothers.
It's a lot
Goes out
easier.
of the server. Zipan makes sure of that. 4 versus 3. A good fight from Navi in this round. Team Heretics have a lot
It
to
happens in
recover
all
on, and
sports.
Even Patatek getting that kill.
Like
He's down
when
to
one
11 HP.
sibling reaches
Benji,
great
Fishy,
heights in
and
a
Rians are
thing,
gonna have to
the
go
other
a lot.
sibling has a much easier time and frequently can surpass them because they don't have the mental blocks that the older sibling had to fight to get to that level. It is very common that the younger sibling will eventually become better.
2-0 in their matches, so I mean 2-0 overall. Obviously, a map lost by Navi. Riens has managed to sneak his way quite far up. The flash solid to help him out as well. Patatek's position is known. The flash came from somewhere, and because of that, Sugetsu's going to be able
Rivalry
to clear him.
fuels their grind. Yeah, it does, but it's also the first person, like the older brother, they have to like clear the path. They have to fight the demons along the way to pro. They have to learn that like they are capable of doing it. They're not being held back by genetics, all sorts of, they have to fight those demons head on. And then the little bro gets to sort of follow the path. Or the little sister. Don't have to specify a gender. But yeah, it's very common.
And picked up the round, 1 on the board for that defensive side now.
Yeah, a decent bounce back, but still became a little bit dangerous, especially considering some of those opening.
Happens in all things. When I was in my mid-20s, tell myself I can't do that, too old. Now I'm somewhere in my 30s doing all those things. Yeah, exactly. And now imagine you have a little brother right now who's like 15.
You still have to bear in mind that Riens is
Your little brother won't tell themselves the same thing you told yourselves in your 20s if you set a good example in your like 30s or whatever. If that makes sense. Like if they see you succeed at that age, then it sort of removes the other question. Because unlike seeing another 30-year-old succeed, you guys are related. Like you share a ton of DNA, and that has a real like effect on the way that you interpret the results. They feel more relatable or tangible.
Unfortunate timing as the swing came out. Artis found 1 player, and no one else ready on the trade. That's a quick pick and a fade back, obviously, because of his anchor.
And no flashes. That's probably the bigger issue. Like, how are you now going to get back into this position? Okay, you can have Miniboo just try and blitz his way through, which I imagine is the plan. He's going to take the space and try and do some damage there, but it still seems a little bit hesitant. I think Heretics, even though they've got a man disadvantage, are still expecting Na'Vi to be a little bit aggressive here.
Well, knowing the team, you're obviously going to have that expectation to play with. Sugetsu really feeding into it. He's right up against the poison orb, trying to take the fight. He's fallen back. He's now the focal point of this attack. But Artis is able to swing through.
I can see why these teams would import one like NA player.
Changing weapon as Riens finds his double.
Like they all are so careful, which is generally good.
Now it's blinded. Riens kept him trapped as he fights onto Angel. They know
But like the 3K from Artis is so huge, and he's played in that more chaotic environment.
But he hasn't heard that TP close. He's not ready for a double swing. Not ready for Angel to hit the
Like
shot
I cannot believe Sugetsu doesn't
for Navi. Now tying it up
fight that first guy more.
And the problem is, Tom, you know,
with the
you
orb
mentioned
drop.
last round, Heretics had kept over money. They had that little bit of reserve. Now that's all gone.
Yeah, I think you're also starting to see the dangers of what this defensive side is going to be. You're basically giving Artis a free opening duel of whether he's quicker at the shot than you are.
He is.
And he is. Most of the time.
Is he NA? He played in NA for a year. But he is originally from EU. But the point is he was exposed to that playstyle.
Even close to that, but that's a hell of a lot of people ready to watch their team play.
So it obviously has affected him.
Sort of the mountain of pressure that's put on Heretics. So you talk about this team, expectations of getting top 4, I think people would have been happy with that. But now that they're 1 away, just
could lead to a complex. Bro, I'm just talking about something that happens throughout all of sports frequently.
Well, that would be a lot
and now
of
you're
pressure
like
regardless of the event,
you're
Tom,
like
but considering the fact that it
hypothesizing
is in
what else
Madrid,
can
of
happen.
all places, for this squad, you can only
I'm just saying
imagine
it's a
there's no more
pattern that
Spanish
arises,
players
and when it does
within the
arise,
running,
the
but
younger
there's still one
sibling
Spanish organization,
generally
no
becomes the
chance
better player.
For the home fans to have someone to cheer for on that opening day. Navi looking to
That's
break
it.
those dreams here, and perhaps they'll go in as the villains if they do. Eliminating them at such a late hurdle.
I think they always kind of do.
Yeah, true.
I'll be honest with you.
True.
I think Angel's always going to be a little bit of a villain, but I also think he enjoys it. I think he's the only person I've ever seen to tweet to not follow him.
Yeah, an unfollower giveaway.
And he gained a lot of followers from that. So the Just Angel things. Speak of the man, he's shell up here. Got no utility yet left, so he might as well go pushing. Already a decent trade for the side of Heretics, but Miniboo is very low on HP. Stun does its job, but not really available to go in for the peak, and it leaves. Oh, they're actually going to peek into the aftershock.
Oh, bet!
Really wanting that kill.
To get through, I take it back. You're a beast.
Using the... There you go. I knew you wanted to say it. Like, the first time, you know.
It's been a while. It's been a while. I'll tell you that. Yeah, Artis is having a lights-out game, 7-3 right now. Already burned up his ultimate in that previous round. Gave him that little bit of an eco boost. And I think for Heretics, and that lead slip out of their hands is expected. This is a round where they came in without a lot to play with. It was a scrappy fight, one with opportunities, but
oh, okay. Never mind.
Just chopped them up a
I'm watching at the replay.
This is where
They've got like a crossfire he's pushing for.
Back into it.
He's using a wired mouse. Oh, people are into that, yeah. It's mostly like OG CS players.
Quick as can be, blink and you miss it. But there's still 2 players from now.
There's no merit to it anymore at all.
This is the value.
It's just like an old personal preference. Like it feels right to them.
To be there that fast. Nightfall thrown in, but it's gonna miss at least a couple of the players.
Oh, marked 4, she said.
Yeah, I think.
In fact, like it's been measured. Wired mice are sometimes slower than like the top wireless mice on the market right now.
Potentially put Artis into position.
It's just so counterintuitive.
The operators. Position will be revealed, but peeking into it would have some pretty big risks about it. And Angel goes wide and has support.
Rolling Thunder used up as well. The retake of space. The players aren't stunned up. Benji Fishy good.
Wired is slower than wireless. Yeah, it's because. Okay, so if like gaming companies still invested in trying to create wired mice, it probably wouldn't be true. But because pretty much everyone now just tries to make wireless mice, the current wireless tech is faster than wired tech when it comes to mice.
He's even heard
like,
that shrouded step, I think. By the
there's no reason to use a wire unless you just genuinely prefer it. Like you don't like charging your mouse or you just don't mind the wire at all. But there's no reason to use one. Like there's no advantage.
Just looking to try and wrap back around, try and find some space. Benji in a position to fight him, but this 1v1 could be everything. Well, this is not going to be.
Yeah, that was true, Rain Man. Like a decade ago, wireless mice were all a meme. Like you'd have to use a wired mouse to be competitive.
4-2.
But now pretty much everyone uses a wireless mouse because they're just totally fine.
To get a little bit worried. We haven't seen it yet, but we could see a pause from this squad after such a great opening duel. And I think it's fair to say some advantages thrown away.
The advantage of some people saving 30 bucks. Oh yeah, of course. We're talking about the pro player like on stage right now, hosers, who can use any mouse they want for all intents and purposes. They're just using a wired mouse because they probably are a CS veteran and they grew up using one.
Pretty upset to have let that one slip. And yeah, as predicted, they go for a pause. Team Heretics need to go back to the drawing board here because it started out well. Things have definitely slipped out of their hands.
The CS pros took so long to switch. Yeah.
Like NAVI have been.
I mean, CS pros will play on 4x3 res with reduced FOV. Like, they're a stubborn bunch.
As you said, I feel like there were a couple of pieces of utility there from NAVI that maybe didn't have the impact that they should have done, but they still managed to convert the round anyway. Like it made absolutely no difference. And I'm wondering what will be the adaptation to sort of shut this man down. Because again, we talk about the individuals on the Heretic side. Miniboo has been sublime, and I think #1 has said in a lot.
There's just no advantage to it. Like if you look at a game like Apex Legends where there's an FOV slider, show me a pro player who lowers that to the lowest setting to make their opponent's bodies wider. Nobody does that. Because reduced FOV is a huge nerf. It's just like the OG gamers who were forced to play reduced FOV when they first learned.
You know, he was on that roster for a bit.
It's actually crazy.
We are going back. He didn't do well on that team, so maybe he does.
I'll show you. Well, right now, NAVI have been denied their early aggression. The pick hasn't come through as it has in the past. Something to work with for the side of Heretics, still having that extra man and the ulti pop. Hunter's Fury caught one first.
I use
He did
103
Zip Ban as
FOV in
well, but no
Minecraft
kills to
because
come
it's
off
the
bat. Good
FOV of
try,
Valorant.
to start it out. Zip Ban's got one. He's out for free. He's swinging through with his teammates, and they're taking every fight they can. Navi going for a scrappy
tech.
round, and one that's led them ahead. Only one player still standing. Patatek needs a revive, and Xiao and Angel will not let that happen. Rian's down to 7 HP, and there's nowhere to go. A minute on the clock, but 2 players right around that corner. He did well to at least isolate a 1v1 duel, but he didn't win it. And with 7 HP, I can't say I'm surprised.
I still rock all wired. Let me grab a photo of my old setup.
Yeah, and
So
the thing is that, like,
I
Heretics had a
really,
cool
really, really,
idea. So
really,
one of the
really
things
like
they did was
wireless
basically just TP into a spot that they're already in.
peripherals. I don't
You
like
can already
wires.
see the shit
I mean,
out,
you've
like,
seen it. I'm
I'm
really into
pretty sure
cable
every
management,
single member of
and
NAVI, as they were running past spawn, checked if
of
it
course,
actually
it's
is it
easier
spawn,
to
is it
manage
spawn?
cables
Put a little bit of doubt
when
in
you're
their
using a
mind, but it didn't
wireless.
seem to matter. Full rotation, gambled the majority of their players over onto this side, and the fast pace push just didn't work out. And what I want to give credit to NAVI for, which is no surprise, like, this is a team that's been around with a bit of a break for a very long time.
Let me see if I can find an image of my old.
It's been tradable fights, especially when they've got into 2v1s or even 2v2s. They've been winning every single one of those battles.
One of the benefits of having your team together for
Yeah,
so
sure.
long
It
is that
wasn't
you can
done yet at
start
this
to
point,
focus
though.
on those
One
things 'cause
sec.
you've already built everything else. You built your strategies, your comms, and how you like to play the map, who fills what roles.
Their comms, I think that changes every day.
Yeah, to be fair. Speaking about most teams, that's true. With Navi,
I think it's the other way around. They have such good synergy that then they can do whatever they want with
whatever
the
the hell we
comms.
want to do. Yeah, but the protocols are one of the key things, like the identity of your team, and they've got that well and truly figured out at this stage. At
I'm
least
searching through my
Angel does. I'm not
photos.
sure anyone else gets to say.
I know I have a
one hell of
photo.
peek from Angel, and it's all part of the plan. You know, peek in with utility. They'll panic. They'll peek you, and then Shao will spray through the smoke. You know, if you didn't see this one coming from the very start of the round, then you just don't know Valorant. I'm sorry, but this is textbook play.
All right, I found an old one. This isn't the full.
Flawless, to be precise.
Oh, actually, this one works.
Yeah, that was basically 0 damage.
This photo works.
This is,
Yeah.
and that's the other thing for Heretics.
All right. It's coming in the stream chat. I'll pull it up on stream.
We are looking at a team that has been able to basically.
So I
just go
basically
through without
mounted
actually
this
having any real
magnetic
problems.
pegboard on my
They
wall,
2-0'd KC,
and
they
you can
2-0'd
see
Blue.
like
That's the
mouse
spot that they
charging
found themselves
station,
in
controller
the
charging
stage, so
station, headphones, and they were all magnetic cables. So you just hang them up, and the cable would snap on.
Top 4, but that's how the format has worked for them. So
Because I was like so into it.
we're now looking to see, okay, can this
That's
team respond?
Odin.
Can they do it? Because they haven't really had to. And Na'Vi, well, we know they can. They've had too many times. They lost the first map of the tournament to BBL.
Yeah. I mean, it can be tough for this squad facing new challenges this late in the tournament with such high stakes. But that's what,
If I
that's what
broke it,
it's all
charge and dive,
about.
not work. Nope.
Got to see those adaptations, and so far, Heretics have done well. In this
I
round,
had never had
already
an
picking
issue.
off Xiao.
But
Big
also,
Smoker
if you guys
removed,
name
with that
brands, I
controller out of
swear to
play,
God, you're
it's
going to get timed
Setsu
out.
That has a lot of, well, control on the map. He's gone for a Viper's Pit in B main, has a wall going across middle as well. This can block a lot of vision for Team Heretics if they weren't already past it. The idea being the other place it will send them is towards this angle, straight into Artis, who's just locking down A all by himself.
All right, I got a timeout overheated. They stepped over the line. That's not the chair sponsor of VCT EMEA. You could have just named no brands, but instead you risked it and you got timed out.
Well, basically, A main and B main are completely locked
We
off.
like the Cougar chair
without their
today.
knowledge.
Dom Jams, thank you for the tier
Push from
3.
Genji could reveal quite a bit, but instead they are going to end up pushing into this man, and he has been an utter menace thus far. Finally, Artis will be revealed. That will mean he has to fall back, and they're going to try and put the pressure on.
He's faking the full fallback, though. Look, he immediately goes forward. They were wise to it. Paranoia used. No free kill for Artis this time. Instead, the punish as he attempts to re-enter the angle. Mini Boo was waiting. Zip Ban's walked in and done
close.
so much damage. He was close to taking Boo as well. Just below the
Zip
head.
Band looks like he's playing on like 80 EDPI. Am I crazy? Okay, wait. We'll watch Sugetsu's clutch attempt, and then I'm going to look it up.
Already used his Viper's Pit right off rip at the start of the round, so that's no longer in play. The wall already put down as well, and it's not really doing much for him. Blocking off one angle that he doesn't really need to be worried about, and coming through this smoke, that should be the end of it. Right into Boo. Team Heretics with another round found. They're closing the gap, but they've still only got half.
Okay,
of what
it's
Navi are
low,
putting
but
on
it's
the board.
not
With
it's not
3
crazy.
left to fight for in the half. It's
192,
anyone's game,
yeah, it's
but
nothing
Navi's
crazy.
certainly looking favored.
Yeah, I think this was definitely a showcase of how good Mini Boo has been in this tournament. Like, the fact is, we've spoken about how good Artis is, but he just peeked into the angle and took him down. Like, that is how fast this guy is. And we saw him in the... I feel like he, like, doubles up, because he was in the Spanish League last year. He now joins this team as well. I feel like he's got to be a favorite for the fans.
He's done his time.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Interesting that cam that way.
I'll tell you someone who's not going to be a favorite for the fans. Got any more signs today?
I've got a few, and a few to recycle as well. Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go.
I'm honestly
Maybe they need
surprised
some
we're seeing a
tweaks to
Neon
some
pick.
Photoshop. Navi already picking up the opening.
I think Neon's one of the hardest agents to play at this level. And I really think the only player I respect on Neon is Governor. Like, mechanically.
Using the shrouded step to get out of there.
Of course, their team has a lot of other areas they need to work on, so it doesn't matter if he's got the best Neon. But I swear, that agent is so difficult.
Having to run through that smoke. Potential players unstunned, ready to fight. Benji Fishy was one. Spray is good. It's massive from Boo. Through his own smoke, he stopped the defuse and stopped Navi in their tracks. 4 rounds for Team Heretics.
Not even Victor Neon? No, honestly, the pick makes sense.
Like the B main after plant from them is just perfect. Like they've
But
got so much
honestly,
utility
like,
to just place onto the spike, and then just from that position, a firing squad. The only real blip was Xiao over the top, but everything else, even with the ultimates again, that's another round where we've seen Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder thrown in, and not really having
None of them have it, dude.
Navi have wanted, which in those sort of retakes.
You guys don't know what I'm talking about? Go watch a Governor Neon VOD, okay? Like, just go find one. In fact, wait, let me show you. Can I find his NA tracker GG?
I'm looking at this composition, and other than basically Angel playing
Is this him?
Duelist, I do question where your sort of opening duels are going to come from.
Does anybody know what his tracker GG is?
Navi defaulty rounds, or is there going to be someone taking that
Is this him? This could be. This is totally him, right? Oh, but this is his APAC account.
They don't have anything.
Yeah, so it's got no data. I'm looking for his NA account because I want to show you his old act. I mean, here you can see, but this is just 7 games. I want to show you back when Fracture was in rotation. Can somebody please find me his NA tracker?
Top fragging on their squad. He's having a good game. I do think those Rolling Thunders could be better utilized, but
Because I'll show you what I'm talking about. And then you should go dig up a VOD of him if you're like a Neon main.
But that's something they're working on, as you can see with that pause. 2 rounds left to play for.
He had like an 80+% Fracture win rate in solo queue on Neon.
We don't know how
And he would frequently drop like 300 ADR.
But I think it's fair to say
like he would be like rank 1, like top of Radiant.
Navi have put some stock in their defense.
Yeah. But to be honest, I think I was going to say realistically, it should be.
Dude, you could pull it up. I'm watching the game. You pull it up, Risen.
Not a great start. Again, it's just this aggression.
I'm employing you guys right now.
Defensive side, and well, with a little bit of help from a stun, that kills.
I've got to show the game on broadcast.
After a pause, I don't know if these were mass changes that were made by the side of Navi. I guess they just wanted to deny.
Navi want 7 at least because they're playing no duelists.
They went mid.
Yeah, I don't know if the full intention is to bait them into the mid play. Artis, yeah, okay. For the barrel length, he swaps. And while the rate of fire didn't help him out all too much there, Boo dropping Artis.
I like the play from Artis.
4 versus
It's
2.
unfortunate he doesn't get one there.
Blinded up. Great shot from Xiao. He's 5 HP repositioning too.
Brady!
He just needs to hold the control. He said his HP isn't ideal to
How much are we gonna keep naming fucking brands here?
All the health in the world. There they are. Zipban
Read the room.
to close that round out. 7-4. 1 more round and a half.
Yeah, I actually, Boo nearly gets that kill while completely blind. Like,
My own tier
it's so
3 is turning
ridiculously
against
close,
me.
but this is, again, just the value coming out of Artis. Just taking half the map.
You played
completely
Sony
away
in-houses?
from them,
Bro,
and you
I
see
wasn't in the huge
reaction
5 game.
From the side of Heretics is to try and put pressure in onto mid, some decent supportive utility, but more importantly, just the Xiao show returns. Able to move himself up the board, and for Navi, as said, 7 rounds. Already looking like a solid defensive side. I think the majority of teams have definitely had their favor on the attack, or I think the only exception, at least from EMEA,
Are Boo and Mini Boo duo? Yeah, they're related. They're related. I believe they're brothers.
They had their rougher share of things.
No, well, their defense was just insane. That's what it was. I think it was 8+ rounds every defense Carmine Corp have had. on this.
Oh, I didn't even track that. Yeah. Okay.
Curious how the Navi comp handles attack.
Well, we've seen them later
They're
up
going
against
to
Fnatic.
try and
It's,
slow
See
default,
if they can keep it up.
take control of A elbow
Or if
using
it's
the
gonna be
double
a real
smokes,
test. Do Fnatic continue
and
to
play
ban
for
the new
picks
map?
off of
Maybe.
that.
Maybe.
Using chamber,
I mean, up
most
against
likely.
KC, they've been a squad that upsets everybody, but well, I was surprised to see that the predictions are quite so off kilter, shall we say. KC fans know how to make their way to the Twitter polls. Let's say that the EMEA channel is flooded with them. I think it's like 70+% in favor of KC closing it out.
I respect it. They're
I don't know if
repping
our
their team.
analyst desk will give them the same odds, but well, we'd all love to see them go all the way to Madrid.
35 seconds though. This has been a much slower round.
So
Timing.
nasty.
Oh, Artis again. Always catching them off guard. They're going to use the space taken to try and get into the side, but shout for a second
8
round
is
in a
huge.
row.
Navi's very
Slow
happy
them
with
down.
that.
And what can Rians do from this position? 20 seconds left. Spike on the site. 5 players to find.
Governor count who's 5 match the one we looked at? Really? It had no stats last act.
Anything's going to be coming from this one. Shao
Oh, this
even
round's
making
over.
his move in towards the spawn. He wants
Yeah.
another frag, and well, the fact is, this round is already done. It's just about padding those stats.
Oh, you're right. I think it just region swapped.
exactly
It just didn't play last act.
Kill for
Yeah. Okay.
Shao.
Wait.
NAVI closing this one out
You
with
said
a
that's
pretty
right.
strong
Bet.
statement. They've given 2 rounds, kicking it off. The pistol loss
Fracture
and the follow-up,
in.
and that was half of what Heretics found. Artis is
When do we need to go?
So annoying
So
to deal
6?
with. This guy is going to be playing slow pushes into your spawn.
Yeah, he didn't play much
running it
this
down on
act.
A, grabbing the off angle and
Look
just
at this.
holding that
Look at
control.
this.
Control that should be utility and possibly
Look at this.
2 players holding it. Instead, it's one guy with a sniper who has an instant retreat after he takes
Yeah,
a
he
shot.
didn't play it.
And he has an insane hit rate on those shots as well. Closing the half 13-7.
Can we
Shao did
find
exactly
some
the same.
fracture games from
This is
way
tough.
back
when
here?
NAVI come out firing on all cylinders like this.
Yeah, look at this,
there's
look at
almost
this,
no
look at
way
this.
To put them back, to quiet them down. Team Heretics now on their defense to slow this push from NAVI. And look, on the attack side, I think at least
347 ADR. Yeah, it's a
You won't be
5-stack
locking
match.
down
It's a
the angles in
5-stack
quite
match.
the same
Take it with a
way.
grain of salt. But
might find a new
dude,
way to cause the hair loss.
It genuinely does, at least initially, look like it's going to be Angel leading the charge. And some of these fights, Shao just goes
I've
running
played against it.
into the cage. Just sheer disrespect.
it's one of the only neons that I would respect in high-low solo queue.
Now I feel like this should be known, especially once the second player
Oh, that's
goes,
fracture
but
game? Oh, I can try that, I can
doesn't
try that.
necessarily mean they'll know that somebody could be as far forward as Artis is.
It's a later rotation with Boo. Everybody splitting up into their own angles. Mini Boo, though. He's crept by a PC utility. That spot was being watched by Angel incrementally. It's going to be a matter of timing as to whether he wins it out or not. And indeed, Mini Boo falls. So too does Rian. So Boo is alone. And having picked
Governor
up
played
Artis,
pro?
they know where he is.
Chat,
Again,
he
we'll see the same
literally
thing. This
competes in
plagues
APAC right
NAVI
now.
on their defensive side. It's
He's
this
in the
tight
APAC
plan with a
league.
very narrow angle that you can defuse on, and they've got utility to reveal you, to spam you down. They know at this point he's probably not defusing. Now he's tapped it again. Stun comes through. Good luck to you. 49 HP already. And then Zipan steps in to close it out. There was almost no way.
Yeah,
Short
let me
of him
see. If
running
we
in
go
and hitting
all
the two
acts
quickest headshots you've ever seen.
matches,
That's 9 rounds for NAVI,
fracture,
edging closer to the close
neon.
of this map. And Tom,
You can get
again,
some
you know,
old
I feel like
games.
this has happened in most of our
Really
series.
old
this
games.
is the map pick of Heretics, and it's gotten off to a terrible start.
Yeah, I think just how good we saw NAVI on the defense. Artis
He had this
catching
streak
them
where he
every
like
time. They would
didn't
go for
drop
some
a
of
game
these
on it.
pacier hits and just shutting down
Apparently
so
we
much
did
map
this. What
control.
is this
Now,
game?
Losing the second pistol gives them 1 apiece.
50 ADR?
They now need to try and find a response. They've gone for a few sheriffs, a little bit extra to try and play with for this round, but ultimately not a whole lot in comparison to the 3 rifles that are on the other side.
But we saw what damage can be done with these kind of weapons. In fact, NAVI had less to work with in terms of pistols bought. In terms of bullets bought, Artis did invest a little bit more, obviously, having his headhunter to work with.
He had a Guardian, basically.
Yeah, essentially. And he did some serious damage with it. Benji Fishy, though, he'll do it with a classic. That's his full kill on Angel. And he's back over now, picking up a Sheriff for the upgrade. Keeping the numbers even in a round like this is already impressive.
I think Team Heretics will win this series.
I'm
I'm gonna disagree.
Clean kill from Mini Boo, and they know Benji is still around here.
Just
The
watching
only
this map,
unknown quantity is Boo.
I like
But
Navi's
with
approach
Artist
a lot
down,
better
there's
to
no trap
Valorant
to
in
go
general.
back. Boo
And I think
creep his way on
Team
through.
Heretics is
The
missing
only
a player
question
like
is
Artist.
Navi are going to leave this open if they're going to be checking it.
Player who's not afraid to just take a dry fight.
This is a clear sell from Heretics. They're telling Navi, we're both in spawn, we're both in market.
And it's not because he's on chamber.
We're
He's
not
done
in
it
main.
multiple
Why
times
would we
this game
smoke it
without
off?
TP.
Trying to block an angle for you. And that might just open the door for Boo. He's creeping his way through. It's being watched by Angel. It's a matter of timing. And it looks like he swung at just the wrong moment. Those players not quite in his vision. And when they are, Xiao is trained in on him. Unlucky. Really nice try, though.
Yeah, leaves it on to Benji. Sheriff in hand. There's still so much to try and do, to try and turn back into their favor, and they're doubled up. He'd need to hit some crazy shots to get that one out of there, and it's going to be another triple kill for Xiao. He is coming
Great
to
conversion.
today, padding those stats. As
The
they
high
now
low is
hit
like
double
perfect.
digits. This is looking bleak for the side of Heretics and Navi. They might just be speed running their way to Madrid.
Yeah, with their map pick up next, and it's not. I don't have a lot of faith in Breeze for Heretics, just because of how Navi are already lights out on this and how they've played so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Breeze has been a pretty strong map for this squad.
Yeah, no, Navi, they're 2-0, 13-7, 13-6, Liquid and BBL.
This is exactly what I was talking about, by the way. The two controllers at Navi are just going to like double slow play A side.
It's really tough to play against them. And you never know coming into this game. They might even have other ideas.
And
up
it
their
actually makes a
sleeve.
lot of sense
This is the
on the
game where
map.
you'd pull them out. But with 10-4 in the lead, it doesn't look like there's much flair needed to the Navi side right now. They are just winning this game outright. Every single avenue they approach, victory is at the other end. See if Heretics can put up that roadblock already, being forced out of position. Navi are not being caught off guard, and they have the utility to constantly clear these angles and push Heretics onto the back foot. All the while,
Retake
by the way,
B-main.
just hoping that maybe they get aggressive on A. and
Damn,
someone
they
like
burn like
Sugetsu
all
can
the
grab
fade
that
util to
word
get
kill
B-main
that
control
we
back
know
though.
he's capable of. Now as they shift direction, it's going to be Artist that's trying to pick him off.
Panatech knifed just a second ago, and it didn't reveal anything. And
You know, I'm aware Pen Flash. I'm very
that's
familiar with
literally where
Sugetsu's game.
Navi have just
Sugetsu
slowly
is like,
maneuvered their
on
way towards it.
paper,
Means that he's basically alone. He has some
the
support
best
from the
fucking guy to
utility
have on Viper in
of
the
his
world.
teammates.
Like,
Cam available for Benji
he
to
is
potentially
so
gonna be there to
correct.
help soon enough
He takes it so
really
far
do
that
too
he'll
much,
play
and in the
solo queue
meantime,
that way
Artist has been selling
and
this ruse.
just
Now
be
Panatech
stuck in low
has to go
radiant,
big on the
high
side.
immortal. It's actually crazy.
Close, but what can he do with that util? Like you said, it's
Less? No, Less is way more loose.
At least put up a good hold.
Mechanically, Less is definitely superior.
Spamming through has picked up
I don't think
Xiao.
there's any
Now
doubt.
the flash is going to go in. Here comes the peek on the back of it. Great play from Heretics.
In terms of pure technique, like how they choose to position, use util, and which fights they engage, Sugetsu is like perfect.
What was that shot? That was precise, and it was quick. But it's not clean enough. He'd need 4 more of those in a second or so.
He's so
10 to
perfect,
5
I
we
told
go.
you guys not to study
Half
his
of the
pro
round for
VODs
Heretics again.
That's a man that's doing
in solo
his own
queue.
training. That was so
Because he's
quick.
actually too passive.
Just hit that final headshot. I
For
love the
solo
setup,
queue.
though. The setup here is really cool because it basically involves Benji
He's one of the only
using
pros
his
who
utility
doesn't
from outside of the
alternate their
site,
play style
so that,
for
like, if a
solo
stray
queue.
bullet hits
It's actually
him,
really respectable.
it wouldn't have mattered. Well, if he was on the side and it hits him, all of his util goes down. Instead, he's outside. Panatech's fighting with flashes, and he's putting up utility around.
You can just see the bro is 7 and 7.
Also means he couldn't be hit by anything that
Least
could
deaths,
potentially
least
deny
kills.
that utility in general. Nice round from Heretics, but as you said,
He's always
they need a lot more of those.
he's either like
They're gonna be
super
winning this
slow
match.
lurking, very careful, or he's always like in refrag position.
Well, trap already dealt with. Some util to slow reveal as well. Benji wasn't spotted initially. And they
Like,
can't
look,
deal
instead
with
of
him.
swinging with
One by
Xiao,
one,
the
they
dude's
fall on the
holding
side
the
of Navi.
refrag for
And with
Benji.
market truly locked down, there's nowhere else to look. Benji's even trained in.
Talk about Sugetsu? Yeah. Easily one of the
Same
worst
spot
pros
Artist
to
was
study
the
for
last
solo
game.
queue,
Last round,
and one of
rather.
like the best
1
controller
versus 5,
players in the league,
rifle in his
which is
hands.
a really funny
Entire platoon of enemies to take down.
combination.
They're posted up, ready to go.
Wonder where he is.
They're just gonna wait for him to step out of main or step back into the waiting arms of Boo.
I like that. Boo's trying to get himself the kill. He's put the smoke down. He's like, yes, come back. In the other direction. 40 seconds.
It's just a
he
sad
can
truth
sweat
that if
it
you want to
out.
reach the
Fact
top
is,
ranks in solo
Pacific
queue, you
has
have to
7
actually
won't
just
necessarily be a bad thing
be willing to
financially.
fight shit.
His team aren't exactly in the greatest of spots going into the next round, although
30 seconds
I don't know if Artist will have tour de force available. It might give them something to play with. And he knows at this stage that if there's that many players and they're putting a smoke, there has to be someone behind
Actually
him.
curious
Not
what
going
rank
to
he
be
is
able
right
to
now.
retreat onto the A site, but it is all about just holding onto that gun, having something remaining for the next round. And
This is not him, right?
Boo is literally waiting.
Nah,
there
this
for
can't be him. This ain't him. This is a fake account.
It doesn't matter. It looks like Zipan's going to be able to hold on to the gun.
He's not that low.
His patience didn't pay off
He's
there, I
radiant.
suppose.
There we go. There he is.
Taking the knife out, that little bit of extra movement speed. It's
Wait, no, this also isn't
makes all
him.
the difference, I suppose.
This doesn't. This is like an
10 to
APAC
6.
account.
4 rounds between
This is not him
them. It
either.
doesn't seem like
Where the
a
fuck
lot.
is he?
Navi are so close to pushing this over the line. It has
I
to
seen
be
him play
another
Viper on
flawless
Bind, practices and ranked like he would in scrims.
Team
Yeah,
Heretics
exactly.
to fight their way back through.
It's actually it's like really bad to watch for aspiring controller mains. You got it? Thank you.
Weaknesses. Good to see Benji activated in a round like
Yeah,
that
here
as
he
well.
is. Here he is.
Hasn't had a bad game. We
Yeah,
talk
he's
a
just
lot about
he's
Minibu
very
in
stable.
This map. Benji's been matching his performance, and I think
It's
that's
like high
certainly
rating. Oh
something to
my
write home about,
god.
that Sentinel being able to lock down
A
control.
crazy game.
The challenge will not be towards Benji.
Oh
this
my
time.
god, my bad, Chad. I missed that.
He's not losing this challenge.
They'll replay that.
What? The damage is massive. Only 3 of those kills are for him, but that's 3 more than I'd give him credit for, swinging into the full force of Navi. They even suspect where Artis is, smelling the blood in the water.
Minibu tried to spam the box to get the 4th kill. I love that. Panitek's like, I'll set up the flash, I'll ping,
Ember
kill. Minibu's like,
Salika 13. Thank you for the prime.
just steal this. But it is great round from there. I like the trap setups that they're having. Andalusia
It could actually be good to watch
It's just cool
for
ideas.
like you,
can see
Dre.
that
Like if you want to learn like
have a map
scrim
and
Viper
weapons, whether it's
playstyle.
just hero rifle coming in for
His
Artis.
solo queue VODs actually might not be
Little
bad.
trap set up, ready to shut them down. And that's the thing. When Heretics have got moving, when that momentum has been in their favor, this is where this team has truly obliterated a lot of their opponents. That's not the best start though. Same
I play Viper on my team. I know, that's what I was saying.
Take over the game, and Artis silences him within seconds.
Well, this is it. When you've got a player that's winning rounds,
Although
off the back of
honestly,
getting aggressive,
your
you're
move
likely
is
to get
probably
aggressive
to
with him. So Navi make the play. to
like if
just
your team
pump the
ain't
brakes
like
there on
clicking
Neon.
with a bunch of good Radiant players,
You're not gonna find the value
the
by
best move
holding
for
an
like
angle
all
till
of
they
you guys
beat
is
you.
probably find
So
different
this is
teams.
somewhere that Navi make the right read. This guy's gonna get aggro, stack up A. He might do it there again.
Because like
Leave Artis to
growing
work on mid, and
all
if
the
he
comms
pushes
up
B main,
can
we'll
be
just play
really
it for the
annoying.
information. It is what it is.
The
They've
Papa, they were the
certainly
2
cast
months
out
tier
the net,
3.
caught a fair amount of fish.
And
A good
Avarice, thank you
haul
for the prime.
side of Navi with a 5 versus 4. And Team Heretics not having a ton of ultimates to fall back on. At least a null command for Patatek, but as we can see, he's on the wrong side of the map. Some aggression taking place.
Bro, I was so
up
sad.
towards
We
A
got
main, even a
comms
third
videos
player
recently
on that side from the
for like
Heretics
teams in the NA League.
the man that we've praised just a little bit
I don't know if
earlier
you guys
on,
have
Benji
seen this
Fishy is
shit.
having some trouble. You can see
But
he's
like the
falling back
100
towards the
Thieves
spawns,
comms are
trying
so
over that back
bad.
angle, leaving his traps to play the site. The
It
camera
it
has been
genuinely
destroyed,
sounds like
and that's drawing some rotations.
they are
Seketsu's got himself into a
like I could
perfect
not handle
position
those
for this.
comms.
Both
If I was
players with
in
their
those
backs
comms
turned
for
in.
more than an hour,
Artis might
I
be
would
a little peeved to die
I
like
would have a
that,
heart
but
attack.
his teammate got the trade
Every
nice and
single
clean.
comm was urgent.
And with that,
Oh my
there seems to be no
god.
way this falls awry. They haven't cleared Benji. They haven't even seen him, but they're watching for him. And they have found the kill just in time.
It's crispy aim all the way through, and while after what
I
was
like having comms videos like that though, because it really makes the discussion of like, oh, who's better on Duelist, Demon 1 or Asuna, really stupid. Like it really opens your eyes as like, is that really the question that matters? Look at their comms. Like looking at the comms, you can tell which team's gonna win, right? It's got nothing to do with the individual players at that point. Your boy shocked over the tier 3.
Only problem is it gives away the fact that you're there. Maybe
100 Thieves comms are hilarious. FNS is ripping into them. I mean, rightfully so. Your comms should not sound like that.
that could help out. But if it misses, that's where the trouble comes through. I love Rian's locks.
There's a time and place for urgency. Sometimes the comms should sound like that, but they shouldn't sound like that all around.
We'll never know.
It was Cass. It was Casso with the big lemons.
But yeah, this is a huge moment for
Some people are just like that, Dre.
started to, like, gain some
There are
momentum,
teams that like that.
shut down, tour de force available as well for
I just
Artis.
personally would
They never
suck
cut
ass on a
bolts of
team
their
like
own.
that.
Potential to remove some utility and send Minibu in flying,
But you'll run into players
question is, what
who
is gonna be the
like
plan?
that's their
Because
comm style
as we
and they
saw
will
with
swear
this,
by
a
it.
lot of what you're going to get from that Neon on this defensive side is aggressive pushes with some cool utility combos.
Urgency can be important, and sometimes players have none. I'd say a good anti-example is Zombs. If you've ever seen like Zombs comms, they're too calm all the time. He's too far in the other direction. There's definitely a sweet spot where you need to be urgent at certain times.
Happening on the other side of the map. Team Heretics seeing nothing on A. There is one player sitting outside of it, as per usual. Sugetsu left on the lurk, but the real.
But if every comm is urgent, it's so bad.
With a big golden gun in hand, it's Artis having popped his ult, and he'll be left to cause havoc. Now we've seen this a number of rounds from Artis, sitting around this position. He'll grab a pistol or something to shoot up towards where the camera usually is in the window, make some noise, and hope that somebody goes swinging into him. If they don't, well, the slow contact towards A usually works late in the round. I like how Navi have been playing this, because so far, it's not like Heretics have had an answer outside of their trap plays, their quick responses to map control being seized. Doesn't look like they've got one set up necessarily.
That's their call util 3-4 times in a row. Sometimes that's correct, Red.
And I think the first might be Rien's.
I know you're talking about it. You're talking about the Fade Seas front truck. I actually think the Fade Seas front truck was fine. If that was the first time he got urgent in the round, that would have been totally fine. Because the timing of that Fade Seas is actually really important.
And that's decent as well.
And it is an urgent comm because you have to land that Fade Seas within a 7-second time window. Or sorry, a 4-second time window. Because they're planting.
Able to quickly get into position. Now, well, with the null command, it's actually not going to be that ultimate available.
But the problem is, like, because there's no dynamic range, there's no change from calm to urgent. When everything's urgent, nothing is, you know?
Has to be now, but they get the entry onto Miniboo. Panatek holding strong, though, and that might just be enough. The spam has dropped that spike, leaving just 2 players remaining, and they can just hide out for the remainder of the round. Artist will take one with him. But the fact is, Heretics have managed to bounce back, and a lot of it is off the back of Panatek.
Artist found 2 there.
Kills before the timer went out, and he cleaned house afterwards. 8-11. You know, when we were looking at a much wider gap between these teams, even just at 10-6, it felt like Navi might gain control of this.
Bro, you cannot call it a much wider gap when Navi is +4 and now they're +3. That is a difference of 1. That is a difference of 1. You cannot call 8-4 or 10-6 a much wider gap than 11-8. It's 1 round.
A lot of space for the side of Navi, but they've just forced them back instead. And I think what they're missing is Miniboo. Someone on the Neon quickly sees that space after the stun and punish the kills. They don't have that, so not able to quite force those mistakes the same. And then they go walking into these angles. Miniboo just doesn't miss.
Yeah, this is basically what I was saying in the first half. Is like, is it
Dorby kids, I'm at 12 months to your 3.
I don't know, especially versus Miniboo, you ain't gonna be winning.
Like, Asno is potentially overcompensating for 2 teammates who barely said a word. Yeah, it's possible. But it's also possible that those teammates feel uncomfortable communicating in that environment.
Heretics have won all of them.
And it was what you said starting it out, right? Because you're saying about the Space Taker, and the first point you made when we saw these compositions come through is the fact that Raze has been so popular, and you don't have that on either team. Now, we can understand why Heretics on the attack side are replacing Raze, how they're doing.
I wouldn't feel comfortable. Yeah, me neither.
He's the Space Taker. He's the guy round the corner, quick as can be. We saw it especially towards elbow, like Shao getting cut off in some of the rounds.
But like, there's like 2 types of support players. There's the support players who wouldn't feel comfortable and they'd sort of play support. And then the support players like me. Now, I, of course, am in a unique position. Lots of players, they want to play professionally on a tier 1 org. They need the money, etc., etc. I don't give a fuck about that. If it was me, I would immediately take control. I think the support player needs to, like, almost have their duelist player on a leash if you want to be, like, one of the best supports in the world.
Not take the map control, but to actually take a kill to punish any map control that was taken by Heretics.
I see duelist mains as being crazy, undomesticated wolves, and the best support players is like wolf tamers who can make them do their bidding. That's how I see players like Ethan when they play with Demon 1.
Navi can trade very effectively. The composition doesn't really harper them too much there. The problem is if no one gives them that fight and you're just chilling, and then it's like, okay, Angel's gonna swing into Miniboo. Who's winning that fight?
Duelist players, they're all bark. They'll act like they want to control the flow, and they want to be in charge. But I haven't ever met a duelist player that didn't want to just follow my call after they played with me enough.
Back on the board. They've gotten, what, 5 out of the last 6 rounds? If you're on the side of NAVI for the first time, you're starting to get worried. This could slip out of your hands. And like people have been saying, this matchup, it's favored to NAVI. They're definitely the favorites on paper. But it's not going to be the biggest surprise in the world. Our jaws will not be permanently stuck on the floor if Heretics
They'll be like, let me swing him, Hooge. And then every now and then you give him the treat. You're in the 5v1 and you're like, all right, Demon 1, go fucking fight the guy.
This is where we are.
Every now and then you let them play a little worse when you know that you can convert the round for them. And then occasionally they get their ace or whatever.
This is a much faster pace looking. Angel is out with the spike on his own, but nobody has managed to stop him. Artis has
That's why I'm so bad at Duelist.
Keeps things even for now, and they may not even know the panic is still in this corner.
Ooh.
They have absolutely no idea. Just the snake.
How don't they have info on that corner? That is tough. Oh, I think their Viper Molly timing on the execute is a bit off. Artis wins these. Not like that, he doesn't. Holy shit, he's just like me. He's just like me.
There's the close-up for the dub. Rians with a big play. 2 kills, closing out that round, shutting down Art. Embarrassing Artis on the wide swing, I'd say.
I don't know. I think Artis may have embarrassed himself.
Yeah.
Ethan literally called that in the NRG comms vid. Demon 1 got 2 and he's like, max go kill. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because like, if Valorant were just 5 emotionless chess pieces, you'd never tell your duelist to go kill more there, right? You'd just play numbers and win the round like robots.
In the cinema back home. Now it's gotta be getting loud in that
But Demon 1 has an ego, and he's a human. And so as long as like you as a team are confident you can convert, even if Demon 1 just goes and dies at that point, then fuck it. Go get him, Demon 1. Yeah, maybe we'll lose like a few more rounds over the course of the season due to this, but we're gonna win so many more in terms of like confidence. That is worth.
Ooh. Angel's got another one. This is starting to get interesting. They've had to use the Hunter's Fury. There's chance for real damage here. A second player low almost connects onto Zipan. Spike in the way. But it is going to be the plant. Somehow this looks doable. Unlikely, but doable.
Well, we had 2 spams through the smoke, essentially the yin and yang trading each other out. But then the Hunter's Fury, it's pulled it back in favor. Zipan's so low, damage is done. Information.
So are you saying Ten's allowed to play Vandal over Phantom due to being a comfort player? Oh, if I was coaching that team, I would break that habit.
And a Sheriff, a dream. No!
Oh shit!
Benji's on it.
Nah, he's sticking.
Zipan has no idea.
Bros don't fake. Bros don't fake.
Benji shut him down anyways. 11-11. Not even breaking a smirk as they.
I understand why the Sentinel staff lets Tens buy Vandal on defense split Omen. I understand why it happens. One, he's like their Giga superstar name. It's sort of like how when you guys play in-houses with me, you don't want to tell me what to do. Because I'm the famous streamer and you're nervous or whatever. That dynamic can exist on Sentinels to some extent.
I think everybody was
with Tens.
Can you imagine if he sticks that, gets swung, dies? It's all over Twitter, Reddit. He's
But like, I do think it's a bit too far.
Probably the second most embarrassing thing after what he said about that Koi game.
Yeah, last year press conference, he still hasn't lived that down. But you know what? It might be egg on our face. We can't make fun of him anymore. If he
I tell you what to do, yeah, and then I get mad at you because your comms are bad.
Already, he's earned that respect back, but. Wow, 11
like you'll give me info, I'll hard trust your info, I'll die, and you'll go, oh, well, you should have seen that on the minimap. And I'll be like, what? I was in crosshair mode.
Yes, yes.
We are seeing the holes in that Na'Vi comp. Looking to try and build up in towards this B site once again. And look at the rotation already. You can see once the information is not had on the other side, once the aggressive pushes come through from Boo, they're already going to catch the Artis is here, although that kind of sells a little bit of a ruse because he normally lurks. He's normally playing mid. He's normally hiding behind. Again, Nightfall going to be going through. might have caught
Angel has no
Benji, and
shields.
it's not
Yeah,
gonna
definitely
attack, so
either
if
an
they
overlay
can't
bug
see- no, they just
or
got Benji. That doesn't help them much at all.
an error in the buy.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I like the idea to at least wait it out.
Like maybe he's saving for an op for last round artist, but that seems really unlikely. There's likely an error.
Like you said, Tom, no Viper's pit to save the day. Navi need to do it with rifles, and they found Patatek. But a double man blitz coming in from Market any second now as the smoke fades. Benji on the first. He's been so good in these fights, and he needs to be better because Rienz is falling. Out goes the paranoia. They tried to deny the defuse. The time is low, but it's done. It's being planted. It's being found. Zipban still putting up a fight. And with Benji down, the numbers are even, but Mini Boo so desperately low. Boo needs to make a big play. The
Ooh.
brothers trying to clutch it out, but only one.
Wait, that timing that Breach just found is perfect. He'll never, yeah.
Right up beside him.
Boo can never clear that. The timing was literally perfect.
Team Heretics in regulation. Overtime. Now the last lifeline for the Spanish fans. On map
Time to micromanage who's doing the in-house is /J. Literally remove the /J. That's how I prefer to play Valorant.
Although the pressure now sits
Like
with
when I'm on
Heretics,
Duelist.
the fact is they've been good for it so far in the defensive side. I think the main thing that's going to come down is whether or not Navi have an idea and whether or not they may have a blunder.
I played a few 5 stacks with like when I was on Initiator or Smokes on stream. You can go watch them. I hard micromanaged my Duelist. I remember on Ascent, Dopai was like, was he on Raze? I don't know. But he was like Tuck Sabrosa or something. We were rotating towards A site through mid. And I remember like specifically telling him everything. I was like, yo, stay stuck Sabrosa Dopai. I will tell you when to swing. And then I like gave him the exact flank timing. I'm like, I'm not going to let him decide. I'm the lurker. But I want him to lurk on Duelist because he has no util. And so he just tucked, and I'm like, okay, flank now.
And I'd read these rumors. Oh, he's not ready for the top level yet.
He's like, that's my specialty. I'm not going to let him choose.
And no better team than Navi, as I said 5 times.
Just like he's going to choose when we execute a site. Because that's his specialty.
And now they're back with him. Team Heretics, a huge line in the sand, already drawn a great start. A tough start to the series, actually. And then they bounce back into it. 1 away with 45 seconds on the clock. This defense is going to be tested one more time, and it looks like Navi have their eyes set on B.
Wish people manage me more on Duelist? Then you're probably a bad Duelist. That's why I'm bad at Duelist. All the best Duelist players have like this ego about them where they think that they know better and don't want to be managed at all. And
the smoke is up. Navi are going to have to go running straight through. This paranoia does help them a little bit, but it is a slaughter on the site, leaving just Sugetsu standing.
damn, we're going OT.
10 seconds left. Well, he'll take one for his troubles, but planting this should be impossible.
I don't want a Duelist player who wants to be micromanaged. I don't want to play with you. I want to play with a Duelist player who's
I'll give it to
thinks
them.
they're better.
One of the questions we had about this Heretics roster coming in.
Then I'll duo with them for like a month.
And times get tough. When they
Learn
lose
how
a
to
map,
control
well,
them.
I'll tell you what, going to an overtime, it's almost as bad as losing the map. Stress here going to be higher than ever. One mistake, and this series you've just fought the last.
That's why I like the JG duo. JG has a habit of overheating all over the place.
That's the thing. I think there's pressure when losing a map, but there's also pressure being 10-4 down. And that's the scenario they found themselves in literally 15 minutes ago.
It's fun to play with.
They've risen to the occasion. They have shown they could go toe-to-toe with a great within EMEA.
They can't do that in solo queue? Yeah, you got a duo. A duo. I mean, that's why generally all the top players are duo combos.
At the very beginning of Valorant, they've been competing at the very top level. A lot of these players, you're talking about people just last year coming through the VCL system.
That's why I'm going to do it next too. I'm going to duo Dopai.
Not meant to be here. Yep.
I genuinely think we can get to like 1,000 RR.
Experience, someone we talk about on Oglu in the past. Like, this is a long, long way from there. Yeah. Top 4 already within EMEA, competing with a giant. The question is, can Goliath take them down?
What's needed for someone to be a good duelist? You have to genuinely think you're the best player in the lobby. Like if you're talking about top level, you have to pretty much know you're the best player in the lobby.
Now back on the same stage.
You have to thrive in the chaos. Like you have to love the unknown and being surrounded by a gunfire. If you can be calm in those scenarios and you love leaping into them, combine it with thinking you're better than everyone, that's when you have like a radiant duelist. Aren't you around 1k without duo? No, I'm around 800. And while that may sound close, it's not.
They're not new. They were already here.
800 to 1,000
Nice flash. Right off rip.
is ridiculously massive because at that point you're getting plus 12 minus 24. And the more you climb, the worse it gets. And the harder your games get. 800 to 1,000 is almost like going from 200 to 800.
Heretics themselves have pumped the brakes, but there are 4 players now ready and waiting for Navi. They have left Sugetsu on the other side of the map. The thing is, though, Heretics at this stage look committed. They look like they're set on going in this direction. Maybe the expectation is that someone's going to come a look in, flash across. It's a bait to give Miniboo the space.
Play with any of the pros, your other account? I pop them pretty frequently, yeah.
Sitting with Navi.
Oh, wow. Chow's just peeked in. He saw them all, but Paranoia didn't catch Patatek. Able to respond quickly. Heretics still in with a chance until another kill is found by Angel, this time through the smoke. 3 versus 2.
I queue West servers, but the annoying thing is when you're that high is the game just puts you on Central a lot. Like I'll queue West at 800 RR. I'll sit in queue for 15 minutes, and then Riot Games will be like, all right, we're playing Central. Here's your lobby. I'll be like, okay.
I swear to God, every time they use either Rolling Thunder or Nightfall, somehow they almost lose the round. It's like, we're in a perfect position. I'll use my ultimate. Somehow that made things worse. But I guess it might just be them trying to make plays on the top of it.
Extra clip when he's rank 1. Match MVP with +9. He was losing 40. Yeah. Yeah. You have to be incredibly consistent.
For Heretics, they don't
at the top.
Left in the footnotes of history. They need to turn this one around. Wow,
it's designed that way so that it's not a grind competition. Like imagine it was +20 -20. Then anybody who is capable of having a 60% win rate, which are players like Eggster, would just play as many games as possible because they go up to 5 billion RR, which is it's dumb. So instead, the system keeps reducing your gains and increasing your losses so that you have to keep increasing your win rate instead. And ultimately, the top player is the player with the highest win rate instead of the player with the most games and a positive win rate, which is way better generally because it requires less grind. It's still a huge grind, but less.
Desperately to save Sugetsu from Miniboo's grasp. Oh wow, they didn't think there were 2 more guns standing ready.
Dude, this is a slobber knocker.
1v3 in this angle, 1v4 in the round, and
that's how Apex works for a long time. Yup. And it's worse. Like the way that Valorant does it right now is easily better. It's just it can frustrate people. People don't like losing more than they gain, but ultimately when you're in Immortal or Ascendant, you're at the top. It needs to be challenging for you to climb more.
Pardon me? I don't understand if they were calling narrate that, but a bit more shaggy, I suppose.
If they make it less challenging, then they'll just be more Immortals, and it'll devalue your accomplishment.
Miniboo already off to a poor start. Didn't take the advice to heart. He's out of the round, and we've got a 4 versus 5 for Navi. 13 to 13. Defense has been good.
Couldn't they just put Extra on a team of Ascendant 3s to make it fair? That's what they do. But first of all, well, they don't put him on a team of Ascendant 3s, but he'll get more Immortals than the other team.
That space taker, they're going to struggle to get into a site.
They try to balance the match.
The drone will give things away. That's where Sugetsu will immediately.
But just look at the win rates of the top 10 players.
Put a snake bite down, smoke on it as well. It looks like they're just going to disrespect.
You'd either have to completely screw them over, which would be very unfun for a top-rated player. Like you'd have to give them Ascendance, which would be miserable. Nobody would want to reach the top ranks if it meant that you got Ascendant teammates. Everyone would want to coast in mid-radiant, right? So like what system's better for the players? The system that tries to push you to a 50% win rate when you're at the top, which gives you really bad teammates? Or the system that instead tries to challenge you to win even more consistently if you want to reach the top in strong lobbies?
14 will be ultimately
The ladder is way, way, way better for the players.
the line. And the worst thing is, you know, we talked about.
I guarantee you, Eggster would rather gain +9 -40, but have Immortal 3 Radiant level teammates than get +20 -20 and have to carry Ascendant players against Radiants and Immortals. Because the ladder is so frustrating.
Doom Bros and Latex to come up with something.
Like, it would make most people quit the game at that elo.
Leave them to try and think of what's going to come up next. How can they adapt to whatever Na'Vi is going to be throwing at them? Because that's it. It's been a defensive-sided match so far. 8-4 on both sides. Defensive rounds across the board when it comes to what we've seen so far in overtime. Obviously, still early days just yet. Again,
Ascendant players would quit too. It would happen very infrequently for them. Like, if you just think about it, let's say there's 100 Radiants who can pop Ascendants. Okay, well, Ascendant is top 10%. Radiant is top 0.02%. So how many Ascendants are there? Mathematically, just going from there, well, we got to multiply by 10, 100, and then by 5, so by 500. Okay, let's multiply by 5. And now let's add. There's like 50,000 Ascendants, roughly, from that percentile calculation. And so let's say Eggster plays 10 games a day. So that would be 40 Ascendants a day out of 50,000 play with Eggster, like once or whatever. So Ascendants would almost never get in those lobbies. They're way less top 10. Even if it's 6% or whatever, it's the order of magnitude between the numbers is the same.
You have to feel like he's just going to sit back. He has support.
Definitely more than 10,000 of you.
Bro, to try and deny anything more. One way is going to go up again. Be a little while before they have another smoke available to them. And actually,
I'm pretty sure the Radiant percentage I gave was too large.
Both teams coming out even. A little bit of extra damage done onto Angel. Patatek instead has to fall back, leaving what it will be is just Benji over on the other side of the map. And it seems like that may have been the plan all along for Na'Vi.
Definitely in one sense, I think the idea is for artists to try to find that space and take the pick, right? Like, somebody's got to be peaking eventually, but Benji is steadfast. He is held. The camera just looking towards main, or market, pardon me, while B main is covered off by these traps. He doesn't need a peek. He sits in the corner and waits, but once he's spotted, that's where trouble comes in. We're going to see Angel move through and probably destroy this camera. That's when the utility comes through from the rest of Navi. Calm down. Where does he go? Benji now knows there's enemies everywhere. Good first to start onto Artist. Reposition around onto the site. And Angel's even left the market angle, grouping up with his teammate. It's Zipanin himself. 45 on Angel. It should be
Glass, that's not a percentile. That's a percentage of players in that one rank.
No need to peek for Benji. 12 seconds left. No plan for Angel just yet. Good shot to start. Plant going to be attempted. Going to be stuck all the way. Oh, but the nade stopped it. Despite one kill, he can't quite correct.
Just use this esports tales. They get this website gets their data straight from the Riot API. So we go here. Ascendant 1 is currently top 3.2% as of February.
Benji has been a menace that Na'Vi have really struggled to deal with. Still trying to catch up to Minibirds, but a challenge throughout this match so far. Back to the attack.
Why is Valorant rank distribution so different from League? They're different games.
Attack side round. Well, it's going to be that first attempt. Already stunned up, blinded, everything.
Different balance teams, different design teams. Also, at the end of the day, doesn't really matter because MMR is what matters.
Gets out of there. He sticks around for the fight. I don't know.
Same percentile. I am 200 RR down. Yeah, it's the way it should be. The ranks were way too inflated.
For this squad of Heretics. The space retake and
if you look at it, Immortal was like top 2% last act, which is ridiculous. It basically means if you were Immortal 1, you're still fucking, you're not even that good. It's actually, it devalued the accomplishment of Immortal so much with how large they made it.
Fair enough, you know, worthwhile trade, but now there's valuable utility missing from the side of Navi, utility that's had a lot of impact in late rounds.
And it made like Immortal to Radiant so far. Like it was way more than a rank. The way it is now is way better because now Immortal 1, 2, 3 to Radiant is a more reasonable step. Like here was last act, we'll draw stairs, and then it goes way up there. So this is like Immortal 1, 2, 3, and then Radiant's like way up here, like off the fucking chart. And now it's like this, where it's still higher, but it's actually like you can progress to it much more reasonably after you hit Immortal 3. Because the percentiles are way closer now.
Because the recharging of those toxins for the retake. And Minibu tried to get ahead of it, but Artis finally gets that opening duel late.
It gives a much more stable sense of progression. Because now when you're Immortal 3, you're actually pretty close to Radiant.
Want to take control over main. TP through by Xiao has not worked. And a defuse, they're attempting it right now.
But last act, the Immortal 3, you could be so much worse. They're all main Viper and Omen still up? Yeah, because they're playing against the wall. As you see. They have a spam protocol.
This could be it. Yeah, I think just being able to get into these sites and these B-side post plants.
Very common post plant on this map.
It's not just a young squad blitzing their opponents with aim. They have ideas, they have plans.
Let's go, Heretics. I want Heretics to win. They're a Spanish org. And if Spanish org goes to Madrid, it'd be so hype. They add another rank. They did that. They added Ascendant to shrink Immortal. But what happened was it actually pulled everyone up. Immortal didn't shrink. And so it looks like they've just fixed that now. They already added a rank. It's perfect the way it is right now. If the percentiles don't change, then the sense of progression right now is literally, in my opinion, perfect. The percentiles right now look really good. They shouldn't change anything. It'll frustrate players who were Immortal last act because now they're Ascendant, but just get better.
So far in this game, but on the attack, there is little.
Radiant's still top 500. It's the same. Dude, Heretics are going up. Wonder how they influence their percentiles. I mean, internal software.
Nowhere to go. Drone is going to try and push it. The spam actually tinks up re-ends. But even still, I think it might be too little too late. He needs to do a whole lot, and he does manage a couple, but it's re-ends. The man sat
Hey on Heretics!
Heretics
Does the episode start this way? Yeah, they generally do, and then the ranks always overinflate. I really hope that Riot's taking measures to stop that.
But they were 10-4 down at one point, Tom. This squad was looking down and out, and they managed to come all the way back.
For Minibu and 7 for Artis.
Well, he's been matching him.
Because ultimately, players associate Immortal 1 as the same rank, regardless of what percentile it is. Because only really educated ranked climbers look into the percentiles and shit in the background. So, like, people just see Immortal 1 and it's Immortal 1. It's the same either way. It's gonna be really annoying when the percentile is like so different. Like, right now, Immortal 1 is top 0.3%. Oh, sorry, it's top 0.5. My bad. And it used to be the end of last act. Top 1.6. Immortal 1 now was Immortal 3 before. And that's why the Immortal 3 to Radiant gap felt so huge. Because these players are Immortal 1 now. It's way more reasonable. Way more reasonable. Like, look at this. Gold 1 is below average on the old distribution, which just feels so wrong. Feels so wrong. Gold 1 shouldn't be below average. And there were like no players in Iron. Back up.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
Jimmy Lin! Now Gold 1 is above average. I think it makes sense to draw the average line right between Silver and Gold. And I like Diamond being right around top 10%. This makes a lot of sense to me. Wouldn't that require constant adjustments? The player base gets better? No. Immortal rank does. Do you think the game is going, oh, how fast do they flick? Oh, they flick at an Immortal level. Let's rank them up. No. The game goes, did they beat those Ascendants? So if Ascendants get better and Diamonds get better, and if everyone gets better, then it doesn't matter because everyone stays exactly where they are. Like if every single player on the ladder
We're getting closer and closer.
Hey, yo, I'm back.
Only one more game.
Why do they look so thin in these
Away
shots?
from the Masters.
Now is the real deal.
The FOV's all off. Diamond players then legit look like silvers is not true. No, they don't. Here is Diamond Wahujin in episode 2.
Not one, JG.
Oh, it's JG.
You're above me on the scoreboard.
Damn, I'm in the left ear. Wait, I think this is where the JG save happens. Wait. Did I just accidentally find the VOD where JG dies and we call the res? Wait a sec. Yeah, he dies A short. Wait, I just found it.
Yo, I'm actually hard baiting though. I've got the least deaths.
Yo, shoot that shit.
We're all
Get
named.
him, get him.
You got one deeked, bro.
Bro, are you guys kidding me?
I'm about to take so much U-Haul control.
Is it next round?
Ace is you from. Oh no.
I feel like it's this VOD.
I got something in my eye, Omen. 1 sec.
I got something in my eye.
Alright, I'm good. Shut the fuck up.
How could it possibly be these nuts?
Got him.
This is diamond, okay? This does not look like silver.
I guess we're going B.
Oh, 360 them, bro. Fucking nice.
Was it on 12?
Go P.
Hit me with the
I caught
man.
Sova's ulting from U-Haul. JG! Okay, wait. If we get both orbs and get Sage a kill, we might be able to bring JG back.
Yeah, it's the round.
Way to win the round.
It's here.
Yeah. Or B long first.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
We found it.
Oh yeah.
I have the VOD.
Get that orb. Get that orb. Get that orb.
Wait, that was an amateur mistake. Yeah.
Fuck! I'm such a noob. Yo, we got a TP. Get the showers orb. Get the showers orb. We gotta revive JG. Oh wait, he can plant. He can plant for the orb.
I can plant and then I can res it.
Yeah, no killing the last guy.
Yo, wait up. Let me go first so you don't die. Your res is so important. Yeah, plant. We can get JG. He's short.
Let's TP and run for the res. Everyone, let's go. Come on.
No, JG's right here.
Oh wow. I wanted to go do the other one.
Yes! She CT JG. Get him.
He has to get the kill.
Go, JG, go!
Go, JG! No, JG! Can we get another red?
This is solo queue. This is before JG and I were like buds. We just run into each other in solo queue a lot. 2 op drafts? Yeah, and 3 smokes.
As well on the defense, something that we didn't see like a lot of variation when it comes to the attack.
Okay, now
Res him
Heretics is
again.
only one map away from making history and getting to Madrid. Now for Navi, it's been since 2022 that they didn't.
Yeah, so don't you guys go exaggerating. Don't go, oh, diamond back then is like silver now. No, it's not.
What?
Diamond back then is honestly like ascendant now. Like,
map 3.
don't go getting in your heads. You saw the mechs. You saw the comms. Those players are not that bad.
But we talked about Heretics. If they lost that last map, a 16-14, a long map.
Of course, that is before they added Ascendant, so Diamond is 1 rank before Immortal.
But for NAVI, they're now in that boat. I know they're capable of bouncing back, Tom, but see if they can control the wind.
They're used to this. They always lose the first map.
Closing prediction?
Welcome to NAVI. They did it against BBL, right?
Yeah, day 1 BBL. They get banged out and then win the next 2 maps 13-6, I believe. So we'll see if that's the case. Benji leading the charge. Already looking to
Huge win. Will I hit Immortal? Have to hit it for my own sense of self-worth? Oh, that's an easy question. I'll pull up your tracker after this round.
I'm also just looking at where Miniboo is. I assume he's got some way of getting there a little bit faster because this is ridiculous how long of a rotation he has. And he's actually going to end up fighting Sugetsu in mid. This is such a weird round. He wins the fight as well.
The gate crash was put out as
They have double Yoru. Line up Larry's.
Back over towards A main. And now he's going runabout.
I respect it. It's probably the right play here.
I mean, he's not afraid to run the clock down, that's for sure. Diffuse still not attempted. As Team Heretics funnel out of the choke point. And
Yeah. Line up Larry's.
his flank finally coming to fruition. A good round for him. Honestly,
Pen Flash, you are never going to get to Immortal. What is this? 5-day break?
So what I have just witnessed.
You haven't played in a week?
Cypher lead the charge.
What is this?
As a Yoru hard luck.
I can answer the question for you. You'll get to Immortal
And by the way, when I
about 5 months after this whole thing is pretty much all red, with like maybe some gray in it for like a vacation. Like you could have a week off in Madrid and the rest of this thing should look all red and it'd be fine. Life takes a lot of time, man. So does reaching one of the highest ranks in an esport. That's just how it is. There's a bunch of 15-year-olds who are playing more than you by a lot. And even if their approach to learning is flawed, they're going to have such a higher volume of games than you that you won't be able to rank up faster than them.
Yeah, that was the one sort of, like, I think they played the map.
Yeah, it isn't fair.
The one criticism I had. Now in this round, it doesn't matter so much, but Angel playing that controller super aggressively, even one round dropping the spike out onto the side. Now bear in mind,
Look, man, you have to be able to play 2 a day.
At that point, but even still,
5 days a week, average. for half a year.
When he was doing these things, it was always the
And yeah, it's fine to take a trip to Madrid or a trip with the family to Las Vegas or whatever for a week. But it's not fine to miss a, like, you just look at your fucking thing. Like, come on.
It makes sense. On Omen, though, refreshing utility. We saw, just think back to the
You're not missing 1 week for a vacation. You're missing every week for life.
But you gain something special with Angel, which is even if your entry is dead, your entry is alive. Good chance for Zipan, but yeah, swinging through the wall, it was being watched. Unlucky. 2 versus 5, and damage still the name of the game, but well, they're on hard difficulty with these weapons and with Heretics having all the control. No need to peek, ranged angles, and
Better play 2 a day for 5 days or 5 a day for 3 of the days. 5 a day for 3 of the days will genuinely result in like no improvement, in my opinion.
Lucia flawless in round number 2, and it's more
Like, you'll get better, but it'll be like trash.
The ways that you should see these rounds.
Improvement is a process where you go to sleep and the neurological pathways in your brain rewire and get wider. Your brain goes, huh, I've been doing this thing every day. Let's start adjusting ourselves to be better at this thing. And so any day where you don't practice is a day where you like tell your brain, actually it's not that common. We don't do it that much. We don't need to wire up. About 8 a day, 5 days a week, you can't do that. There's no world you're 100% focused for 8 games. You're not that guy.
He will fall. I think maybe a little bit of a jump scare.
Tell me you're mid-rounding 8 games in a row. Pre-round IGLing, calling double holds. Bullshit you are.
Quick kill onto him. The B side is lost. The T
Look at the buddies and pro players. A meme. It's a meme. It's a meme. These accounts have everybody.
You just take the players down, I suppose. NAVI left in a 2 versus 4 and a chance.
Pretty much all of these guys are Counter-Strike veterans. They all started in like Radiant.
Have a chance at putting around on the board. They're not going for it though, you know, because it was a chance. It was a risk. It was a gamble. If they were to commit instead, they will save those weapons, both rifles, to be carried through to the next, as Team Heretics don't really seem to be hunting down. Great success already on this attack side, and we mentioned, like I said, long game on the first map. You lose.
You split 8 games a day, split into blocks of like 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening. If you bring me a VOD and your tracker has that, I genuinely will close your VOD and tell you to go get a life.
A little bit, but there's still plenty of time. Let's not fear.
Committing that much time to a video game is unhealthy. Fact. There's no universe you can call that acceptable unless you are Radiant and you are trying to go pro. And you are not allowed to say I'm trying to go pro when you're platinum. Not allowed.
I can't really point to anyone that didn't show up. I think Boo didn't have the same sort of ACS as we've seen before.
Because that's called being delusional.
I don't really care.
Yeah, exactly. Like I also feel like for an Omen sort of controller player, you can't really expect them to drop crazy.
Max usage just per day, 5.
Vania over in Game Changers. She consistently does it, but other than that, unlikely. But a good start for Heretics. And that's
if you're independently wealthy, so you don't have to work, it might be a nice replacement for a 9 to 5. Nah, bro. Nah. If you're independently wealthy, you should be using that time. Like, sure. Play your 5 fucking ranked games every day. It's lit. In fact, I'm going to bring up my private student Rag as this example here, Street, because Rag owns a business. They publish a game on Roblox, and he's a millionaire. Does not work much. Okay? So he's independently wealthy because of his business. And for his lifestyle is like very good. He'll go to the gym. He has other hobbies, but then yes, he'll treat Valorant very seriously for a full 5-game series every day. But more than that is like, dude, come on.
Timer's got to be running low, but he's made it. 1 kill and he's out of there, just like on his chamber, but a little bit more ludicrous of an angle.
Have some diversity in the way you live life.
And the TP from Minibu gets him 1. He's got to do so much more from this corner.
I'd say you're allowed to up it once you get to Radiant. Like, you can get to Radiant on 5 a day, easy peasy.
Team Heretics, 3 to 1 we
And then when you're Radiant, if you say to yourself, you know what, fuck it, I want to try to get into a tier 2 org, sure, play more.
Maybe he shouldn't be able to, and just the initial space taken. Similar problems to what they had versus that chamber as well. Although,
But like not until you're Radiant.
too upset about that one. Other than that, Xiao with a couple of good trades and a little bit of an early response. Now the ults are starting to come online. Mini Boot is going to have
I think 5 a day is the minimum to hit Radiant. I do, yeah.
really take space and look to combo.
How much when Radiant wants to go pro? Like at that point, bro, it's whatever number.
Trying to get the information on the rest of the players. Patatek has gone down though.
I would say the most important thing, let's say you hit Radiant and you tell yourself, I'm going to go pro, or I'm going to try to go pro. You need to have an exit condition that you adhere to religiously. What do I mean by that? I mean, you tell yourself, for the next year, I'm going to try to go pro. And if I get to this point, and let's say, if I start making at least $50,000 a year from Valorant, I can keep playing. If I don't reach that in a year, I will give up. You need to give yourself an exit condition like that, because going pro is a foolish goal. And you need to recognize that. You can chase the dream, but give yourself a timeline to be like, okay, but realistically speaking, if I'm not that guy, I'll stop. And then you take it super seriously for that time frame.
Let's see how NAVI respond.
It's looking like for a second, maybe things would get a little bit shaky in the middle, but it's this man Minibu again. He just causes havoc pretty much all the way through. Just being behind them, being back on mid, even lurking. It doesn't necessarily play to the norm of what I expect to see from a Yoru, but I'm definitely enjoying it.
How much difference there between being a pro and playing in ranked Radiant without going pro though? Massive, massive. Pros are so much better at the game. It's not even like palpable. It's hard to explain. They know everything about the game. And it becomes more about... Pros will mostly just spend their days working on learning how to coordinate with their specific set of teammates. Because they're all pretty much perfect at playing the game on an individual level. Like, of course, there's deviations in abilities to, like, win individual isolated duels, but that's not the game. The game is understanding how to position to hold B site. It's understanding 500 Sova lineups on the Ascent hit, how to throw the right smokes on what timings, where to position when you're executing. Like, all of that stuff is pretty much just common knowledge to all the pros. You think Acer could go pro? No. Well, maybe, but he's spec'd out individually. But going pro, I'm trying to explain to you, is not about that. It's a different challenge. Once you're like, once you understand how to play the game at the highest level, it's about how well you can communicate to a team. And how quickly you can react to what they communicate to you. And that's not something that, like, you don't get prepared for that from ranked. Which is why you need to start competing in tier 2. Rank gap comparable to that gap, like Diamond to Radiant? No. No. Any ranked gap can be closed with just individual practice. I would say the gap from Radiant to Pro cannot be closed with individual practice.
That's going to spawn him, spur him forward, I should say. Flash, 2 in hand, ready to pop around the back. Decoy thrown out, the steps are being made, Flash is off the wall, and he's out. No, he's not. Another Flash to play, and here he comes!
How the hell did he not die, dude?
But the players on Heretics are not giving up control. We've been on board with Artis while the rest of the team was thinned out.
Yeah, exactly, Street. And you can't even begin working on step 2 until you, like, complete step 1. Now, and that's why, like, lots of players who are pros in other games have an easier time going pro. And it's not because they have step 1 completed. It's because step 2 comes easier. Like, when you watch me play, you see it. somebody tells me to do something or call something, and it's a muscle. I can't resist it. I trust the call instantly. And it's because I spent a decade playing basically at a tier 2 level in League of Legends in 5 stacks.
And the fact is they use one of their ults, the Dimensional Drift, because of how close that retake ended up coming, and they didn't really get much for it. Still 3 players survived. Financially, no problems for Heretics. They are just disrespecting a lot of their opponents.
But a lot of you don't have that muscle at all. Like, I'll play in-houses with you guys, I'll give you some info, and you do not have the capability to trust a comm. You don't have the capability to follow a comm blindly. You instead have to think through the comm to make sure you trust it first, and it's slow, it's inefficient.
Another kill for him. Benji goes down being aggressive, though. It's a 3v3 scenario, but the time now ticking in Heretics' favor.
If I'm not mistaken, Miniboo, just put out a gate crash there, is sitting 12 kills and 1 death. Not bad for a start. Let's see if we can double up those deaths. Well, he's coming close to doubling up the kills in just a matter of rounds. Ult already popped. Info for 1.
Trust all team comms, period. Very rarely do I not just blindly follow. Highly doubt. Queue up the in-houses on Saturday. Maybe that's true in a silver lobby where the pacing is really slow, but there's no world in like the middle of the chaos you can follow a call at your level. There's no world.
Genuinely outrageous behavior from this young gun.
I think the thing is,
Your brain will be too overloaded.
Impressive, but considering he's playing as like that entry and I'll say about 80% of rounds.
That's the energy.
Yeah, no, in that KO clip, I'm pretty sure that guy was literally a Radiant like tier 2 player, chat. That guy did not hesitate. He's such a beast.
Angel's gonna go for a hero rifle. We've always said that with these Eurocomps, sometimes things can become a little bit more expected, but the fact is, it's the pace. That's what's coming up for Heretics. Straight through they go already. Leading the charge.
Bro, let's go, Team Heretics.
Once again up close, just doing so much damage. Even a headshot onto Artist through the wall. Okay, his teammates.
This is looking like a stomp.
You still gotta land it.
Yeah, it's just the fact that he looks so calm when he goes into a site. Every corner cleared, every fight he needs to win, he wins. Even fights he doesn't need to win, he wins. Miniboo is one of the most impressive talents we've seen debuting at this level. That's the crazy thing about it. For all the
I presume Miniboo is the younger brother.
must be there. I don't know if having your brother on the other side helps out. I don't know what his secret is. But teams need to study this guy. 23 HP on Angel. Zipman's got nothing to do. And it's Miniboo.
This guy is... This guy is wiping. Okay, yeah, he's 18. Oh yeah, he's young.
I feel like at this point it might be 0.
What happened? Miniboo is 17-1 right now, Pem Flash. He's dead ass just dominating.
Wow. 1 round? Kick him. Get him out. Put Weber back in.
Oh, they're rising him up too.
I don't think those were the coach mics, but
Yeah, look at him. He's 17-1. He's literally smurfing, dude.
Great at accents, I gotta say. He's doing a fantastic job masking that UK
Spectators, you better not leave this guy's POV.
He's a man of many talents.
Another talent to be studied. I'll tell you that. Wow. Send him to Hollywood. 7-1. I might as well make movies about Miniboo at this stage. I want to see more from this guy, and we've got many more rounds
called
coming.
Rambo.
With the
He's so patient.
of the Predator as well. He's teleporting around. He's invisible at times. Even create clones of himself. 2 Miniboos on 1 server. No. Does that just make a boo? Maybe.
I don't know how many boos you have to divide to get a mini boo, but at the moment it's looking like a mini boo might be an ironic name, and he's actually much bigger because there's frags on the server.
Remember when we were talking about how the younger brother is frequently the better of the two? Just due to the circumstance? Look at him go!
Already the information being found. Artist is gone. His impact was paramount in the last 2 times they played this map. He has been silenced. A peek through is expected. But
Ooh! It's been cursed!
I don't even know how he's seen that second. Looking to try and take the game into his own hands.
This is a best of 3 single limb to qualify. Why are you acting like that's so crazy? Like, as if Riot just dropped them here with no games before this. there were group stages that were double elim.
Especially with Xiao down. Sugetsu, one more to put it
We're at
across the line.
semifinals
Double
now.
Navi's round count. It has been a really tough game.
And
For this
yes,
defensive
at
side,
this
it's not getting
point,
any easier. I thought Patatek had the kill.
it's a best of 3 and the winner qualifies. And that always eventually happens in any bracket. Or sure, a best of 5 or whatever. But at some point it becomes loser goes home, winner goes to event. That's this series.
They're a long way from it.
Yeah, it's still a very real possibility of a resurgence.
Usually games that lead to qualification are best of 5.
So it's definitely not
The seeding match and the championship points match is BO5. It's just a schedule thing, chat.
You don't have a man at Angel at the helm and never be in a position where you could lose the match.
Like, I swear, everyone who watches Valorant simultaneously asks for more games and less games at the same time. Like, there have been so many matches
If he goes amiss, maybe this game
in the past week and a half.
That's it. I mean, I think it's fair to say most of their rounds have been.
We had teams having to play 2 series in one day. And chat was like, this is crazy. They shouldn't play this much. And now you're out here like, this is crazy. They need to play more. They should be double elim. BO5.
He's just stood in one of the only angles he's open to everything with a smoke in hand. And now, well, they can just swarm onto the side.
Bro, like when?
To even aim at. Rians has now come up with a triple, but
Isn't the problem they do all this in a week or 2? Oh, sure. Let's just run a month-long tournament.
As to the game plan there.
These teams have to fly out, dude.
I want to say a small gap, but it's a pretty
You think these teams just all live in Berlin or whatever?
This weapon seems next to impossible. There you go. Benji puts that final nail into the coffin for Navi. We talked about a chance with that previous round, a way back in, and they lose it to that, to just contacting up mid. And as well
The
as
Brazilian teams in North America League, they have to be in LA for 2 weeks.
You're hearing that, you're seeing it with any mid control. With even a glance from Angel to the right, he'll see a poison orb and think, okay, we haven't got control there. But just that blindside.
they have done this multiple times. Like, it's not like they've been completely avoiding mid the entirety of the game, and then they've just gone, oh, that's a surprise. Like, this is something they've been doing throughout. We've even seen...
All it takes is one bait tweet from a pro coach. Viewers base their whole opinion off that. Oh, true. I guarantee it. If I haven't seen any videos on the format, but I guarantee it. A large majority of you are parroting an opinion on the format that you saw from a TMV video or a Sliggy video or whatever. You're just parroting their exact opinion on the topic, which can be fine.
Maybe it is.
But like,
you have to look to the fact that Heretics are making Navi uncomfortable, that you see those mistakes come through. Those aren't mistakes.
you're just, I'm sure you're just, whatever they said, you immediately went, yeah, that's true. I believe that.
Yeah, guys, just leave mid open, honestly. With 30 seconds, they barely even get up it.
Thought the Brazilian players have housing in LA. They do. They're still away from home. Maybe you don't have a family that you like and appreciate, or maybe you don't have a home that you look forward to return to after work or whatever. But being a month away from home for a lot of people is draining. Might not be true for you, but it's a thing.
Double digits still possible for Heretics before they even touch the defensive side.
Haven't sent much in towards the B site. It's mostly been this A site takes leading the charge. No
Like a lot of them, their primary language isn't even English. And you're acting like it's so simple for them to stay in LA because, oh, but they have an esports facility. Bro, it's exhausting. They can't even communicate in their native language. They go out for dinner and they've got to fucking read the English menu, order in English. Like even these EU teams in Germany, like they have the same problem.
But his position is just not one where he could get any real value. It would have to be massive mistakes and, well, flashes, fragments.
Yeah, true. Like just flip the script. Imagine the LAN is in Brazil. Like, okay, the LAN is in Brazil now. You have to go to Brazil for a month. Not just 1 month out of the year. No. You have to go to Brazil for kickoff and then both of the international leagues. And then after the leagues, do you get to go home? No, no. Madrid, Shanghai, and Seoul. Bro, no, that would be terrible.
choices. I don't know what I can realistically expect to change in this last round. 9-3.
You got to give the teams breaks.
Barely be forming the foundations.
I'd say the one thing that you could take issue with would be the very long off season.
Luis locks down one angle for this squad. Again, dangerous being mini boot, capable of bypassing it, capable also.
But I have no issue with a 2-week-long kickoff tournament with breaks in between. That makes a lot of sense to me.
The ultimate himself, the Hunter's Fury.
I honestly, I don't mind the off season. I think it gives teams a very nice long break. I think it should be shortened by a bit, but I honestly think we should have at minimum a 3-month off season.
Clearly having their own plans in mind. And to be honest, they don't need to rely on getting an entry kill on something like that.
Like for viewers, it sucks, right? You're like, oh, it's too long. I wish we had more tourneys. Bro, these teams are practicing 16 hours a day, man, during the on season. Take your current job. You're 9 to 5, okay? Now let's pretend you're overworked, because you probably are, statistically speaking, and you're actually working 8:30 to 6. Okay, change that. Now you're working 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And now you're working that long for 9 months straight. And you get a 3-month break. You're going to want a longer break. 3 months ain't going to be long enough for you.
This is a textbook round for Team Heretics.
Don't act like, oh, it's a video game, so they're having fun. It's different. It's not. It's a job. I assure you. Because I feel it after one 12-hour stream for a long watch party. Even though I love Valorant. It's still work. Like during the on-season, these players are pushing themselves to their absolute peak. They are grinding. Having a long scheduled break is important.
With some of the best teams in the world. Remember, NAVI, with or without artists.
No, Josh, 80 hours a week is less than I'm saying. That would mean weekends off. What day? You think these teams have weekends off? Bro, they're playing this weekend. The America's finals are on Saturday and Sunday. You think they get weekends off? What? No. 80 hours? No, bro. Try 116 or 112 or whatever.
Everything could be seen as a risk, and well, it looks like they've hit green. Everything on point, but
the only reason why the offseason feels long is because in traditional sports, you have some other sport to go watch. In Valorant, the offseason begins and you're like, oh, I miss Valorant. But it's still like having a break is important. I don't think it needs to be 6 months, though. I agree with that. But saying they should have tournaments throughout the offseason as well for the teams is like crazy. You're basically, you want them to work year round for your entertainment. Again, it's not just the players, the casters, observers, production team. Like the people on the production team at Riot, they work weekends because there's games on the weekends. Like, they need a break too, man.
And a chance now for this squad of Heretics. This pistol round, I mean, it would surely seal the fate of NAVI.
And have that as spread out breaks, because from a competitive perspective, interspersing breaks in the on-season is worse for the teams. Let's say it's just a 1 month break between International League 1 and International League 2. A 1 month break. Okay? That break is so short that teams are going to They're going to practice for that whole month. That's not a break.
For the most part, they're going to have a huge step.
That's short enough that teams will stay together and practice for a month for the so that they're better.
Heretics would have to just start feeling that pressure now. They didn't feel it when they were 10-4 down on the last map. They didn't feel it after they won the first map coming into map 2. But maybe somehow if it just came out of the blue, that might help out NAVI a little bit, but I wouldn't be holding my breath if I was a NAVI fan right now. Still though, this round is not going to have much. In fact,
decide to take the break, you lose so much practice. Yeah, exactly. That 6-month off season for pro teams was probably more like 2 months of total break, if I had to guess. And then 4 months of practicing, recomping, strategizing, scrimming.
The idea to stack up a lot.
But like, I'm sure the coaching staff recognizes the importance of giving the players like genuine time off, but you can't give them too much because you'll fall behind. Like notoriously, Korea, who have the best League of Legends teams, like historically, they practice 16 plus hours a day, just like year round.
All of those close range angles.
And is why they're so much better than like the North American League of Legends teams, who don't practice as much.
Their wall gives them so much control. Decoy baiting in. Benji's done well to hide for now. Good
Ooh! He gets 2? My God, wow, what a fucking great KO nade. That KO nade is so good. Yeah, you guys see this series live right now, yeah? You see how hard the players are playing? This is a scrim. They're playing this hard in their scrims. Except they play 3 scrims a day. Best of 3. Oh, also, when a team gets to 13 in a scrim, you think they stop? No. They play 24 rounds. Regardless. Their scrim block will be a guaranteed 48 or 72 rounds against another team. And they'll do that 3 times a day. Because they'll play out.
It's a setup that relies almost purely around them doing exactly what they did. Well,
what do we discuss, Tom? What do we discuss? Oh, look, they're going mid, Tom. They're avoiding the choke point, Tom. They're avoiding the corner where the guy can sit with a pistol.
Like, being this good at Valorant sounds fun, but actually doing it, it takes a certain type of person.
I guess you had to clear it. Oh, that's tragic. That is absolutely tragic for the side of NAVI for Heritage.
That's why I know I can never go pro.
2 rounds from Madrid. Off the back of classics.
It's not just about a skill thing. It's about a drive thing, and I don't have that.
And let them push you, because they're on the attack.
I would
so
die.
These 2 rifles, Angel and Sagetsu, are gonna hope that
It's like the best players always have these problems. It's not just in esports. Like Michael Phelps famously would swim. He spent 5 hours a day in the pool every day. He'd swim 8 miles a day. Then he'd spend another 3 hours in the gym.
Haditech has taken a lot of damage in response. Down to just 5 HP. And somehow this is a much better opportunity for Na'Vi in this round. Xiao just going to try and
Like, you have to be completely devoted.
Paranoia still available as well for Angel.
Paranoia. I mean, it's not being followed up on. Mini boost.
Doesn't that just ruin the muscles, though? You give them no rest time? 8 hours of exercise a day? With professional personal trainers, professional dietitians.
He killed the first guy. Mini Boo was on 5 health. Everybody was low. But unfortunately, not low enough. 12 to 3.
If you tried to do it, yes, you would just pass out. For sure. But he worked up to that. Just like if you tried to play Valorant for 16 hours, fully focused, you couldn't do it. But a pro player could.
Just to put it into perspective, Boo last year, the only man
They could. Doesn't mean they would. But like if you told them that they had to remain focused, to be clear, they've got breaks throughout the day. Like they don't need to, the moment a scrim ends, they don't just queue it up and go next. No, they'll take 30 minutes, do some meditation, eat a banana, get in the sauna or whatever. Then they go into the next game. They have mental recovery techniques. It's their job.
In the top 2 teams in the EMEA and making it to an international
Banana? Yeah. Bananas are very, very, very common between games for brain health.
This would be one of the most ridiculous things, one of the biggest upsets.
I know. I'm a banana.
One of the biggest surprises I think we've ever had in EMEA history. For now, they need just 1, and they come in with the better buy. They come in with matching ultimates to the other side. Boo's the first one to come under pressure. I say that, Angel is almost dead already.
Oh, they've changed direction, but they haven't caused the rotates they think they have, Tom. There's still 3 players here. We can
Should
see
I eat more bananas? Statistically speaking, you should eat more fruits and vegetables across the board. Like, I don't know you, but just statistically speaking, you don't eat enough fruits and vegetables, yeah.
Stay to NAVI, a fantastic recon that's cleared out nothing.
Don't
But
want me.
on the upside, he doesn't have to take a fight. He can take his time now. Let his teammates reroute. He'll have a recon up in a little bit if he can stay alive behind yellow. The retake attempt, Benji, Fishy, Patatek, and Rien, some utility, both flashes for Patatek. Still a nade to work with as well.
Dude.
Nice opening shot.
Navi just fell
Keep that down,
apart.
Zareen. Oh, he's gonna get tied. He's gotta be panicking right now. 45 HP on Sugetsu. And he's being revealed.
This
We know
retake?
exactly where
Okay,
he
that
is,
pick from
but he's still
Sugetsu is
able to win
huge.
one fight.
But this retake looked
Thinning out
so
numbers, the
winnable before that
timeout
pick.
ticking away.
Because of
Navi
this
seem to
fight
have
here.
This one in the bag. A big play needed, and time is of the essence. Perhaps even needing to stick it to half already. It's going to be attempted.
Oh,
It's body blocked,
tough.
but Patatek now alone. And Xiao's just about to swing through to finish the round, keeping it alive for Navi. 8 in a row. One hell of a task.
If anyone could do it, it'd probably be them, but at the same time, we have not seen the same Navi that we have witnessed throughout the tournament. The FPX that managed to win themselves a Masters seems like a long, long way away. And right now, the new blood of Valorant leading the charge. Rian's going to invest into the Outlaw, a judge for Boo. This is definitely not the best purchase, but at the same time, you can see he's playing close. You don't know what he'll get away with after what we've seen so far in this match.
Angel's in trouble. That's the Outlaw looking at him. It has a gap.
Oh, Mini
And
Boo's
it's
mad about
found
that.
its mark. Angel down to the new gun.
That was a free kill.
The damage would have been enough, but the kill removes a very
It's hindsight,
valuable
though. Nothing you can do.
utility for Navi. They haven't put their Viper wall down yet, though. Still the potential to change.
Even if you go for
how this
body
round
there,
looks.
like you don't know he's light or heavy. I feel like you go for body because 140, even if he's heavy, is so efficient, especially with Boo's judge. Tier 2 teams play the same hours Tier 1 teams? No, not even close.
Making their way up mid, but again,
Tier
the
2
cabs
teams
from Benji
rarely pay their players a working salary,
to defend himself,
so
but maybe he doesn't
their
need
players have to
defending.
do other
With a sneak
things.
going on him, he gets aggressive, goes for the peak, the flash through is perfect, the shot's not so much, but he's done
Like one of the teams that qualified this year was Winthrop University. Their players have class. They're college students.
With 40 seconds left, the run through coming in, he's actually committed a full spray.
And that's why most like Tier 2 players will tell you that they wouldn't actually stand a chance against a Tier 1 team in a proper match.
Just to try and find anything, but the problem is 20 seconds left. He has to get onto that spike. And Heretics, they are not overcommitting. They are not overfacing. They are showing that resilience.
Because those teams are just, they have way more hours.
Seen throughout. And now they look to retake together.
It's a formality, surely. They know exactly where he's planted. They've inboxed.
Damn.
Fittingly, Mini Boo's the one to deal the
Oh, he's
final
popping
blow.
off, dude.
VCT rookie
This is so good. They're going to Madrid, dude.
as they go.
The Spanish team in Madrid is gas. They're literally going home right now to Madrid. They're honestly, they might be one of the favorites of the tournament. Because being home, like they're going home right now to practice. And then they don't have to fly or anything. They could make a pretty deep run. Yeah, home field advantage. Genuinely though, that's one of the reasons why EG, like that is one of the genuine advantages EG had at LA. Yeah, EG's located in Seattle, blah, 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 blah. The teams scrim in LA. They mostly just live in LA. But being that close is so huge. Which is why the circuit moves around the world every year. Try to keep that roughly fair.
He's just a sub, right? I could maybe pick this guy up, and Rians may not be on the block right now, but an 18
I don't think any of the players are Spanish though. Oh, really? Is this a Spanish org?
And yes, Mitch, you're never gonna get the end of it.
Boo's a happy man, but so am I. Benji and the boys. Boo and his brother. Panatek back on.
You're right, you're right. Boo's brother Lithuanian, Turkish, England. in Poland.
favorite that's going to take the stage over in Madrid. And they've
You're right. It's just the org, but their HQ is in Spain, right? So that's where they Prague. So that's where they've made their home, sort of. Like I'm from the East Coast, but I've made my home in Seattle on the West Coast. I moved here for work 3 years ago.
And now we're going to be heading off to the interview with Sue.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I'm now joined by Padatek. Congratulations, Padatek. It's been
Yeah, their HQ's in Madrid, exactly.
VCT EMEA once again. This is like a homecoming.
All right. Let me update the stream title. We're watching the Fnatic game. That was a fast game.
It's been insane. The support from everyone, like taking stage was always my dream, and like qualifying to Madrid.
Payout
First
Team
major tournament
Heretics.
For me, I've always dreamt of it, and we finally did it.
Now we have Fnatic versus Carmi and Corp.
Which is really crazy. Now, there is a lot of uncertainty, you know, with visa issues and everything else. Are you able to tell me anything about that? Will you be playing at Madrid?
Yes, I will be playing in Madrid.
Nice, Padatek. How does that feel? Because it's been such a long time. You used to dominate EU. Nobody could beat you back there. And now you get to go to a big tournament.
Who are we rooting for? I'm rooting for Fnatic.
As I said, I've always dreamed of it.
I like Fnatic as an org. I like all of their players. And they gave me their bundle.
But now finally I got the chance to prove myself, to play on the big stage, and we just did it.
How did you get back here? Because it would be a very
But all of their players are
position to give up
class acts.
and not getting this opportunity. So what was
I like how they handle themselves. I like how the org generally handles things.
feel like allowed you to come back to the top?
It's just hard work. Like all I'm gonna say is just you need to work.
Like they've got a very good reputation. Who can be bought? I can be. I can be bought. That's for sure.
And last question. A lot of people didn't respect you guys, you know. I've seen
You can
the
buy
tier
me
lists.
with
I've seen
good
the people saying
attitude.
that this roster wasn't gonna make it. So
If
what
you're
do
not
you have to say to those
toxic,
people that you proved them wrong?
I mean, you put us in
you don't trash talk much,
now, yeah?
Yes, that's right. That's right. They are.
then you've bought me. And Fnatic has been buying me for the past 2 years. They trash talk back, but they never start it, and they always have good relations with like every team. Like a lot of the NA teams trash talk. I agree. The way that I feel it is, I'm saying E viewers trash talk more than NA viewers. More doesn't mean NA doesn't do it. It doesn't mean NA doesn't do it a lot. They do it a lot, but it really feels like the E viewers are aggressive with it. A hot rod loyal. Dude. The royal. Not loyal, the royal. The hot rod royal.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Robin Wobbin, obviously I'm a Cougar fan. I'm sitting in a hot rod royal right now. You can get one at cougargaming.com/hotrod-royal. That's cougargaming.com/hotrod-royal. Order now. Damn, what a fast series. That series started 2 hours ago. You know what monitors they use at LANs? Yes. So I'm not going to name brands, but there's like one monitor that all the players like to use. Anyone names a brand, I'm timing you out. This is not a stream for that. Ask me off watch party hours. Anybody names a brand, you're getting timed out. There's a monitor all the players like to use. And if a monitor brand sponsors the event, it's not unheard of that they will take the outer shell of that monitor and they will panel swap in the preferred esports panel, the players. So you'll see them using the monitor that's sponsoring the event or whatever, but the players are not necessarily playing on that monitor. It looks like it for the sponsors. Sometimes they don't do that, and the players will play on the sponsored panel as well. But they complain about that a lot of the time, depending on what the panel is. Because, of course, monitor is a very, very, very important peripheral. So it can be frustrating to the players if a brand with a subpar monitor sponsors the event and the players have to use that panel. So that's your insight. It depends on the venue, depends on the event. But there is a monitor brand and a panel that generally is the most used. Ask me during not a watch party stream. I'll tell it to you. And if you start talking more about it, I'll time you out. Because it doesn't matter that much if you're not literally a pro. What if I make monitors and then they're really good and then I sponsor VCT and all the pros are like, wow, I like the Robin monitors? I got bad news for you, Robin. Pro players are really fucking annoying. Even if your panel's better, they don't give a fuck. There don't exist many pros who are objective about things. They will take their 103 FOV Valorant or CSGO or whatever, where they can see all of this shit, and they will intentionally smush it to 70 FOV because they played 4x3 when they were a kid. An objective disadvantage. And then they will cope about how it's an advantage. Saying the heads are wider or whatever. Like, you can't convince pro players. When OD26 shared his objective findings and proof that counter strafing in Valorant doesn't do anything, like tapping the opposite key to stop doesn't make you stop faster, there were pros who called him out for being dumb. Even though OD provided proof, he measured it. He showed that it doesn't do anything. There were pros who didn't. They just said that's dumb. Of course it helps. Like, that's just how pros are. They're set in their ways a lot of the time. I call it the savant effect. When you're like really talented or you learn something pretty naturally, you don't recognize a lot of the conscious thought that goes into it. You see the skill is almost like you see it naturally. So to you, the thing is important. And if you stopped counter strafing, you'd be worse. And so it genuinely matters to them. But that's why, like, generally the best players sometimes make the worst teachers.
So it's going to be a really big moment for the organization as well. And I do like that you mentioned Miniboo, because for me, best rookie in the world right now, hey, I'm going to put it out there. And I think teams should be scared to play against him in Madrid.
Okay, so Hooge objectively is 1080p better from a competitive standpoint. Higher resolution, all else equal. If everything else is equal, input latency is equal, FPS is equal. If all of these things are equal, gray to gray response times, all of them equal, higher resolution is better. Of course, because you can see more. Like if you're playing in 8K, then that enemy who's 50 meters away, their head is more clear, easier to shoot them. Assuming everything else about the panel is objectively equal, which is never true.
Like throughout all these matches without being able to fist bump.
Yeah, somebody fist bump him, I beg, somebody.
It was like a phantom fist bump, you know?
All of them.
Yeah, and also, as you heard from Patatek,
My God, we're getting terrible screen tear right on that that monitor.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you went all this journey with Patatek, and of course, we know that the visa situation is not easy, and we don't know if Woods is going to be old enough, or if he even has, you know, his visa before he turns 18.
Do we know what refreshers they're using? Depends on the event.
From organizational perspective, like,
as far as I'm aware, never lower than 240 hertz as of today. I don't think any of the panels they use are slower than that.
Exactly, it's a very good comparison.
I mean, here we go, the stats. This is to beat NAVI.
24 versus 27-inch monitor matter at all? It can, depending on how close or far you like to sit from your monitor. But everyone uses 24. 24 and a half sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see how Miniboo is going to do in Madrid, also in the grand finals tomorrow. But now it's time to talk about the second match.
No, the lowest they will play on is 240, Joe Bye.
An upset again, potentially, because it's very much the same storyline. We have a team in Fnatic that always went to international events, and then a team, Kakuka, like K-Core, that only went to Locking because they were invited. They've never actually made it to a Masters.
Yeah, exactly. We need to change that number to Heretic soon.
Buzz Lightyear, I'm just gonna time you out. You can Google this shit if you're interested in supplements and stimulants and whatever. It's not a topic that I like seeing in my chat. It's a poisonous topic. By poisonous, I mean it will dominate the chat for the rest of the stream if I don't make it stop. Because people are very opinionated on that topic.
Very vocal about their support for their team, and it's like very.
Look at the monitors on stage at chance, but like look through a window, the refresh rate was so high. Yeah, I remember from the audience. You remember? I remember you commenting on that. I don't notice it because I used the same panel.
And I always expect them to perform well, and even though coming into this tournament, like we know.
All I'll say is if you're shopping a monitor, come like not during the watch parties, but the thing that you care about that no monitor manufacturer will ever advertise, so you have to go find it elsewhere, is input latency. Not to be confused with response time. Because they'll all tell you the response time of their panels. Response time is how long it takes a pixel to change colors. Not how long it takes your input to be reflected on screen. They're very different. This is the thing that matters the most for esports. They both matter, but this is the thing that differentiates good esports panels from bad ones. And none of them will tell you this number. You're going to have to go find it yourself. Google it. But there's a lot of panels with very high refresh rates and good response times that are trash because they have really bad input latency, like relative to another panel.
80 minutes? Yeah. It's crazy when you compare the amount of experience that KC
response times really don't matter as long as they're lower than 3 ms.
Is that actually a good thing for KC? Because I think it is. Of course. How is it a bad thing? Yeah. Just make the conversation.
Like gray to gray, it is not that
Fnatic doesn't want to
important.
spend a little bit of more time on the service, as you said, the counter trading. It's something that Fnatic doesn't want to show. On the other side, KC with the new players, they need to gather the experience, but I think they're getting it. You see how
MV10, go Google it. My opinion on this doesn't matter. You can go look up the objective data.
And they do actually better executions of them, specifically on like split. There was a progress when it comes to how.
It's like asking me what's a good mathematic. Like what's a good number, or what do I think 5 + 5 equals or whatever. Why doesn't response time matter? Timing you out. I didn't say that. When I say something matters less, that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. It means it's less important than the other thing. They could both be very important. One thing could be 9 out of 10 important, the other could be 10 out of 10 important, and this thing would be less important than that. But it doesn't make it not important. So I'm timing you out because you drew a conclusion that annoys me.
That ended up kicking you last year. So what do you think about this? And also, how much of this opportunity are you going to take?
I think it's cool, but to be honest, I don't like think about this. It's another match for us, and
the fact that I said it was important. I just said it was less important.
Test ourselves. But it would be, I think your time is over. Like you want to let me play as well on the stage, so yeah, we're gonna do our best.
Yeah, they're interviewing together.
What do you think about that? How do you respond to that?
I think that's fair. You know, it's a win-win for me too. You know, keep the throne. No, I'm joking.
I feel like I should just leave and let you guys go back and forth and have a little battle.
I mean,
Fanatics is way too cool, dude. Look out, they're homies, man.
I'll make it a more of a wholesome one. How nice is it to see one of your ex-teamers like Magnum to be able to develop and make his way back into VCT EMEA and to make it this far as well?
It's really nice. I think personally, from all my teammates that I played with in the past, I think Magnum was the one where I thought he could come back from, obviously, and leaving our roster.
Brillo, that's Googleable. Yeah, so I'm not your personal tech teacher when it comes to how hardware works and what those things mean. You can just Google what
It was just
First of all, input latency, not delay, and response time. You can just Google what that means. Like, at a certain point in life, you need to be able to self-educate. This is one of those points. I am not a professional monitor manufacturer. I'm not an expert in the topic, but I understand enough about them to know what's important when I personally purchase a panel for myself.
And also watch the finals,
But the only reason I know that is because I pretty much self-educated on the topic with research, and I've used a ton of panels.
That we played out of some of these VCT teams, so I always thought that they would actually.
But that's so easily Googleable.
And you know, here they are today playing against us, so I'm just looking forward to playing against you and having a good one.
You've scrimmed each other. Okay, Magnum. Does that feel like an advantage? Maybe you know their secrets.
No, not to be honest. But yeah, I think it's good for us because like the boys know there is all 5 human and they know they do mistakes, but they play well as well. We just need to. It's another opponent for us, so I think that's like good for us that we.
You can use a chat AI. I'm gonna time you out too. That's terrible advice. I'm gonna time Sammy out too. These things make shit up all the time.
Which one is going to come out?
You should be Googling and reading from experts.
Oh, the mind games. We're in full mind games.
This shit will frequently be wrong in very minor ways that adds up over time. Like in one response, it'll give you a good enough answer or whatever most of the time. But over time, your information about the world or your knowledge about it will be incorrect in minor ways that are very annoying.
Plus on the other side, you have a
Like, take anything you're an expert in and ask it a question about that, and then you'll realize how bad chat AIs are for asking questions. So take a topic you consider yourself an expert in and ask the chat AI about that. And then imagine that it gives answers like that for every topic. You're just not knowledgeable enough about the other topics to recognize how flawed its answers are.
3C were denied, so it does feel like at least Mini has something on end.
Well, I would say that in general, Fnatic is a team that you would expect counters the opponents the best. And now, combining...
These are for coding related purposes? Yeah, they're great for like autocomplete. I love Copilot.
But Eng, I would say he is just dreading the teams so well when it comes to personal performance. So even
Because I can always, of course, change what it outputs because I'm an expert. But like, as somebody who knows a lot about cybersecurity, if you ask it, like, the answers it gives seem legit if you don't know anything about cybersecurity, or even if you know a little bit. But it is so wrong a lot of the time.
Is going to be Fnatic different, not because you know he's going to make them lose, but because we need to see that next step for Fnatic. We already know them as a team that is able to go to internationals to win the trophies. If Elma is bringing something new to the team, it's the moment to discover it.
Yeah, especially considering they scrim each other, right? They have
Yeah, exactly, Felt. It's designed to just emulate human speech, not necessarily
anything new that is brought to the table, because
give you the most accurate information.
One of these
They're trying to get to that point.
If they want to actually make it through competently,
like, it's not bad.
Need that depth.
Look, from Fnatic, we have seen Ascent and Lotus. Oh, like we didn't see that before from them, right? We have almost no information of how...
Who's been an audio listener this whole time? You're so right that chat does not get off these hardware topics when they come up. I know. That's why I time people out for it. Like, it can seem aggressive where I time somebody out for asking about a monitor when it's like, Hooji, you were just answering questions about it. But you realize if you've been at the stream long enough, the topic will not drop. We'll be on monitors for 8 hours. Like,
so is it Narrate's turn? Is he going to be the one to stop the dominance of Fnatic? By the way, great stats here.
Lenarat, because now he's playing in KC.
They call him Narrate.
Yeah,
Narrate.
Okay. Yeah,
it sounds good.
Anyway, he good?
Exactly.
He good enough?
In the stats, he's got
Narrate as #1 on every stat. Holy shit.
The agent pool, the depth that we're seeing from these players, from this import is
damn, he's flexing.
It's also a different story within the server. He can not only
Okay, he's flexing the... I see his pattern.
Because that's what you get when you have
he likes to play the agents that have... All of those agents have a shared concept, actually. Do you guys remember when I realized why JPC struggled a bit on Omen compared to like Brim or Viper? It was because like getting pulled into that other world was a bit tricky for him. It was the same with like the Cypher cam, while he had an easier time with Killjoy. I'm I'm noticing a pattern the agent's narrate is picking when he's filling onto flash or recon. Is all of these agents have an ability with a pullout time that requires you to position in a certain way. All of these abilities, and they have multiple of them. Like, of course, Fade also has Seize and Dog. They're all the same pullout duration that require you to be able to position or potentially think ahead. A lot of the time, the best raids players will have their nade out before they need to use it so that there's no pullout time. So I'm guessing Narrate has a very good sense of when he's going to need to use one of these abilities, that he's pulls it out almost sooner than he needs to. Because all of these agents have this little mini game associated with them where you can't flash instantly without a pullout, or you can't like recon instantly. As opposed to some other duelist agents like Jet, she can do things instantly. In fact, most of her util can come out immediately. Like some agents have much faster animations than others. Like Breach is a lot faster than Gecko in a lot of scenarios. Like Gecko has this sort of like flowy feel to him where you have to follow the util that you throw in this unique way. And that's his agent pool. Just innately know the pullout times for agent abilities? Roughly, yeah. Like I know where I would have to position. Like if I'm playing Gecko, and let's just say we're on Haven, I know pretty much how wide I would need to play from this wall to get a kill at an off angle and then come this way to throw my flash. Because this pattern happens like all the time. You need to know how much time you need to pull your util out. So like a Phoenix player can tell you his Molly takes longer to pull out than his flash. Just does. Because it does. I don't know. It's part of like the balance in this game. And the faster agents are the ones that can position even more aggressively. Like if there's a smoke here, then like a Rain, I can literally position in the middle in this smoke, fight one and dismiss out. Same with like Jet or Chamber. That's why I think these agents are the least healthy for the game, because they can position the most high risk with not much downside. While like an agent like Gecko, if they want to play in the smoke, they're not going to play in the middle. Don't make it a harbor smoke, of course, make it a brim smoke, because they're just going to get blasted. Lotus split bind. I still have not seen Fang do the pattern once on his own, by the way. I'm not surprised. Fang is likely just going to be hard stuck. I don't think he possesses the capability to focus on something while like streaming or whatever. Like he can't go into a stream game and go, okay, the only thing I care about is developing this pattern recognition. Instead, he's going to do things like try to win the game, try to communicate, maybe interact with chat, make sure his OBS feed is set up right, like all sorts of other things. They're going to make the improvement slower. Off-stream prac, literally what I recommended to him. Yeah. Zaya Lee, thank you for the tier 3.
Understand how to play against KC on they're going to be starting on attack, right?
Yeah, here we go. There's the fade.
Magnum typically likes to play an A with that is something that
Circa wearing hat under his headset. Dude, I do that sometimes. But not like this.
The only time we haven't seen anything too crazy here, but what do you
I have a beanie.
choosing to start on the defense?
I mean, I think that it has to
Sometimes I have those mornings where I'm like, I'm going to take a bath after stream, and so I don't shower in the morning, and I put a beanie on my hair or my head so that I don't get like oily hair on my headphone band or whatever. I got a designated beanie for that particular purpose. It's like specifically when I know I'm gonna have a shorter stream and I want to like have some me time.
That's something that we've seen from
Because I like taking baths.
First 20 seconds, he likes to play the mount control with the Omen being very aggressive and then TPing out if there's something like massive happening there.
The grease hat, yeah, pretty much.
They set up pretty efficient rotations as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about overtime. The last time we saw KC here,
I'm gonna go make a coffee chat. I'll be right back. Do I have a mod who can close prediction if the game starts? If not, I'll be fast.
Head to head up against Leo. This is like the Titan. This is like the final boss of the region. So, of course, it's not going to be an easy one, but they are definitely prepared for it.
Yeah, we got so many good games here today, and also another treat for you guys at home as well, because the one and only Pansy is back here in the Riot Games Arena. Take it away. Also, Tom's here as well. Hey, Tom.
Well, look, Tom never leaves. However, I am back. I could not miss this matchup. Fnatic, by all rights, Tom, should have this in the bag, right? You think about it logically. They've shown so little. It's all been looking fantastic. This roster looks untouchable, but there's something about KC. There's something about this roster that makes me nervous.
Yeah, I'd say first off, the fact that we're starting off on this map, it's like you're going to their home turf. You're trying to beat them on their front doorstep. And well, KC don't look like they're shying away, already going aggro.
We'll see what happens with it. Again, it's kind of, testing the waters, getting the lay of the land here. Slow and steady to start with, cool the nerves, calm themselves down a touch.
I'm back. Also, I saw chatters asking if I was going to do ranked today. The answer is yes, but not live on Twitch or YouTube. I will be live on Discord for Tier 3 subscribers. So if you want to watch me play ranked today, make sure you're in the Discord. There's a stage channel called Tier 3 Events. I will be live in that channel doing my ranked practice today. Mostly because I'm not on delay right now. I don't like playing ranked with no delay. But I don't mind it if I'm in a stage channel, so we'll like raid somebody and stream, and I'll go play ranked. Dopeye has pre-VOD reviewed me today due to the watch party.
It should be fine in the end, joined by Chronicle there. This is Fnatic dealing with a very unorthodox start.
Yeah, I think Fnatic, that's the thing about their attack sides, though. They've always been fantastic at quelling a storm. Like, the amount of successful sort of retakes.
That means you're going to top frag, right? I mean, I played one in the stage channel yesterday. I top fragged on Breeze, 7 first bloods, 1 first death, and we lost. We lost.
So for KC, they had success in the initial aggression, but then they lose it. And that's going to be the difficult thing for this game, is knowing when to fall back, knowing when to retreat, and in this case, I think just knowing when to play retake and allow Fnatic that control.
Yeah, it is going to be that test of time as well, because we know that Fnatic, no matter when you get that advantage, don't start. Don't start. Why are you laughing at me?
Tier 3 exclusive rank stream? Yeah.
I can see
oh, we got to pause. Perfect.
You made it through.
So the way you can watch the rank stream if you're a Tier 3, you can't miss it. You see stage channels, Tier 3 events. I will be live. You'll just join this stage channel. It'll be right there. And you can watch me play ranked after the watch parties today. No delay, and you'll be able to chat right in here. It'll look just like normal. Like if you've never been to one, it looks just like this. So the overlays here, there'll be predictions. I'll be talking to you guys. Chat will be right here. It looks identical. It's just we're not on Twitch or YouTube when I do it. So there's no delay.
We can get Mitch to just walk around with it. There you go. He can do something. You know, I have to work both games, so why can't he?
Yeah, if you want to get a notification for it, go to channels and roles, ping me when the ranked games. And I try to remember to ping this role when I start doing ranked games. So just self-assign this role, you'll get a notification. Oh, I'm going to grab my coffee now. It was almost done. I came back because I heard pistol starting. Give me a sec.
But yeah, let's kind of talk bigger picture as well. We can kind of be a little bit serious, tiny little bit for a second or two, while we wait for updates as to what's going on. In reality, the ability to beat Fnatic is a very small club, right? It's a very exclusive club of anyone.
They're very fun because there's only like 10 people chatting. Yeah. There has been they're super private. Like yesterday's ranked stream had like 20 viewers or like 30 in the stage channel. It brings me back to the old days.
I don't know if Carmine Core are there yet. I think everyone's been really impressed with this roster.
When was the last time there was a private Tier 3 rank stream? Yesterday. Literally, I did one yesterday.
Jumping out to you. I think everyone has found a player. They're like, yeah, they're fantastic.
That's my guy.
That's your guy, exactly. But getting it all to work together at that same time is brutally hard, because even at its worst, right? If Fnatic has the worst game possible, there's still the bailout factor, right? You still have take your pick of player who could have that standout game.
We even saw that versus Vitality.
Good old days, who doesn't have to worry about stream snipers. Yeah.
Fnatic's best game. Nope. But then you had an eco round where Boaster killed 3 people with the Sheriff. You had a round with the Stinger where
it's fine.
At range manages to kill 2 people.
I play with delay on the rank streams. Like our schedule now that we have is perfect. Because I do ranked on Tuesday, Thursday, I just start the stream with delay, and nobody knows any better. Like, it's great. It doesn't affect you guys much, and my games feel so much better in terms of the lack of sniping. Like, it's so consistent.
Got those young stars. They've had the run of their life. They've actually had losses.
Of course, I still get people trying to queue into me and throw.
But you have
But you know, whatever.
Who used to be on the team that he's about to play against, and there's
Yes.
the argument of, oh, he knows how Boaster plays, but I feel like a lot of people have claimed to know how Boaster plays and then still lost.
I mean, that's still probably one of the biggest benefits is that the system is so robust that it can still work even while knowing what they're doing, right?
Yep.
I mean, but also I'd say last year and a
Is
little
there
bit
paying you to
this year,
throw?
it's
No,
still
I mean during like my Tuesday, Thursday live
and we
streams.
don't quite know the depth of that with Fnatic to an extent yet, right? We haven't seen them push. We
The
barely
people will
seen them
snipe.
play. The desk was doing a fantastic job.
They don't
of
have to be
showing
subs to do
literal
that.
Minutes of playtime, and we just haven't
But it
seen
doesn't matter.
what that looks like when called upon. Yeah, it looks okay for now, but who knows if that's, you know, a massive increase of capability. I mean, Mini was a
I see it as karma because I was a piece of shit
but we don't even know
on the internet when I was younger and played StarCraft or League of Legends.
such little tape on them yet.
I'm just paying my dues for all the people I trolled.
This may take a second or two.
Like, honestly, I have it coming.
I'm not going to say yet, you know, not yet, but there's a chance, Tom, because you know you haven't done enough yet today.
No, they don't want me to just solo a desk. Is that what you're trying to say? Or maybe they do.
Maybe they do. Maybe that's...
Okay. I don't mind giving it a go. I do think, again, the other thing that's truly terrifies me with
Who's you
Fnatic
perhaps play Draven? I did. I was a Draven one trick.
Boaster has basically been given 6 months.
Yes.
Like, this is a guy who cooks up weird stuff.
You know, I didn't have the best role models when I was playing StarCraft. I had this friend group of adults, and I'm in middle school, and I would not rate them as the best role models. And it's sort of influenced the way that I handled myself online in my younger years.
I do miss that era.
It was not the best.
Creative. You know, there was so much going on there. There was so much coming up with.
I love their fracture.
Yeah?
It was just like ridiculous after plants of just like, okay, I've got 16 lineups ready to go, and then you just sit there and watch them all land. And you go, yeah, that's cool.
Oh, it's one of those things that obviously with the schedule we have, you know, this is just kind of a battle of attrition sometimes for the top teams, right?
Yeah, guys, support the Underpeel.
It's very hard to beat.
Flash wants to be a full-time Underpeel host in the future.
Fair amount of maybe rebuilding here. However, that's enough from us. We're going to give you a little bit of respite from me, myself, and I, and obviously Tom. We're going to hand it back to the AD.
Thank you very much. I am so happy Pansy is back.
I was going to say,
so
we
happy. Yeah.
What did it take? 1 round?
Honestly,
Oh, I can really ask people his growth. Good on you.
I love it.
Oh, yeah, no. That's why I'm like really empathetic towards people who do this shit, assuming they're like younger. Like, as long as you change, I think there is a line that is totally crossable. Like, there are lines that are uncrossable, of course, where like at a certain point you've gone, like at a certain point as like at the core of your being, I can never respect you. But that line's pretty damn far in my opinion.
Shown in the previous matches, so Fnatic couldn't have like predicted fully that this is gonna happen. So that's nice to see. But overall, Fnatic is also very patient. They're just waiting for what's gonna happen here, and they even like lose the first death here.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I think that the Viper wall is going to be so important, knowing that there's 2 of them, and how you use it on the defense and how you have that control over Rubble and over A is going to make very, very difficult.
I encounter little toxicity because I'm positive. We should duo queue Robin Wobbin. Can you move to NA?
Yeah, this paranoia.
I need that energy in my
The
game.
counter paranoia was a little bit late, so that
because you don't expect it, right?
Yeah, that counter spell there would have been just insane advantage if it would just been done a little bit earlier. But in general, I really like the way that the teams just.
I'd also need like plus 900 RR.
Each other in the mid round. Like,
Oh fuck, you suck.
and I'll be like, wait. There's no signs.
I didn't realize you sucked. Never mind. I don't want to do anymore.
Behind us. Then they are ready. Jake, Boaster with the paranoia just
You know him like that. It's okay. You can say Jake.
Yeah, we're close. So we're close. You know? So that paranoia single-handedly decides that moment in that round. That's the pivotal moment, and you can see how
You're just the toxic one.
fight strategies against each other.
Yeah, I feel like
I am though, dude. Like,
Casey wanted to take the upper hand in this round to just take the.
I need to make a bigger effort to vibe. I've actually been studying, believe it or not, I've been studying fucking Cody. Not because he's not like a bastion of positivity, but every time Cody dies, he doesn't give a fuck. He'll die and he'll just be like, yeah. Like, he doesn't care. And I'm trying to get that not caring energy a bit because he's such a viber. Like, he's not he's not a positive influence on his team, but he's not a negative one. He's always like neutral. And I'm capable of being positive, but I'm also capable of being negative. So I'm trying to pull the negatives back to neutral. I'm literally trying to train myself to react to death with like a dang. I almost had him. Like,
during the Team
fuck.
Heretics game, of course.
I'm
So
jealous
league
of his
officials will
capability to do that.
to play on the offline server, and the scoreline will
It's
remain
not like a switch you can just flip.
1-0 to Fnatic as we get back
But I do
into
believe it's a
that. For
learnable
those of you that
skill.
missed it here, on the pre-show, we talked about the patch update, the new patch. That
Whenever
we're
you
playing
die,
on,
give
of
yourself a
course,
treat.
as we'll
Ooh.
That's the server that we're loading in.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
actually gas.
fragging IGL patch,
I'm taking
the
that.
fragging IGL meta. I think,
Rolls.
unfortunately, we've had to park it for Angel.
I don't think he loaded in the patch, you know, so that...
Didn't update his PC. But I mean, for our remaining IGLs, you know, Boo has been fragging out of his mind as well, and we saw from that pistol and the last time Fnatic played Boasters doing well.
Where's
Magnum also has
Based?
been doing well.
Did we
except
remove
for that one
Based?
unfortunate map.
We already forgot.
Yeah.
Don't bring it up.
Yeah, we did.
No, but it's okay. I think that, you know, the good thing about Boo, about feeling comfortable, he led the team, he led Heretics with the
tell
qualification
her?
to Madrid without dropping
Who's
a
just
map. So,
toxic?
you know,
Every
it's
time I try to
definitely
share an
the bug
anecdote with
definitely
Mrs.
there
Flash,
for
she
him.
goes,
We have
Banana
to
Man
focus
sounds
on
mean.
the other side. I think that we, you know, have a very small sample for
No, it's
today.
true.
We can see
It's
about
true.
about
It's
the
like a
maps is that
legitimate,
really, Fnatic needs to iron out mistakes. I love that they start like this, because
criticism
I
you
know
can
that
have of my
against
content.
Vitality, we're a bit
But I
shaken,
think
we're a little bit
sometimes
out of
you do
place.
need
And Fnatic
to
is not the kind of team that is going to get nervous
be
on
assertive.
stage, because if anybody has experience, it's them.
And I want to go back a little bit to Magnum.
But
as
there
well,
are times
because
where
even
I
though he
could
had that
dial it
one
back.
very
And
unfortunate
if you
map
disagree with that, I honestly think you're coping on my behalf. And while I appreciate that, I don't need that from you. I'm an adult.
Apart from that one map, he has 100.
Wait, which one? Apart from what?
We already forgot about that one. So he has 137 ADR on average, including that one map when he
Used to
went
get paid by him. I hang out here to get roasted for free. Hey, you came out swinging at me, Street. You literally dropped me the challenge in the in-houses.
So in general,
At one.
I think the patch is actually like really boosting his performance in general. I'm pretty impressed with Magnum so far.
He's doing well, and of course, as we saw in that interview, he was giving it. He wasn't like, oh, this is my former IGL, bit of respect. He was like, your time is over. It's my time to shine. And he could well be if he has a good performance.
Motherfucker, you challenged me.
As well, let's talk about Alpha
You said if I beat you, can I get a better than drunk Hooge roll?
At the end of
No?
last year, I think he was probably in contention. If not the best player in the world, definitely top 3 on everyone's
Is
list.
Street the reason people say streetment? Yes. He played a ranked game on stream and he went like 3-20 and won on Duelist. So now if you bot frag and win on Duelist, we call it the streetment. So like I got the streetment on Icebox on my last rank stream. I played one of the worst raids games I played in a while. And I won. I got the streetment. I'm not surprised this guy hit Radiant. I think this guy might have been getting boosted, chat. I'm dead ass. I think a Radiant player was playing on this guy's account. Yeah, he played 20 games in a day, 16-4, and ranked up to Radiant for the first time ever. I looked at this guy's tracker, and I was like, huh, this guy's really good for an Immortal. I think that guy bought a boost.
But also another player, Chronicle. Again, it's very easy to talk about.
In my Icebox game, he was playing like a top 50 Radiant player. I'm dead ass. He was so good as Sage.
Performance that he had the other day, closing up the clutches, closing up the individual situations. In fact, one of the rounds that
I genuinely think that guy was boosted. I think I got carried. Yo, what's up, Dopeye? I'm playing ranked later today, Dopeye, in the stage channel after the games.
All right. Okay, we are experiencing, I feel like, a slightly longer tech pause.
I can't understand buying a boost. Okay, so I can explain it to you. Because I boosted in League of Legends. This is a known fact. If you're just hearing it now, yes, gasp. In college, I literally boosted League of Legends professionally for money, but I didn't need the money. I liked the money, but I don't want you twisting it to say I was somehow ethical. Nope, I was just fucking boosting. Anyways, I get exposed to these clients who are paying for boosts, and it's always the same story. They don't... Okay, well, there's 2 stories, but one is way more likely. The main story is they don't want to play ranked. They don't think they belong in the higher rank. They just want the clout amongst their friend group. They want to feel respected, and they don't feel respected in their friend group at their current rank. That is the most common reason why people buy those boosts. And when they buy those boosts, they'll pay extra to make sure you play their main champion and to make sure that you play the games at certain times so that it looks like it's them playing. That's the most common, is people with like insecurities about their rank and they want to feel more validated in their friends groups. It's really sad, yeah. And like when you boost those players, you try to make it less obvious. Like you don't just go 50-0 and smash your way up to diamond, because then you'll get a bad review and they won't come back. So instead you like you climb up, but you try to make it look sort of legit, and it costs more. Then the second type of boost is the delusional player who thinks they belong in a higher elo, but they can't get there because of shit teammates. But if they get to higher elo, they'd be able to hang. And those players are the repeat customers. You boost them to like challenger or whatever, they D-rank. It only takes them a month. And then they pay for a boost again. And then they D-rank again. Because believe it or not, they can't hang in challenger. And they just keep coming back. The copers, exactly. Interact with their friends in private messages. They message you on their account. Which depends. Depends. Some clients would pay extra where like they would be able to message their friends through you. So like if you got a message, you would like forward it to them over a message portal and they would tell you to respond. Others, they'd ask you to just play offline mode where you could just you could open up your Windows like firewall and block the League of Legends chat route so it wouldn't connect to chat when you logged in. And then you could just queue up essentially in offline mode. I assumed it was all copers. No, the validation is like the most common one. It's the most common. That's why I always tell people to be careful about how they message their friends. Like when your friend ranks up to gold or whatever, the worst thing you can say, in my opinion, is when platinum or plat when. Because you're basically just raising the bar for them. Like, oh, I'm not impressed. Plat when, dude. Or like, of course, from your POV, you're congratulating them, but just say, dude, that is sick. Congrats. You put the work in. And that's it. Don't ask them when they're going to rank up. That's on fucking them. Don't ask. If they tell you, bet. But never be like, yo, when are you getting to this rank? Or are you going to try climbing higher? Don't even ask. Just say good job. Friendship 101. You just say good job. Don't ask them what their new goals are or whatever.
One of the tournaments. He played one of those tournaments.
And then they'll be less likely to go buy a boost.
Yeah, Stu, if you're watching, let us know. Let us know as well. This quiz was meant for you. All right, Lothar, 5 more seconds. 5, 4.
I'm stuck.
You know, some people don't mind a streak, but you can also just be like when your friends say congrats, you'd be like, thanks, I'm aiming for Immortal next, right? Like that's the way it should happen.
And I even said the Gambit in the previous question.
I could never forget Gambit.
How could you?
Yeah, that was great. But so we're gonna have to continue.
Yeah, I'm sure you got the question, Penflash. Isn't it the most annoying shit?
Game is ready, by the way, and it's time to throw this back to Pansy and Tom because we're definitely not gonna have.
You hit Ascendant and people are immediately like, oh, bet, you going for Immortal? You hit Immortal and people are going to be like, bet, you going for Immortal 3? You gonna try to hit Radiant? Oh, you hit Radiant? You gonna try to go for top 100? Oh, you're giving up? It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
I don't want to hear it.
All the screens are still red.
I don't want to hear it. Keep it to yourself. It's just building
People still come into chat asking when JPC is going to climb to Immortal. Like, dude. He hit Diamond and he said, I'm happy. Respect.
Look, if I see headsets on, it's generally a good thing. If I see one headset off. He's set up. It's game on. We're fine. I think. I don't know.
It's counting down.
We're okay now. It's okay. Thank you for your patience.
I'm countering out your bad energy with my pessimism.
What do you mean bad energy? I'm really excited.
We went through an entire game.
But whenever people ask me like that, I see it as karma.
That's not on me. No, that's not on me.
Because I got it coming.
Leave that one to Stevie. Alrighty, we're back underway. Round 2. It took a little second to get there, but we're on it. If you missed the start, Fnatic handled KC's rather unbridled aggression quite well. We come back in now.
Attack Marshall Durka
On that attacking side.
is crazy.
With really a
What the fuck?
ghost combination.
Yeah, all this can be as a gamble. They don't even have much.
I don't recognize Karma Corp's roster, but Narrate is insane. Go by. He's not just insane. He's their best player by a lot, stats-wise. He's actually been, like, disgustingly good. Like, we know he was insane in solo queue, of course. But he's actually, like, performing ridiculously well. He dropped a 40 bomb. 4-0.
I'm kind of impressed that Magnum's
On Fade, not on Duelist.
They've now gone, let's go to the other side. Now, fortunately for KC, they haven't really dismantled this either, right? They've stuck around. They didn't.
Yeah, in this event chat,
The bait that
in the
was
EMEA
meant to
kickoff.
see.
Of course, it was a
Really
long
shots, though.
overtime. Like, I'm not saying he dropped a 40 bomb and a
solidify these
13-4.
positions.
That would be crazy.
Can they do much damage?
But the
though?
next highest killed player had 30 on the enemy team.
But Fnatic quite clinical normally on approach, not going to be making too much of a mess. Let's see if KC can make any naughtiness happen. That pain shell could be a problem. They made it away, but all that information is there. Tomati going to find one. Let's see if any more mayhem can be made.
Yeah, they swapped Durka to the rifle for the entry. That makes sense.
Tomati's found another. They're making it costly. Luckily, Durka's there, but
Bro,
Drake's
like-
found another somehow, and a gun.
He's got a bit of time to play with, not many bullets this time around though, and it is the
This
deadly
kid is
duo
so
themselves,
dangerous.
Leo and Durka, not who you'd want to be facing in this. Normally ice cold, yeah. Pain shell, gonna ward him off that. Has to respect it. 4 bullets down to 1, and time is his biggest enemy currently. Yeah, done for. Fnatic.
I thought he was a jet main. Am I misremembering that? You're not. You're not misremembering that. But apparently, the kid is way more flexible than anybody thought. Because if we go to... Look, he's been playing Raze, Gecko, Fade, and Reyna, believe it or not. And he's putting up numbers. He's putting up numbers. Like,
Okay, Durka's getting kind of close, but they haven't really farmed up many orbs at all.
No, it's
he was rank 1 in NA for a while, chat, if you're unfamiliar with Narrate.
enough. You got 2 rounds. You're not going to sit there and be upset
NA
by
import,
points, but if you're
which
talking
means
about
win-win.
performance game, it's not been that
Because now, if Karmine Corp win this series,
means it, right?
I get to poke fun at the EU fans and say it's on the backs of an NA player. And if Fnatic win, I get to say called it. And also, I'm a Fnatic
I
fan.
love this spot not only for the spams, but if you have the snake bites available, you can place them at the door, and if anybody runs through there, they're getting absolutely shredded. It really isolates the angles that can be taken. Also, quite an early rotation. 4 players on this side of the map already.
And it's a lot of faith in Shin though, because he's on his own. He was
Never mind.
isolated and further ahead.
Apparently, there's a vendetta against NRG. Won't say why yet. If I had to guess, he played in their tryouts, somehow outperformed Demon 1, and didn't get picked. That would be my guess.
It seems early in the round, but if KC would just have to decide,
That was the most likely timeline for why he'd be mad at the
any
org.
damage, if they go towards the C side, we save. And the funny thing is, it's unconfirmed.
My Fnatic
They're
fan,
taking
I
so
love the
much,
org.
like, probably about
I think
200,
the way they handle themselves is really
irrelevant.
high class, and all the players are wholesome and friendly.
Fnatic going to be cautious, obviously.
I dislike trash talk.
The walking wounded on their side, but should be able to make that C site there pretty comfortably, but still going to go
And also,
through the
I just
execution.
generally like the way Fnatic approaches the game from a macro perspective.
Corner unchecked. And I want to see how far KC commit to this. I doubt they're going to push too far now.
But also, yeah, they did give me their gun bundle for
Come
free,
in, they'll need a
so
quick kill if they do fancy trying to get anywhere near close. Looks like they're trying to at least pressure a little bit here, and it does look like a bit of a goer, yeah, but look at that one way. That's horrific. There's no getting past Boaster there.
you'd invite anybody on Fnatic to your barbecue. Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Hold on, KC finding 2
But you don't know if you'd want Demon 1 at your barbecue or not.
Dealing with the plant and dealing with the players are 2 different things.
Like, you would want him there because, like, meeting him is cool, but personality-wise, you know you'd want Boaster at your barbecue or Durka. You're just so easy. Give me anything for free. I'm a fan. It's not about that.
Look at it from our perspective, you see those players low HP and you go, okay,
I'm not
well,
that
maybe they
easy.
give it a go. But at the same time, all of that was wall bangs. That
They
was
have no idea on Durka, right? They have no idea on half of these kills. Maybe they got
Like, if NRG gave me their bundle for free, I'm not instantly a fan. Now, if Demon 1 keeps giving more mature answers in interviews like he started doing and stops spraying bodies, I'm in. I'm in.
Sheer KC confidence. I think that's been one of the hugest factors of them being
I believe in
successful is
change and reformation.
Oh yeah, they fight as one. It's quite impressive to watch, and it's shattered a little bit of the money here for Fnatic. So let's see if now KC can build, right? It's first step done. Can they continue this trajectory though? Already getting confident enough to take the challenge over by Rubble. Boaster, he's only got a classic, but maybe going to get the chance to use it.
Oh, that is tough. Oh, but he has Stinger. Wow.
KC holding the line very diligently. That is
Wait, he's secretly had a Stinger.
A clean round is exactly what the doctor would have ordered.
Yeah, just demolishing them on the entry. You could even see Durka investing into an Outlaw as well. An attempt to try and do some damage will leave him a little bit low on economy. And
What are they going to do if he keeps shooting bodies, though? I mean, they'll keep finding him.
Caused havoc. Like we talk about Fnatic and their Odin play. They love
And I'll
to throw,
keep
or have loved to throw
not
that weapon
liking
in the
him that
past.
much as a player.
Tomazi doesn't care. He just doesn't care.
I mean, they are non-believers, right? If you want to look at it that way. If they keep this confidence up, if they can keep this round clean, you know, don't allow Alpha any.
Why is shooting bodies BM? I'm just timing you out. You're just looking to start an annoying conversation. If you can't tell, no, a day. Get out of here. Why is it BM? Bullshit. Bullshit. You don't know why it's BM. Like, come on.
Test under pressure yet because they haven't been pressured. There has been no test sample. Really, yeah, their game that they
Think about shooting bodies after you kill your opponent, shooting their dead body. Dizzy. What's BM? Bad manner. Bad manner. I'm sorry, overheated, but that is the most disingenuous question I've ever seen. I get that you don't think it's toxic, but the fact that you can't see why it is considered toxic is ridiculous. Actually ridiculous.
They want to win all the trophies this year. Like that is the goal. The
You
goal
know,
isn't just,
it's
we want to try
literally
and
very equivalent to teabagging. Like, come on. What a disingenuous question. You're just trying to stir shit.
Some sort of change.
I won't have it.
And now you're coming back in with the same. You've had plenty of time to prepare. New coach, kept your old coach as assistant, so he's still pitching in ideas. So there aren't really any excuses for Fnatic coming into this tournament other than, oh, they're a little bit rusty.
Yeah, and that doesn't cut it at this point. Let's see. Again, it's just that spam allows so much more freedom over by Rubble, right? They can take so much of that space away. But the pendulum swings.
Yeah, he got timed out.
Right? That's just how it goes. That's just Valorant 101. But Magnum does need to be very
I think he meant, no, he didn't. MV10. I get it. You're like an innocent silver viewer who doesn't follow Valorant as closely. Overheated is in all the watch party chats. He knows exactly what we were talking about. He cannot play dumb.
And they're going to be already hitting that site.
Yeah, I think the thing for KC...
I assure you, Overheated understands exactly what the context was.
I don't blame them for
Odin spam off barrier while raise satchel is up seems super nice.
Online as well, which could be used to section off that C site, and they do very well to sort of get that chip damage in early.
I think in general,
already low.
Yeah, but look at
I mean, when we duo Dopai, I'm going to be the biggest fucking Odin abuser.
Oh my god, he's just run it down!
Holy shit! He just killed Durka with Raze Rocket, dude.
Game on, it's go time. They are pressuring Fnatic here. They want in their faces. Deep smoke gonna come through. Force Fnatic to just stand back, stand further away, clearing through the utility, clearing through the site. They don't know when that spike's being tapped. They've had to invest this utility early now.
Paranoia through. It's going to leave a couple close. Looking to try and do some damage on their way back in, but now that defusal finally begins.
Bro, he TP'd across so they could double swing. They're actually beasts.
They're the real deal.
They're actually beasts.
Absolutely the real deal. That was
TP's across to double swing close left is crazy.
It's working real good. The fact that he just
took zero damage, by the way. Like, 0 damage. He just walked straight through. I clearly felt confident in his own ability, and wow.
Nah, Narrate is such a beast. He's also buying Phantom on defense.
Got to be feeling the burn a little bit because again, it wasn't like they invested nothing. That was a showstopper. They actually threw their own Nightfall in as well while that retake was going on. And they basically got nothing for it. Now they sit with Durka, okay, having a...
This guy might actually be a robot.
Play with, but other than that, empty pockets.
Yeah, if there's anyone you want on that rifle, you know, Durka's a name up there for me. But still, this is...
Those Althea and Chronicle.
No. Leo, I put up there. Alpha's fantastic, but again, when I think of Durka, everyone does kind of talk about his capabilities, right? You look at some of the other superstars out there, maybe his name doesn't shine as bright. He looks like a system player. Ooh, that's interesting. But the way he can create impactful kills is almost like no other. And I'll hear no bad words about Durka, but let's see if the proof's in the pudding here. KC already know, no one's gotten that close yet. Two of them.
I mean, look at the whole map. Charming Corp are chilling right now.
Potentially playing Martin again. Waiting for it. He's going to hear all this. Boaster is in. He's very close by, and Martin sends him out of
Chilling. Look behind them.
Boaster, but again, the rifle still stays. Oh, look at this wrap, though. The timing on this one.
They're completely trapped. They're boxed in.
They have nowhere to go. Tomasi could just mince them down,
Whoa.
murder them here. This is rough, and there's the wrap.
Oh, fuck! You cannot do that!
Rifle, but it doesn't matter. Across the line again, KC.
Magnum! Magnum!
This is 4-2. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early timeout.
What's the logic behind Omen C and Viper A? Aren't they objectively better swapped?
Getting nervous.
Yeah, I think more so on the KC side. You also don't want them.
Okay, I think it's a bit of disrespect. The way I see this map in a pro play Dopeye is the weaker you can make C, the better. Assuming you can still hold it. And the stronger you can make A, the better. Right? So, Carbine Corp is not respecting Fnatic C because they don't have to. Because they've won all the C rounds. Like, Fnatic just hit C with Raze Rockets and perfect mount plant, and they lost. And again, now they've hit C and they've lost. So, I think Viper at A is a bit stronger than Omen, like all else equal.
That is scary to me.
Because of the wall and the mollies.
It feels like KC have come, one, prepared. They look very prepared for this. They look
And so that's my guess. That's my guess.
Maybe not in a counter strat way, but just even those retakes are so well drilled. The way they're moving around the map is just exceptional.
They played 38 rounds of this versus Foot. Just versus Foot. Like, not even including the other matches that they played on this map. So I feel like you've given a...
Yeah, exactly. The last time we had Anders on stream, Dopeye, for the last Fnatic series. Anders is the analyst who designed this comp on Lotus for Fnatic. Like, he was hired by Fnatic to build their Lotus playbook, and this was the playbook he built. And he was explaining this exact weakness, where Fnatic were struggling to take C against Vitality, and Vitality was getting weaker and weaker on C. So it's not the first time we've seen this happen against Fnatic on this map in this tournament. It's the second time.
Maybe going to take some of that momentum away from KC. Well, I say that, you can already see.
Yeah, this one way is also huge. I don't believe Omen can throw this C one way fast enough from A, because it takes too long to show up.
There's always going to be that aggression over towards Rob. They've been challenging that. There's the spam going to be coming out. They haven't seen this yet. So does this check?
This is the...
Is he going to walk into the orb?
Should clear this and the back box, so he has to be
Damn, they dropped the orb.
Paranoia. They're trying to keep him alive here. They're trying to play for him. Narrate's going to come out and actually brawl with him. He
Yeah, nah, Fnatic caught him.
A nice attempt, but it is an opportunity.
Fnatic caught him good there.
Team down. That is a step in the right direction. Do Fnatic follow that, or do they adjust?
The thing is, with a lockdown and a Viper's Pit, they don't even really need to.
Yeah.
If they get towards either of these sites, they can take it and lock their opponents out. Tomazi's still a slightly more risky angle, because he can be insta-killed from that point, so he may just go back to the classic, and actually...
Yeah, I think when we duo on this map, Dopeye, one of us is going to play the Sea Anchor, and the other is going to play like Odin in Tree.
Kit a little more.
Because the most annoying thing on this map is having to play retake on either of these sites.
Durka good for one, but the trade's there for Magnum. He is on the site and he is ready for this one. Paranoia's not going to land, but there's the overwhelm. Two swing on the corner, and they've done well here.
As long as I don't have to op, I'm game for anything. I might have to change your mind on that in solo queue.
Will be considering this at some point now. So Fnatic answering back very nicely. I mean, off the back a little bit of that attempt of aggression, but I don't mind that KC tried it.
No,
Wait, Onsquare literally at plat level? I mean, we can fix that though. Like, just
you allow them to get outside C,
in solo queue, agree or disagree, if you're just standing on these boxes with an op, you get a pick,
for your team on the retake. So
like a free kill 30% of the time. Like somebody dry peeks or peeks too early on util 30% of the time.
They have the utility. That's why they play that fade, because Leo is so good at
I see it as like a free kill.
Where you're not going to spot that Haunt or that Prowler or whatever utility he throws.
Not that often in Radiant, of course, but I'd say 30% is a reasonable number. And then otherwise, like, the other engagements are still pretty much the same as if you had Rifle. Maybe a bit better for the op, as long as you know where to stand. It's just so broken in solo queue, dude.
Now it's a little bit of a touching of base here almost for KC. Brought back to heal. But if that
I think we're going to need every edge we can get to get to 1,000 RR.
But again, we're not going to see
Because neither of us are good enough to play like proper Valorant at that level, you know?
You've got to be able to step beyond it, and I'm seeing a stack up from KC here.
In a spot where
So we're gonna have to cheese out to 200 RR edge.
clearly wanting to deny that C control, but again, it's that same haunt. They're ready for it this time, though. That corner being cleared already for both.
I think there's a lot of ways we can do that.
Actually, they're just gonna fall back. That's probably just off the amount of utility they've just seen sent their way.
Like on Sunset, just insta nade seizing barriers with lineup combos. I'm pretty sure is gonna win us. Like honestly, like if we win pistol round half of the time because like we have the right read off of a nade seize, isn't that so good? Because nobody ever sees a nade seize lineup in solo queue. Nobody will ever comment. It's not like bind A short where you say wait for the nade or whatever. Like nobody says stand back from the barrier on the B main pop on King Sunset.
No, they're going to hear this go down. There's the first lockdown being considered by Magnum.
Deadlock plus nade 2 for Uber Cheese. Do you think that's better than Fade though? We'll theory craft. We'll theory craft.
But he actually falls to Shin. By the time they can't really deny this lockdown that's still ticking for Fnatic, but it looks like they're going to try. Oh my god! Wait, what? What is going on? They are so cocky and confident in this.
They ran out into the ult and got double detained, dude.
Can he get there in time? I don't think he can do much about this one, really. Yeah, absolutely not.
Well, I mean, nice shot, Boaster, but it's tough.
KC playing the clock to perfection, willing to challenge, backing themselves.
Crouch seems to convert more than C's from what I've seen.
Again, another
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
I feel like that's the sort of play that you make if you're the one with the advantage. Like if you're the person coming into a match as the favorite, you go.
I'm not sure about Sunset, but I know on Split there's some really good deadlock trips. With the sound sensor can be cheese.
What can he do? Just push versus the other two who aren't. Like that's the risk that he had to take. So I love it from KC. Outside of the box plays that even the best in the world aren't ready for.
This might be a game to watch. 5-3. If you weren't paying attention before, you certainly will be.
There's
now.
actually I can show you after this round. There's a sound sensor on Split that the enemy team won't see before it activates on them. I'll show you. It's actually really good.
Such unique beginnings.
It's only good because people don't do it, because people don't play Deadlock.
If they are, it's just Magnum playing their
Which is exactly what we're looking for.
His whole goal is just to try and
like something that's only good because people never face it is right up our alley for the 1,000 RR climb.
Work well off of each other. Narrate's going to have that early spot, but they already know because the utility's been destroyed on the way through.
Yeah. It is a long way to go though for.
But this is why lower rated players, you guys overthink this shit. Just normal good utility that's thrown all the time in Radiant is never seen in Platinum. So if you just have a great Sova dart that Radiants throw every round and know how to pre-aim and everything, in Platinum it's just going to reveal them every time because nobody knows how to pre-aim correct darts in your elo. Which is why I get so frustrated when I watch you guys go, oh, I'm going to play Deadlock because nobody will know what to do. It's like, dude, nobody knows what to do against Sova.
Yeah, but here we go. This is game time. Dirk are going to be up and overing it, but it's Alpha with a...
This round is crazy.
Take down Martina, remove a little bit of that frontline pressure. They've got to be able to clear this site, and Alpha still standing, gets found. Tabasi's going to drop him.
Dude, they're just so good for this retake.
It's all on Chronicle, can't do it.
Can he get it? There he has it. There he has it.
They should be fine on this one. Yeah, Diffuse is going to be there again. KC
okay, so here's the setup.
Setting a standard on these retakes that is exceptional.
So, the Deadlock player is going to position, like, in this area, for this type of fight. And the Sonic sensor goes here, like this. And then you have another player, Flowers. And the people coming out main take engagement on this fight. They won't see this sensor. Like they'll hear it if it's over here or over here. They'll hear it as they're walking up. But over there on Flowers is inaudible until they get closer. And by the time they get closer, you've made contact. And so it triggers. And it always hits. It's actually really good. You play contact with a guy Flowers. He just swings.
They want to
off angle for the sensor. Exactly. Because it's got such a wide hitbox.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen this yet from Tomasi to be this far forward, right? This
with an Odin.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Fnatic anti-strat right now. They literally play Lotus every time. No, they're getting outplayed. You cannot call it an anti-strat when Narrate 1v1s Durka while Durka has Rocket. That's not an anti-strat. That's player diff. They've successfully retook C against a Viper ultimate there. That's not anti-strat, dude. Karmine Corp are actually playing better Valorant. Which is crazy.
Tree position. If he gets this right, two of these players are so low. And he's going to get the timing spot on.
Yeah, he is. Trying to burst off the back of the Prowler. Everything else going to come in. Paranoia Sen. They've taken tree, yes, but again, look at the stall. Down to 25 seconds here. That spike is non-committal. It's sitting so deep. They're looking maybe for an adjust towards B, but there's two players waiting. Yeah,
They're so aware.
This is unreal to watch. 10 seconds now. Spike still in hand. That has to go down here. 9 seconds. They're going to try and go for it. Leo just investing everything, pouring the util in, buying them some.
Karmine Corp looks so strong, dude.
Now look at the post
Having 2 on B there, because you know your Odin's holding A. So heads up. I think it's actually kind of unlucky for Karmine Corp that it's this close.
Should be handled.
That's the information.
This should be fine now. Chronicle gets the first.
Narrate gets 2. Narrate gets 2.
Finding Leo and another retake. Another.
You never get 2 there.
KC. This is
because Fnatic got the first kill, they should get the second because of the trade timings.
It's also just that every read.
Like it's just player diff right there.
Spot on. Like they denied their space over towards A. Okay, this was a little bit risky, but even still, it paid dividends in terms of damage.
Look at this. They just keep spraying the line for the door.
You've gone for this initial play.
How's he get 2?
We know that Bosa loves to have those.
The trade is slow. The trade is slow.
And they had 2 players waiting there, and they did enough damage that gives Tomasi space. That gives Narrate time to get into position.
Can we gear cope? Figure out what the pros are using? Yeah, agreed. I'm down. We need to know what mouse this guy's using.
We're gonna take
because I don't play like that, and it must be my mouse.
3 rounds. 3 rounds. This is also their map choice. Now, I don't think there is a bad
anyways, we can't actually.
So I'm not that fussed.
Not during the watch party, Dopeye, because we can't safely list brands. Because there are different brand sponsors for the events.
Again, we know that they will
and sometimes those brands produce mice. And so we can't be like, oh my god, the X mouse super supreme is aimbot when the event is sponsored by some other company that produces some other mouse.
Playback through from a retake is normally the hardest part to work out, and it's blowing.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Seeing KC do this, so impressive. But on the other side, where do Fnatic look to try and find that little?
But that's brand safety.
Entry point anywhere, they're finding nothing.
Normally their attack is by far the better side. The only team to beat.
My awareness of the sponsorships is why I get to do the watch parties so consistently. I'm very good about it.
KC are in the driver's seat on that defensive side as well.
They're predicting this B hit again, and it's right. KC have the correct read once again. Chronicle is here early though, and that's an issue until then. Magnum's got the trade out, so kind of quelling that threat. Do they quickly adjust?
How do you say narrate?
Space, but still Magnum and
I think it's narrate, not narrate.
Leaving it down to Alpha,
like,
basically.
I think the H is.
Bulled over Leo to try and do some damage to the back lines, but again,
I don't think it's like the word narrate. I think it's narrate. I think the
closing in here.
Because it's a standalone proper noun and not a verb.
Just yet,
because generally narrate is a verb. It would be like
Alpha. Gonna need
swimming.
From this. Killed my bot. He's gonna hear them stepping closer, noting the utility now starting to dwindle down. He knows he's under the gun. A shot could be great here, and it's not gonna happen. Karmine Corp.
Dude.
Once
what
again, stamping their authority on this matchup. Fnatic have no answers.
No, and you could see how confident they are in every single one of these fights. Magnum swinging back in, the blast backs from Martin into angles he knows there's players in. This is
Fnatic look rough
from the KC side, and it's unusual that I've seen Fnatic ever shut down in this sort of way. 4 retakes in a row as well. They have been able to get the plant down. They've been able to get into post situations. Okay, that round was a weak buy. We can forgive them for that.
Setting scope. We can do that. We can do that. Magnum looking like typical EU player. Dot crosshair plus stretch. Dude, I just went on a rant Stretched is fine. Stretched is fine.
4-9-3 feels
But
very different. Let's
I draw the line at true stretched. You know what I'm talking about?
KC
This
down.
guy brought a
Look at that.
VOD the other day that was on true stretched, and I genuinely just closed it.
Little bit of a
Because,
deeper
like,
commitment this
you're
time from
actually
Shin on the A side,
delusional.
map and an adjustment on the other.
You're actually delusional.
Fnatic decide to try and test this time.
But they have to be wary of everything. Because of the pushes that KC have been going for, it's even tentative on the other side from Alpha. You could just see him jiggling. Because there could be someone right next to him right now. He has no idea. They don't know if they're pushing up B. They've got the turret watching for that. And you can see Chronicle, he's setting up utility to try and clear rubble because they know they're going to have to fight for it.
And even with that kept in, Narrate is going to draw the attention. He knows they're around. And Shin's sitting safe still.
What's the difference between stretched and true stretched? In Valorant, your FOV is always 103. So if we set Alpha Ye's resolution right now to 4x3, it would look the same. It would just be lower res. The only thing that would stretch would be the HUD. The actual canvas, like what you see in front of you, is the same FOV in this game no matter what. True stretch is when you modify your game files to lower your FOV so that you see less.
Just takes away the tip of the spear. Dirk has been good, but not good enough to do much more. And now he can slip away. They've got the player advantage for the retake. Does Fnatic now try and fight deeper?
And the
on this?
cope is that it makes heads wider.
But look at the time again. 10 more seconds. They're looking for a fight
It's
towards CT. Magnum
ridiculous.
on the chopping block and he falls. It's Chronicle holding the line here. That's better. Fnatic backing themselves to take those deeper fights. But now we're down to Tomasi. Martin, Shin, not going to
It's the type of cope only players who think the game is about pure raw aim duels have too.
That's Fnatic finding a solution. It just took so
I play a 60x10, so it stretches only a little. It doesn't stretch.
The crowd's definitely on their side.
The game doesn't stretch. If you don't modify your game files, your game is always 103 FOV, locked. You cannot stretch the game at all without modifying the game files.
Just lock out any sort of retake position. And that was something that
It'll stretch your HUD and your crosshair.
Throughout the majority of the rounds, they were able to get close and then get into that brawly style. This time, Fnatic didn't allow it. It's safe to say, though,
Doesn't this mess with Y and X sensitivity? Or am I crazy? Yeah, it does. Which is why they take it a step further. Then they'll install software that lets them modify their X and Y sensitivities independently, and they'll lower their X sensitivity, so that way it feels more natural again. And now the heads are just wider. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Like, back yourself sometimes.
If the game were purely about winning duels, purely about that, and nothing else, there could be merit to it, okay? But the game is positioning wins you duels in this game way more than raw aim at the highest level. The only people who don't believe that are hard-stuck immortals who are grinding aim labs every day, thinking that they just need better aim to rank up. Like, no Radiant would tell you that you just need... Like, it's not fucking like that in this game. Will that trigger Vanguard? Riot allows it because it's like a disadvantage. It's not allowed for pros. Just go Google it. Just go Google it. Don't do it though. It's so
Can
bad.
they isolate another? They're trying to. Boast has been noted. Gonna see how far back he fell, but that paranoia is good.
Run true stress to finally hit those high scores on aim labs. Actually, aim labs lets you just adjust your FOV. It's a slider.
On the way, Narrate. Good, but not good enough. First step in the second half for Fnatic, but hey, they got the pistol on the first one too.
Yeah, no, it was the buy round.
But reduced FOV is such a huge nerf in a tactical shooter.
I will say, like,
any potential upside is just hilarious to even consider.
The updates, I think, helped out at least a little bit with the defense in terms of being able to control a little bit of extra ground and having opportunities to get back into those sites if they were to lose them.
Yep.
And you can see already the way KC were playing that pistol, they're going to do similarly to what we saw from Fnatic, playing these sort of slow-paced, patient rotations, trying to almost double back at points if they can.
Okay, it's a long road back.
Don't most CS pros use stretched?
Fnatic gonna have to be taking those
A lot of
together.
OG CS pros use stretched, and I think they're all dumb.
The 8 of KC.
It's the same as a current Valorant player using a wired mouse. They're doing it because it's a personal preference, because it's what they grew up doing, not because it's better. It's dumb. It's just a tradition. They grew up playing on a CRT 4x3, and so they're used to it, and they like playing 4x3.
Yeah, I think we had a very quiet first half from Durka, and this might just be his announcement into the server.
They're not doing it because he's giving them a competitive advantage.
Quiet games, and Andalusia flawless as well for Fnatic is going to be a huge boost in terms
Somehow,
of
I'm just gonna time you. This topic's so fucking annoying.
Like Vandals.
What if you somehow up your FO? Dude, play Valorant!
In some of these bonus rounds, which is not something I thought I'd be saying. Like, I know that Mitch has been crying out for an outlaw. It hasn't happened
You're not. You're not stuck in your rank because your FOV's locked to 103. My God.
I mean,
or wanted to.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it yet. Proof's in the pudding, eh? And it looks all in from Fnatic though down here as well. Got to be ready for this one. Shin trying to get in the challenge here. Durka is putting himself on the line, and it's
That crazy round 2 buy?
Takes down Martin and tries to get away. Do they lose anyone? No.
And look at their
Barely
money
damage
too.
down. Look how quickly they dismantle that.
Yeah, it's going to give at least a little bit of space to play with, but you know that at this point, Fnatic are just going to be looking to try and play that retake. Maybe do a little bit of extra damage. Look at Shin already down on just 26 HP. But there is no one to be found. And the fact is, KC want to try and find someone.
Fnatic win 13 times, my prediction.
Before they get into this afterplan, they're going to play it super aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm going to go they lose 13-11.
Look at how little space they have. They've kind of just traded positions, right? Okay, well, KC, we're going to opt for a little bit of CT and site itself. We're not going to hold much beyond that. Tomasi's got to be careful. Find balance. Almost reminds you of that first half.
Again, he'll have the utility to delay them. That's the one major thing. It's going to be awkward, and the paranoia's missed.
Oh, but that's sharp from Tomasi with a follow-up as well. Alpha starting to warm up here as well. The time ticking. He's got to
Their
move
race
on.
timing is so good on that
now.
reswing.
There's no access to this side. There's no really time to play with the rate there. Just
That's an
gonna
NA
close it
reswing.
down. It is costly.
That's an NA reswing.
get their
I feel like
first and
EU
second
players
now.
would stay tucked there to play numbers. Narrate swings when he thinks the timing's right to win his duel. And I think you need at least one player who's down to play like that to play at the top level.
But I think Boaster had a paranoia, and it just, I don't know if it missed him or if that was from someone else.
Right here. That's a solo swing.
When they go swinging, it's Tomasi in a 1v1. And you're kind of going to rate him to win.
I like
He's
it.
been fantastic thus far.
Yeah.
And the rate now, well, you mentioned it. He was all right in the first half.
Dude, Durka's 8 HP off the Odin spam.
And this time they're putting a little bit more, I guess, attention towards trying to deal with Durka's aggression.
That is
right?
tough.
We've seen him testing this now
doing
time
the
and
Fnatic
time again.
strat.
Yeah.
It's
Well, that's for a
literally their
reason.
strat to spam through that, and Durka gets caught by it.
Yeah. So he's going to be suffering now, down on 8, going to lose a lot of that confidence that he was coming into this round with.
Odin seems comfortable to do a set on this map.
Early chances as
I
well.
think
These
it's
first couple of
actually
rounds, he
just
has been
better.
pivotal in
Odin's
that.
just such a good gun on like every
Needs to
map.
sit back a little bit
Do you know
deeper,
about,
play
there's a secret wall bang on this map?
Or someone else.
You can actually wall bang this way with Odin
Cautious and
to
carefully.
deny this plant, which is why teams have started planting over
going
here.
Forward, and that might pick up the pace a little bit. Going to note the player on the site.
But nobody in
Still
solo
gonna
queue
still
knows
be there,
that.
so they can't quite springboard forward. Got to be careful because Chronicle could connect. Not to be just yet. Paranoia's in there. This should be the green light for the site. Does Fnatic try and get ahead of this? I doubt it. I say that. Creeping closer. No, they've respected it enough for the plant, but let's see how that pressure looks when they try and come back through.
Should we? I want to see the same. Yeah, when I play on this map like Fade,
Good work from Leo. Couple more steps
if it's like a rifle round, I can't buy Odin. I go Guardian a lot of the time. And you've seen my Guardian, I'm clean. It's just having the heavy pen on this map is so nice.
A valiant attempt, but Fnatic get the defuse.
Yeah, clearly KC feeling quite confident in their after plant scenarios, just getting themselves into that ASAC quite easily. But again, I feel like the main reason you see that sort of boombot go through early is just, okay, we want to clear below. That's one of the main danger positions.
Yep.
And then from then onwards, you had the late rotation coming through from Alpha.
That's the retake
Solid
that we
work
expected
from
to see
Leo
last
as
round.
always. And we're starting to see, I think, just some of those Fnatic players actually come back into the game. Because that's the thing. You look at that first half, there were a lot of those superstars completely missing. Durka wasn't really there. I think Leo
Zito
and
goes
Alpha
Ares. Yeah, no, it's definitely preference.
gone
I don't like the Ares.
majority. And now that they're starting to play those retakes a little bit more, I think also they're not being surprised. Because when you're playing up against a retake, there's only so many places that your opponents can be.
And for KC, it's timeout time. Going to pump the brakes themselves and have a check-in with the coach, as we can see.
There's some players who'll just
He's
buy
got a
that
whole lot
shit.
to say here.
Like
So
Sinatra will just
gonna
buy
try and
Ares
course
on
correct
attack
Blitzen, starting
Raze
off
and
this
kill
second half. It
4
has been the 3
against
rounds for Fnatic
rifles.
with the only
It makes no sense to me.
response from
It makes
KC
no
so
sense.
far. and their money not going to be in a great place either. Now, KC will have that. I mean, the snowball round's not even that close by either. They haven't individually been doing enough damage to really
It's like the Ares Whisperer, dude.
rewarded from it yet. Fnatic are very close by to theirs, though. You're seeing one off for Durka. I think Leo one away. I mean, Boast is going to have his, but it is that Omen TP, so not the most important or imperative, but still, Fnatic in touching distance of that, which is always a nice round to have in the pocket. What does KC do here? We know the pedigree of the coach, right?
I feel so slow with them for some reason. The gun literally makes you move slower. That is a stat that guns have in this game. Movement speed modifier.
Right? It is
the Odin, the Ares make you move slower.
KC add their name to it, or was it just a good half?
Yeah, this map in particular, it's been nigh on unstoppable, and it looks like they're just going to go all in on this A-side control. Doug, that's surprising considering what sort of round this is. You're going to know your opponent's economy is a little bit low.
There's the
Maybe
Guardian.
The Chronicle will be able to back him up, but what has gone from one Guardian now becomes a rifle for Tamazi as well.
That's pretty nice. I don't like the aggression in these rounds, if I'm honest. Again, the fact
Reload
that
faster? No, he'll buy it when he doesn't have enough money for the Odin.
And then once that rifle's gone, it's gone. So it looks like Fnatic going to try and get proactive elsewhere at the same time.
That's when he told by the Ares.
Unless he killed him through a wall, it was untradeable. Yeah. Like you needed quite a lot to really get anything from that. So a bit of a gamble that hasn't really paid off and has basically fast-track delivered a gun over.
Interesting for the Prime. How is Fnatic losing what? Fnatic are up 1-3 on this half. Looking like the way that these teams are approaching Lotus is relatively defender-sided.
Right here, it's only been that fade utility, so he's not going to probably fall too much for this.
They're going the other way. Like you can see the rotation already coming through from Leo in the direction of his teammates. So that
Alpha 8 down to 46.
Okay, but hold on. Yeah, it tees up the trade though. They'll put their bodies on the line here. Oh, come on, Chronicle.
That shit is so broken,
tries
dude.
to make it away, and that's the rifle now still just in the hands of Tomasi here. He's got Magnum with him. Can they isolate him? Oh my good God, Chronicle has no idea how close he is and how close they are. He lost sight of it for a second, and now they've got
How is this close? They have an Odin.
A tap on the spike. They didn't even commit to this. They're trying to draw him out, draw him in. A Boaster. He's going to find Magnum. Oh, Tomasi. Time, 3 seconds.
Wow! What a play! Who the fuck fake taps like that with 4.5?
He's in his head rent-free after that.
I can't believe it.
That is filthy.
You've just taken one of the best IGLs we have, an 18-year-old kid, and he's just made him look a fool. There wasn't even enough time to plant.
There was enough time. There was enough time. Casters are wrong.
It would be illogical to do anything else.
There is enough time to plant right there.
But that's what this team does.
There was enough time. Ignore the cast. It was like 4.5.
Look at him. Look at him. He knows it too. Oh, man.
There was enough time for him to stick.
Boost as well, and that's a crushing round for Fnatic. That was one rifle being lost at a very bad time. Lovely work in unison for KC to isolate more fights there. They didn't fall for the fake, but they fell for everything else. This is double digits for KC now. Fnatic have that snowball.
You know, if there wasn't enough time, the round is over. Fnatic just runs away. But because there's enough time, you expect them to stick.
Ideal, so they're going to try and make it work.
But that's why he didn't stick. It's so hard to read that.
And in the first half, that didn't work. A lot of their ults didn't really have the impact that Fnatic desired them to have. Looking like KC might be on that all-in. Bear in mind, a Viper's Pit might be enough for them to secure it. The util's fantastic.
Holy fuck.
I mean, that's still exceptional. They're standing. How is Chronicle and Alpha alive? That
Can I enter like that, Dopeye, onto those boxes?
Well, you ain't running away from that one. There's your answer, Fnatic. Having enough of the fun from KC. It's Magnum and Narrate. I mean, this would be a story and a half if Narrate can do this. You've been good. Let's see how good
30
you are.
seconds left.
You just nade bend so they can't be lower on you, and you satch one of the boxes. It seems actually low-key really safe.
They know exactly where he is. And absolutely flawless as well.
That's your answer. Whew. This is going to be a game, isn't it? That's a nice way to kind of correct some of the issues as well. Just an instant response.
Yeah, it's actually such a good mix-up because it looks like he's going
I
Ben.
think it's worth mentioning as well, like you have to bear in mind where some of these players have come from. Tomasi 20 and 11.
We'll try it out. We'll try it out.
Last year,
I'm in no rush to get to Radiant.
They managed to
I could just be Ascendant 3 forever.
They did quite well for the team that they had. He's come in here. He switched roles for
Oh, no
Duelist.
problem.
and is now top of the board on Viper.
On this, I was getting nervous when I'm seeing Durka get a little too close again. Or is it Boaster? Come on, boys. They've got classics and ghosts. Let's just chill a little bit. They don't need a rifle.
It's interesting that Martin has both the rifle and his ult.
Yeah.
You almost feel like it might be a better idea to give it to Narrate. Let him
Time him out, Dopai. Feel the rush. Feel the rush.
Could work out.
Oh, that's a bit of magic from the man there, but that's a rifle.
How does Narrate always find these timings?
Got two, Martin and Narrate. Martin's gone down. That's good from Leo there.
Narrate popping ultimate is crazy.
That's obscene, isn't it?
Okay, no, he didn't. Sorry, Leo did. I was about to say.
Trying to go for that rifle.
It's a Fnatic. What the fuck?
Man, this guy's clean. Okay. Still no spike here.
You hit those?
Alpha, you're
Oh, the overlay chat is frozen. You're right.
Spike and they're running. Okay, he's given
Hey,
them
what's
a
up
little
with
bit of
that?
safety, right? He's warded off Alpha. They don't quite know where Leo is to an extent,
30 seconds
and they've got to know where Boaster
Hey, there it
was.
is.
So they've put together a picture, but
I
where do
fixed
they
it.
go with this? They've got to get proactive, right? They've got to find one of these three players, otherwise they're screwed.
Well, the question is, does Fnatic throw in a lockdown as well? Because they have the util to force them off the site, but it would be such a costly round for them.
Oh my god. That's Shin.
What the fuck?
That's belting from Shin. This young gun.
Oh, this
that's
angle
a lot to
sucks,
do.
though.
Two very unfavorable angles to work
Yeah.
with. Not gonna happen against young man Alpha. Still got it. Still clean with it. And the defuse gonna come in. Fnatic just creeping back into the game now. 9 to 10. Very close by here.
Yeah, you can see though in every single round they're making them sweat.
Oh yeah.
Like even if Fnatic turn this around, I think you have to look at this from KC's perspective and go like, there were many rounds that they could have been able to steal away.
Yep.
Just off some individual brilliance, off of Fnatic maybe looking a bit shaky in some of these and taking big risks. Like Durka gets 2 kills.
That angle even good if he slows the heaven player? Okay.
To the opponents in an eco round.
In solo queue, you play that angle, I call you trash. In a pro match, you play an angle that's trash. In the right timing, I call you a god. Because remember, pro players will ignore unlikely threats.
Martin gonna take the early space again.
So keep that in mind. Oh, I spilled a drink, dude.
So often. Now we do have the lockdown for Alpha. Chronicle's got his, so some
Give me a sec, chat.
big ult still sitting in the pockets of Fnatic as well. Round changes.
So clumsy.
They can gamble a bit more though, because Durka's got that operator over on the C side, so he can just play a passive angle, hold for the opener, and then that means that they can have 2, 3, maybe even more over on this A side. Uh-oh.
When I'm watching this hit. Okay, they're getting
Still
sight. Give me a moment. I have to get a paper towel before
stuck
this
on
gets
the door.
too dry.
Not ideal. They do have the site control. Not perfect, but it's job done to an extent. It's still got them what they needed, and there's the follow-up ult as well. So this is ult to get on site, ult to secure plant. Can they then bolster around it? I'm seeing if Martin feels that timing. Does he feel the timing on this one? We're going to see the lockdown coming into boot. This is everything. The kitchen sink, Alpha.
Okay, I'm not missing it.
Down towards the side to pop one. Oh my god, he got caught. Shin's going to find Alpha. Magnum going to
I'm not missing it, I'm here.
Now there's problems. Boaster can't get away with this. He's
Holy
not-
shit. What?
He's been caught.
The turret's going to get him!
Oh, okay. Tomasi gave him a way out, if anything. A mercy.
Venn
killing this
diagram,
one. Durka
Killjoy
here,
ultimates?
What are you going to do here? What can you do about this one? There's nothing to be done. That snowball round is deadly for a reason, and Leo going to have to do the unthinkable.
Wow.
It's not going to happen, KC. Invest a lot, but they get the round with 3 standing.
Yeah, and they reacted really well because Alpha goes into the site to put that lockdown in because it's the only thing that can force Tomasi out of the pit, because that pit is so far back that it actually was disgustingly good. The problem is then Boaster tries to run in and just gets caught, and that's the
My whole office smells like coffee now, which is not a bad aroma, but I'm cleaning my desk.
Had to fall back in the meantime, otherwise they're going to lose the round completely. But KC, they fell back all the way out, kept the pit up. Tomasi was willing to take that risk, and it ends up working out for them. And that's the thing. He has been someone who we've seen gamble throughout rounds, but every single time in a way that...
Chat, you're going to judge me for this, but I literally keep
And I like this
cleaning
timeout
solution
from
nearby
KC.
my desk.
Now,
Not because I spill
that
shit
round
a lot.
felt
I mean, I do
like,
sometimes.
again, yes, it
But
was
because
sort of one, it was
I wipe my
regular
desk
ults.
clean like
They haven't been
every
having that
morning.
traditional success. Obviously,
I'm like
they
a
had
neat
the
freak
first
about my
half was scrappier.
space.
Fnatic way
Is that
better
weird?
in
Like I
form.
deadass
So
wipe
maybe
it
just
every
touch
morning.
base, try and give them that last communication to close out this game.
I like
for
having it
themselves.
really clean.
Because again, Fnatic's buy isn't perfect, but they're still at the point of being very operational. It's not enough that you haven't broken
Mousepad
the
2. I
routine.
wash the
So
mousepad once a
in
week.
my mind, you're looking
In
at
my
this whatever
like
this
in my
last
bathtub,
command coming out
and then I
from
hang it
Coach
out to
KC
dry.
is, it better be a good one. Because they've still, those final rounds are some of the hardest, and Fnatic will fight you to the very end. There is not a moment where they go, I guess we lost. These guys are relentless, and they are good enough to claw it back from 12,
Yeah, I'm like the opposite of the average streamer. Like average streamer setup is so chaotic,
3 rounds
and mine is like so organized.
Fnatic have been far more in control now.
This is going to be difficult now because you've got the Viper's Pit. That's going to sort of pad the difference between that Spectre.
Have you experimented with mouse gates?
And that will force them back.
I have,
Boaster,
yeah.
Who has an Odin. You're not gonna
So
be
I had this phase when I was first getting into like aim training and whatnot, where I just enjoyed smooth, like faster and faster and smoother shit. Like glass skates or like a glass pad. Those are all so fun to use. But my highest and most consistent scores are always on really slow control pads with just normal like Teflon skates.
Players that you just think solid as a rock, and he is one of
Because of course, it's attack FPS. So my tracking scores go way down, and my clicking scores go way up, and I feel way more consistent. How do you wash a mouse pad? Timed out. Easiest thing to Google in the world.
Opting away on the Viper's Pit. Maybe looking to add a little pressure through B late, but we can see that Durka is keeping tabs on this too. KC not feeling too much resistance yet. They've gone pretty deep, so it does make you wonder what's going to be going on here. And that's what, Boaster, you got to do well here. This is a lot of pressure coming your way. Leo isn't quite connected until he dips back.
That's tough.
Tomasi outdoes him, and now that's that site open. Leo sat towards CT, can't do much to dissuade this now.
The whole play was around Boaster getting something. They don't have any ults even remotely close to being online, and this retake, yeah,
Push the Viper wall. How can you predict that?
But at the same time,
I
look how
mean,
far down they are in the score. They kind of have to
so you know the tree player can't hear though. Wow.
Not care less. Gorgeous connection. I'm pulling the plug on this round. They're still testing the Woodseer Chronicle. Alpha.
What the fuck?
Guy. Absolute animal.
Holy shit.
I just don't know what to make of some of these players. KC up to 12.
Yo, who the hell bet on KC? You're looking at a 6x payout.
Today, right? You could call the first game an upset. Maybe that 60-40%.
Yeah, Boaster can't do anything about that.
Really far. But for KC to beat Fnatic here.
So they've gambled an ult. They spent everything they have, and it's an Andaluthia flawless for them to get to 12. Like, this is not a team scraping by. I think that's been the most exciting thing. There you go.
This means the world.
Yeah, if Fnatic don't attend Madrid, and Carmine Corp does,
you can see the plane,
off of signing a North American player,
you're getting close.
I'm never letting the EU fans forget it.
The audacity almost to do it. And again, they test, they tempt, but it's alpha.
Okay, honestly, I need to stop watching The Mentor. Dopey's right. In solo queue, I should just nade back pillar. I need to stop watching the routing. Because like the bend nade and satchel out is only good when you can trust the team to clear backside. I cannot emulate that. Like it's actually worse.
But a great shot to start. And Boaster's there. Safe pair of hands in the end. Fnatic answer back. It's 10. Not going down without a fight here.
No, never. Like, that's the thing that KC have to realize is they can have a pause, they can give a moment to their coach to
timing Josh out. Just Google how to wash your mouse pad, Josh.
The second this comes close,
Do you think I'm the mouse pad washing fucking expert?
That's when Fnatic
No, I'm not.
For now, not going to do too much damage to the economy. Like, that's the main thing. The worry, though, is that KC...
I said 13-11, not 13-10, chat. Nope, I said 13-10, Fnatic win. I said 13-11, Carmine Corp win.
Probably not going to be coming up. And on the other side of things, Showstopper's close. Again, similarly, the ults aren't there. But that was where Fnatic were really thriving in a lot of these rounds.
Go again. I'm nervous. I'm watching this like I'm a viewer, but careful now. That spike's in hand.
Holy fuck.
They haven't seen this yet. But
just ulted
Shin goes down near him without a fight. Leo isolates him, not letting that. They had no idea they crept up. Boaster hadn't called it back. So still, this is a messy round, and that's a problem. Tomasi keeps them with at least a touch of a player-to-player number that's in check. It's
he just committed to ulting drop. Like, isn't that scary?
Leo.
You're facing a player who's that will.
The Iceman himself, pressured, always
he trusts Narrate so much.
Chronicle still shoulder check to Tomasi, creeping closer. Perfect.
Narrate beat that Molly out, by the way. You see that? He ran through the Molly to trade that fight if Tomazi lost. If Tomazi lost that fight right here, Narrate was in front of the Molly to trade, regardless of the vulnerable. He's so good.
The backing track to Alpha's chance. Spike ticking away.
When you guys in the in-house say I was mollied off, that's the type of shit I expect from you.
See the util though. Does he get a touch on this? He does. With the swing, the look, he takes down one, he dips away. This could be a masterclass.
Wow!
From Alpha.
Pay out Carmine Corpse.
On map 1. Tom, I can't believe what we have just witnessed.
No, Tomazi again.
On Lotus. And now Fnatic.
26 and 13.
With their backs against the wall against Carmine Corp. Are heading to Carmine Corp's map pick, which again is not a big deal. Map pick doesn't matter that much. But we're playing Split.
They have one of the spiciest comps we've seen.
And keep in mind, this is
Let's see what Carmine plays on Split.
Don't go anywhere.
Have we seen them play Split? Here. Carmine, last time they played Split, played Fade, Yovru, Raze, Astra, Omen. What the fuck? Surely that's a misclick somewhere, right? Surely they're not gonna. I'll also point out their Ascent comp. They run the PRX Ascent comp. Carmine Corp is a team after my heart. I'm not gonna lie. On Ascent, that's right. They play Reyna, Sky, Raze, Viper, Harbor on Ascent. Because fuck you. We do what we want. So I'm very hyped to see the Split comp.
I'm gonna walk you through attack.
Jimmy Lin! Jimmy Lin!
The stairs,
Clear stairs.
Angle.
Clear this angle.
Be able to fight this.
Be able to fight this. What's going on, guys? I'm Jimmy Lin. I'm going to show you to clear angles on Pearl. First, we're going to clear this. Clear the stairs. What's going on right now? Oh, that's Aim Labs Plus featuring Jimmy Lin.
Red Bull gives you.
He's going to teach us how to clear angles on Pearl and Haven. Isn't that so unlucky? Like, you're the Aim Labs team and you're making your ad. Like, you don't know. You don't know what.
I can know how talented that kid is at games, and his work ethic is pretty insane. I've been a Benji fan for so long. Remember the last Ray transfer versus DRX on 2 guys having a Senate champs? I probably didn't watch that match. Is that what you meant? Durka wasn't Durka? Yeah. Going from Fortnite to Val, did you have to learn to slow down? No, I played CS before Fortnite, so picking up Valorant was kind of straightforward.
First, because I really respect Loud as a team, and I have like a lot of respect.
Who are you betting on for game 2? I would bet on Fnatic.
And yeah, Fnatic
because KC lost 13-4 to Heretics on Split.
I really respect Bolster too, and yeah, it's like the kings of Europe. So yeah, I want to.
Is Durka a Boeing player? You can remember the Martine flick. Martin? Why did I say Martine? It is Martine, right? With 2 E. What was your biggest hurdle coming to Val? Was it the util? No, the util is super simple in Val. I don't think you guys understand. The Valorant util is the most straightforward util you will ever see in comparison to other attack FPS. I could be wrong on that. I'll come back.
What's the stupid topic right now?
They asked me if coming to Valorant was a util hard, and I was saying that util and Valorant is super straightforward compared to other attack FPS. It's like
I agree.
I was gonna say like roles and agents are very clearly defined.
Yeah, or compared to other games, like other genres, like League of Legends. If you even like, people will one-trick single champs in League because they're so complicated. In Valorant, you all shoot the same guns at the end of the day.
Yeah, just thinking about like a Z main or something.
Yeah, we gotta talk about those retakes because they built themselves up such a nice lead.
What sandwich you got?
Roast beef. I just made it.
Ooh.
Who you got on map 2?
Based on what you saw on VLR, I'd go Fnatic.
Yeah, me too. Right? Like, what the fuck are they cooking? There's no way.
Yeah, that's an overcook for sure.
Like, no Viper, Astra, Omen, huh? I mean, Male is gonna be smoked all around.
Yeah, but no mollies. I don't know.
Yeah, no. There's no way. And Yoru raised.
Yeah, you could fade ult and then everyone ults in, I guess, and they can't hear you. Omen ult, Yoru ult.
Yeah, let's save up all our ults to pop them on the same round.
Yep.
That's tech, yeah.
They're failing, and that is a big reason why KC was able to even.
Dude, Durka got diff so hard.
This head-to-head that we're seeing right here, Martine versus Durka. Now, usually we see Durka having
Narrate is so reliable though on the trades.
He's like Leo. He's being Leo.
I don't think he missed a single trade.
But what is going
He's a
on?
goat.
We haven't seen enough of him so far because this is just the 3rd map. But definitely, he was very uncomfortable. He is being caught off guard in many situations, and I feel like, you know, not finding.
After the games by the way, I'm playing ranked so I in the stage channel.
Probably is affecting him mentally.
Straight to Radiant.
Yeah.
What's so funny?
100 games, bro. It just takes so many games.
Not if I don't lose. Jazz Bonds, thank you for the tier 3. Oh, they're doing it. Holy fuck.
They are doing it.
They are dead ass about that comp.
Maybe, I don't know. I just don't see it.
There's no world you can defend that comp.
Like the Breach plus Sky is just so much better in every way.
What do you think, Lothar?
Well, I feel like that's Sky.
Wait, was Narrate on Raze? Yeah, he was.
What
the fuck? They have 2 Raze players? You realize Magnum played Raze last map, and Narrate played Fade.
Yeah, that's weird. Martine was on Raze.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Wait,
I have it backwards.
Very unique composition with an absolute banger.
Okay, a bit less weird then. Tell me they got 2 Raze players?
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because
Who's
Raze
a Jet player?
Yeah, Raze is one of those like high skill agents that you like. Looking at EG's old roster, like even Demon One doesn't play Raze. You put Jajima on it. Why are we spinning around this Neon cosplayer?
map choice. It's a rare.
Holy fuck, they're going in.
It's a very short list that just had another name added.
My God. Wait, that was kind of sick, actually.
Back to back. Can you walk into a map like Split and push Fnatic aside?
Why is it male smoke? What the fuck? Look at the map.
Yeah. From 10th place in the regular season.
They're smoking top ramps.
Qualify to the first Masters. Who predicted
And
Into
a main.
Oh.
I genuinely think Steel actually predicted KC to do well.
He doesn't know anything about him.
He's default.
That's true. And oh god.
Oh no.
Alpha's dead. Alpha
Oh no.
seconds ago, but he just didn't know it yet.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
This looks like the pistol might be theirs. I mean, okay,
Look mid right now.
Kit left. Doug's still got the pain.
Tell me that this round isn't over.
Be fine, right? We don't have
Like, you can't clear Magnum there.
from Magnum that you got to worry
There's
about.
no world they clear ropes.
Loads of time as well.
Not a single universe.
He's gonna hear all these steps. He's heard.
See?
Them. He's seen them, and that's another one gone. This is nerve-wracking. I'm getting nervous watching this.
There's so many low players though. That's the only thing in Fnatic's favor. I don't even know if they clear Martine though. Like at this point, who's still sat?
Wait, is that a nade lineup for Pillar? That's good to know.
That's a Marlene position right there.
Durkhe's got a boombot lineup that clears all of B main, including somebody who's behind the box across in B main.
Oh, that is cracked.
It bounces off the corner, like a pixel corner of that box, so it reveals them behind it before it bounces if they're there.
Got tag.
Nervous. In the best possible way, but I'm nervous.
Okay, that's a round.
The thing that's interesting about this matchup is
Wait, Shen is kind of insane though, right? Like, he looks like an aimer playing controller.
Is that a timeout?
Have come in something I expect.
Okay, no, we're just. What are we doing?
Like, it's just
The round is starting.
Team Liquid last year. Sorry, Sliggy.
Bro, they're playing the round. I can see the round on their monitors. Okay, they're showing us a delayed feed. No wonder.
That's a Sliggy thing to do. Didn't work with Liquid though.
Who the hell IGLs like this? This 5-man rush B on our buy against their eco with no. They don't even have a ghost. They have everyone bought.
That's gotta be like a hard read, right?
Yeah, because I
Fnatic
mean they're
always
right.
thinks, eh?
Trying to achieve anything possible, not particularly easy.
But if it's a hard read, why the hell's this guy here alone?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the off angle's crazy.
Oh, never mind, because he's a beast.
Oh my god, he's going for more. Oh my god.
And you need those omen. He went. And you need those omen ultimate orbs, right?
Yeah, I guess.
For your. I'll go to wash my hands. What the fuck is this game?
Wait, wasn't Tamazi on Viper last game? Now he's on Omen? And Shin was on Omen? You would think they would keep the Omen players consistent. Not only did they swap race players, they also swapped Omen players.
I know that people have been watching. You might be overstating. He was the best player in a server with Fnatic in the last map on Lotus. Like there's barely anyone who could sit there and go. Even if you beat them somehow, you're not going, oh, I was the best player in that game. Like, normally Alpha's there. Normally someone is there. But Tomazi bested them all.
Okay, let's focus in on KC here, because they've got a decent purchase.
Did I miss it? No, I didn't.
I mean, Fnatic obviously
Huge.
coming in with the first real touch of weaponry.
What? Don't, no flash, no stun? No raise nade for him to peek? No,
I mean,
Fnatic's
look
not
at the
playing
mini-map.
good.
Look at the mini-map. There's 7 smokes down. How the hell is this guy male?
That's the thing with this composition. The double smokes just allow you to
Oh,
Yeah, split solved. Split solved. It's Astra, Omen, Fade, Yoru, can raise. You may not like it, but this is the best split comp.
Yeah. Boasted flash off trip, kill 3, please. Thank you. Oh my god, the clone.
You can't kill 3 narrates here.
Wait, he doesn't swing off flash?
Trying to buy a little bit of time. Shin's on the way though, and Boaster's position is running short.
The more I see, the more I don't like. Except that, the girl's good.
But narrate, Durka with the drive-by. That
Martine's playing this well though.
right, so they can hit those rotations.
Oh my god, he's dropping hell?
Sticking where they are. This is
Oh my god, they're all going hell?
for a Boaster. This is a lot on the
Wait.
Wait, I can't believe he read that. Oh my god.
Oh, narrate's not on Fade. I was wondering where the trade was.
Wait, am I ahead?
Very marginally. Oh, wait. I'll try and catch up.
Maybe a little bit more tentative in this round.
I'll count down timer when we see it again.
Also just giving time for Narrate, because although he doesn't win that duel, it is still a little bit scary that he was able to get there in the first place. And it took somebody wide swinging a player down towards spawn to actually clear him out of position. Even still,
Oh, stop showing me their monitors.
like you're talking about
Wait, now we gotta study monitor tilt. Booster has it straight up. Okay.
Okay, 38, 37, 36, 35,
Yep.
34.
Good, we're good.
Bet. Who the hell? Why? They're starting B main every round. Oh my god, did you see his snap before that peak mid? Holy
That's crazy.
fuck. Wait, they're like dead accurate. Wait, Martine's crosser movement is scary precise.
Chronicle, you have full util. That's 2 rounds in a row, man.
This feels like bullying.
Who would you like the Ludwig of Valorant?
This feels unfair to Chronicle.
The fuck does that even mean? I gave my viewers $10,000 Valorant gift cards, and I let them buy whatever they wanted. There's their race. See, he always gets the trade.
He always gets the trade.
40 seconds. They're still eyeing up this B site. The cavalry's on the way.
Also, Ludwig literally played Valorant.
In case you don't have the same amount of room.
Scary thing is if they can actually two-man push into Alpha. They've done just that. Leo with the trade.
Great trade back.
Okay, if you're Leo there, are you supposed to flash to go through? Or do you just go for the trade?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm flabbergasted.
KC is insane, dude.
Yeah, they look nuts. This guy,
They
okay,
look so
wait.
good.
They were playing for Omen ult orbs. Like objectively, they were doing that.
Yep.
Are they gonna do the play where he ults B-side CT and fakes that it's rafters? Because that's the only ult I think that is good on this map. But like that's kind of easy to read. I don't know. Let's see.
It was exactly the same as the round before.
Holy fuck, they might do it. Because they have so many
rocket
extra
too.
smokes, they could do it. But he's not in a smokes UI right now. Is he gonna jump spot first? What the fuck?
He did that last round. That's their default.
They've gone for a gamble play
Okay.
here, Fnatic. Maybe feeling that they're surely going to switch.
I don't know why, but is it good?
They've got this would make sense. You know, they've got X ult, they've got this going for them. No. They've done a very similar look here. Again, a little bit of an early look towards B, force the rotations back, almost back to this default for Fnatic.
These male smokes, you're not wrong.
I told you. They double. Like, what do you do?
No look towards Chronicle, so they know that something's different. They know that something has changed. And you can see the
No one's
response.
with Boaster to play with the judge.
Yep, there it is. Red alert. They can't
Chronicle
walk
style?
into that lightly, and they don't. They force him away as far as possible. Narrate's looking for Alpha. That's what he wants. Can he spot him out in time? Oh, Alpha, that's so audacious to try and go for that, but he knew his life was numbered. His time was
How the fuck is Boaster alive? Oh, he's not. Narrate's always good for it.
Desperate to try and find a connection, but still look.
But Narrate's just an avid Phantomer.
That's a crazy go.
That was a default nade.
They have a step forward.
Thought he was gonna satchel out.
Still with the chance in this round. They've got the heals available if they need it, but right now everybody on Fnatic is healthy. It's Narrate who's low.
Trying to get that plant down. Chronicle.
Oh my god.
He's had enough of being pushed around this map. He wants.
Why would they farm Omen ult orbs if they don't use it when it's up? I want to see what they're cooking. Like, why is Omen re-swinging to trade orbs on round 2?
Individual fights though, as said, like I think.
Yeah, I don't know if they've thought that far.
Using these smokes to make things scrappy, and then Fnatic are having to almost go down to their level. It's something we talk about with a lot of top teams. Sometimes they get dragged into positions.
The more I see, the more I want to use the Phantom. I gotta get the recon, bro.
Looking like Fnatic might try and take a little bit more initiative.
The Phantom's so good, dude.
The only thing is they always seem to do it.
It is good.
Low on cash.
God, and there's the hero rifle again. It'll be fine. It'll be fine this time. Straight up through heaven again.
Dude, they just have hard reads. I guess as an eco.
Durka, this angle can be quite deadly. Not going to get what he wants from it though. Going to have to rescind away full. And they forced him a little deeper. They're losing some of that control towards middle again.
Just re-hit.
Right here. Everyone else is on classics. They're trying to cause a little bit of an issue, and actually Durka's in.
This is kind of insane.
Narrate always gets the trade. Like, there's all this gunfire going on. Everyone's dying. Narrate comes out, kills one. He always kills one. How?
Yeah. The thing
Oh,
is,
no.
I think actually it's been Boaster a lot of the time.
I guess it makes sense why they're putting him on initiator. Because his trades are, they're inevitable. It's the only kill this round.
We're starting to see them go for the same sort of play again.
Yeah, it is kind of impressive.
Mid-crunch in towards the B side, and I think Fnatic are starting to do well. Okay, we'll take some B.
I want to see his face cam. Like, is he just a giga mini mapper?
and it does look like even without some
I
sort
want to
of
see the
pause,
Omen ult.
they've realized what their
Yeah, me
opponents are doing.
too. Like they're just holding it.
And to be fair, if we're going to be talking very clearly about this and not really
They just
pulling
smoke
punches, you
everything.
expect that from someone like
They just smoked. They used both Omen smokes, ropes, and B main with this goofy B main smoke that like threatens they cross out, so somebody has to anchor B.
And it's
now
wide
they
enough that the
Astra
jump spot's
smoked
not good.
A. They're crossing A right now, and they're crossing into ropes.
Now, this camera has been the downfall.
They've gone into alpha almost every round.
The cam sees their legs.
You can see the response. Chronicle.
Off the camera
goes, so they've got to be a bit more careful now, but they know there's presence here.
Yeah, the aggression in B main, it's a little bit late.
They go all main and leave
the rest
the.
of the rotation will take a while.
Oh my god, the Oro TP goes past the trip. Both trips just died.
Yeah, they've got one on the site. Spikes not.
How did the trips die? Raise nade?
It naded. He deep naded. Yeah. He deep naded kill trips. Isn't that insane?
No. Yeah.
As it stands, they have a 5v3 on the site, so they're being very, very careful to not fall prior to this.
They must have studied, bro.
Well with Tomasi.
And look at their health.
And this is the retake starting from heaven.
Oh, Durka's aware.
Scary times. Martin trying to get all the attention, but it's actually Tomasi to fall Durka. Gonna prime out of the position. Magnum now swings.
That's the breach ult.
He takes down Chronicle. The timing on this is not good at all.
Wait, he dropped and baited for Nair 8.
Oh my god.
Because they thought they killed close right guy. It's actually kind of criminal. He only got one.
No, there's like no time.
Look at the minimap. They have no idea about this Yoru. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
No time. That's the round.
Well played. Well played, the KC. I can't even be mad.
They smoked the whole map. Actually, this is actually genius. How do you beat Fnatic? A comp they don't know how to play against.
Yeah.
Because Fnatic are so structured.
They're getting contacted everywhere.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody jump down from the top rope and use a Nightfall at the same moment. Also, that one kill from Magnum, that takes away the Rolling Thunder. That removed the entire plan from Fnatic. It was one kill, Rolling Thunder going together, and he gets that kill, and okay, the Nightfall was manic. But
look at their stars. They have a star B main. So they can take it back to fake like a cross, or
yeah, they cancel the one way.
Yeah. Again, if you roll your mind back to every time we've seen kind of Fnatic.
Now that is something.
It just gives them so much more freedom. Divide gonna go through.
Oh, and they're faking A with the Astral. And then they fake the pullback star not to cross. Oh my god, wait, they're like 2 steps ahead.
Paranoia is perfect. He's got to fall away here. Try and send one back. Maybe tee up Durka instead. Set that second layer into. Oh my god, Narrate. Oh, this guy is
wait.
Gonna find a second. The site's theirs.
Single satchel to the new box there.
Box, yeah.
That was good.
It's Alpha in a 1v5. The spike's already down. He might as well.
Dude, KC is insane.
They're nuts. Look at their buy.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Look at their buy. Like they're rocking 2 bulldogs.
Give Eng 3
That call is just so good.
That's what it seems like at this point.
Pullback star, don't cross, fake A with Astral, walk B after the one way. That's
Yeah,
just
so
like
the
perfect.
idea seems to be, instead of like info starving and playing slow for picks, they're info starving and contact exploding every round. So like you can't collect the info because you're info starved. So you either give them sight or you play into a contact, which is, they're both really dangerous.
Yeah, we need an op, I guess.
There's too many smokes. Like, where do you op? Like the smokes have been moving every round.
How'd they get 13 forward by Team Heretics? What's going on here?
Well, Heretics did just qualify for Madrid in a very one-sided match against
Wait,
Navi.
really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Heretics just wiped Navi.
Benji Fishy's him.
No, it's actually Mini Boo. Mini Boo was 17-1 on Yoru Breeze, remember?
They just haven't had opportunity to use it.
Wait, I don't think I saw it.
Oh, bet. Mini Boo, the 18-year-old Boo's younger brother, went 17-1 on Breeze. On Yoru.
Wait, that's insane. It's a brother team?
Yeah, that's Team Heretics.
Wait, that's actually insane.
Just give the info over to the showstopper. That's literally the goal. And a nice attempt from Leo, but it's nothing.
A shorty kill? Oh, yeah, Yoru ult.
Oh my god, this game is...
Any sort of problems are done for. If I'm Fnatic, I'm calling a timeout after this one. They are being pushed around here. Carmine Core, yeah, it's a bit messier. It's not as clean, but they've absolutely got him dead to rights. Boaster here. Gonna get a little bit of one on the way out, but Durka, 1v2. And look at these post-plant positions. Really nice readjust.
Double Evan.
Making it comfortable at all.
Star on bomb.
Fair fight for Durka to have.
2 stars on bomb.
They go for this plant instead of the other one. Is there a reason for that?
If you plant on the right there, you can get naded and you can get spammed from heaven. I don't think anybody's nading this plant.
See, like an off plant just to avoid it.
Yeah, because they don't need to have it against a wall or in a corner from heaven. So they're just making sure they get it done. Is my guess.
Makes sense.
Hit the brakes because KC have been stringing together rounds now. They're getting it.
The original plan is to showstopper him, and instead Martin goes, you know what, I can have this one myself.
Oh,
I think he actually gets
their
hit
split is nasty.
because he killed the guy before he did it. It's just
this is insane.
like
How do they
these two players,
defend?
especially Martin and
Maybe they
Good
fall
question.
apart.
They have a plan, and sometimes they're styling on their opponents so
They
hard
just
they don't
armor
even
smoke rips. I mean, mail.
Fnatic are pissed. They're pissed.
There's something about this that feels completely out of character. I mean, you're looking at that scoreboard, and it's not really about kills if you're, if you're talking big game, but you want to see activation from, Durka, Alpha, Chronicle, and Leo. If I'm honest, Boaster's towards the top of the board. He's doing great.
Dude, what are you
We saw that
doing?
hold towards B. He was
Oh no.
I don't know how to call against that.
I actually don't know.
I liked where we were going with the judge. Like, I'm down to default another judge.
NA being really upset when I,
The thing is that they have Breach and Omen. They should be able to like trap set up against the contact, but like it's not working.
Yeah. Well, it's because KC's avoiding mid.
Seen this mid hit that they've got.
Yeah, that's true.
High tempo, big
And the
pressure
Breach has been playing
towards it.
ropes, say
They've been able
heaven.
to a couple of times outdo
And
Alpha
KC's just been
Boaster on the
popping
ISIL setup
B
they have
main.
there.
And like, you're not
Bullying
gonna put Breach
Chronicle
B
aside, he's been
main.
struggling to find his footing, which is rare, right? Chronicle is
Oh man.
normally. You don't see bad
See?
teams from him. He's just not had much play here.
Okay, we moved
It looks like
Cypher
they've explored that A side,
over
sure, they've
B.
kinda, pressured that.
What is this smoke? Look at that star in B
Again, let's
main.
see if they can handle it this time. Massive
They can
close
cut
this time. He
the
has to pull
cross to stop Boaster from TPing across. Who does that?
Oh no. But it kind of made sense because they Omen TP'd with the Yoru flash and Fade Hunter.
Yeah.
That was kind of insane.
It's just to force Fnatic back, remove their
They
information.
take B main control, smoke it off, and now Fnatic can't collect info in because Sky's the A player. And
They have
raises A.
They actually have A site if they
Yeah,
wanted
and now
it.
Omen and Cypher can't collect info B main because Cypher Cam's already down.
Against it here. Minutes still to
And
play
so
with
they're just
ults
paralyzed.
For KC on the other side, Alpha's got his and Chronicle, of course.
Dude, whoever's IGLing is
Still
insane.
up, but they've kept the 3 players towards A, so maybe feeling like it is time to drift back.
Oh, mail smoke.
towards
Bet.
A side. Breaking out.
I bet KC like that.
Look how far forward the Fnatic players are on A. I think they still firmly believe it's
Yeah,
the
look, they
other
have
side
no
of the map.
info.
They
There's
are nowhere
3
near
for them.
rotation. They're only
They're
just
Yeah, they
dogging
just
A.
dogplayed.
All right,
Yeah,
they know
that's
now.
good.
They
Yeah,
know
they
now.
know.
But they don't have time. It's they're already. Oh my
Oh my god!
Did they flash
Wait.
rafters?
The Omen blind rafters.
Could help. Great work towards the first. Can't swing the second though.
KC are insane.
It's lovely positioning in heaven. Shin still here. Is holding this safe.
I've never seen that.
Road rotations and not
Omen flash rafters because that's where you would play.
Yeah. He's played there before.
That's where you play for the contacts for the guy like default.
It's time to save.
Normally you target the default guy with util. But fuck it, target the rafters guy because where do they
You
go?
can see the way that Fnatic was setting
My
up.
god.
They fully believed this was going to be an A take.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, I think a lot of it comes down to Martin because we saw a round
By
ago,
the time
he started
Fnatic
throwing
realized they
things
needed
onto
to
the
collect
A side,
info,
would just TP to the other side
KC
of the map.
started
He's with the team when they
rushing
execute.
B. It was
And
perfectly
just leaves
timed.
the Fnatic are almost left in doubt of like, well, he could still be here, so we have to use utility. I have to stay here while you use the utility to cover you. And in the meantime, they're like, right, guys, execute. And
So I can stash a lot of new box, right? On top?
That's what it seems like.
Just to blast back up. Like,
Maybe Omen
Omen,
blind?
I need you to flash rafters. There's no world that Omen's doing that.
On Boaster, for example,
There's just no world.
that was targeted.
They should have showed the blinds.
There's no way out. They've seen that position. They've been learning as they go.
And look at the smoke. Look at their smoke. Their smoke's
Yeah.
really wide out so that they
came
can't
out
trade.
after, too.
It's so they can't trade raids. They can't swing out rafters easily to trade the raids on new box.
I mean,
Because if the smoke was deeper, they could swing out of that smoke and kill Nubox. But instead, not. It's actually insane. They just let him drop Hell because Hell's like very awkward there.
Grand finalists, you know, you're talking the heavy hitters. Missing Madrid is.
They have a star on the left side of B main. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the star. And they just do this B main take. And now they just. Did they just go?
Oh my god, they're just executing.
Oh, great attempt on the Paranoid to slow this down. He is under so much scrutiny here. He's trying to get out of danger. Does he get to live? Does
Oh my
he get to
god.
live his life? He does.
We've done it.
Leo here. That's fantastic. The boys are playing together.
We've done it.
Has 4-5 basically playing on this one.
It's doable.
Alone at A, just saying, just stack the bodies. Keep them all here. We need numbers. And it's worked for now. Magnum and Shin, though. Can they make this costly? Can they do any more damage to them? What can they do about this?
Mostly they've been the backbone.
Never would I have thought Breach Sky is losing to this comp on defense split.
Using his utility well, doesn't need to get those kills.
This is actually a crazy game.
Now they are going to have an opening on that A side. Now, of course, the cam is.
They've had like a perfect call like every round aside from this round.
You're not taking any gambles at this stage. You're down in the map by a considerable margin.
I think they anticipated Fnatic slower in the rotate.
Reason to try and play this individually, and he already has the info.
Arsenal won this round 2v5.
There's no world. No world.
I don't know.
It's actually the best spot for Magnum to be right now, but there's still no world.
He kills one here. Yep.
That's why I'd have liked maybe to have one player a bit closer near to this, but that's fine. They have got all the information, right? Look how much they're investing for this one. Shin, they got to work in perfect.
Oh, he's going back to heaven.
Shin have to be
Yeah, but look, ropes. Like, there's no way.
Fnatic are being loud.
Okay.
Oh my god, Shin. Oh my god,
One
he
bullet.
almost got Boaster. It's a 1v2 and it's very much doable, but look at the bullets. He's only got 14 left to play with. Already on the spike, Boaster gonna get it started.
Oh,
He takes down
2v5?
That's all he's got, and he's got a 1v1 up against Alpha.
You have to expect the fake. Yeah, if you expect the fake tap there, you win. And I think you have to, because you can't challenge the smoke.
Yeah.
It's so hindsight, though.
If you're gonna challenge the smoke, you have to go around.
Yeah, agreed. But there's no time because it's
There's no time. Yeah.
I guess Shin was.
If he bought a pocket shorty, he could have jumped in and won that.
Agreed. That would have been sick, actually. I forgot he's playing smokes. He doesn't have a shorty?
Yeah, he should have had the shorty.
If he doesn't peek there, he's won the round.
I didn't even think about that. I always tell smokes players to buy shorties.
That's disgusting as well. When you have 14 bullets, you can't spam. So he had to get it bang on. That's not the sort of round you expect to see, but
Look at this. What are they doing?
They're on the board. They're getting.
What are they doing?
It's the A fake again, right? With Astral?
Oh, we're playing way back to Dodge Sky.
Yeah. It's the same round as before.
They have that cosmic.
There's no way.
Then they throw in the fake.
Oh, did they bite?
They did the exact same thing last time, and then he TP'd.
I mean, it's too late. Look how fast they are to commit to the hits.
Oh.
They let the fake simmer for deadass like half a second, and they're like, time to hit B.
It's okay, Leo's here though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's well played.
A stark reminder of who they are.
Boaster adapted well this time. He actually played for a kill.
5-7 is perfect.
That was good.
Because this has not been traditional Fnatic.
I'm stressed.
Look from them. And KC have looked the better team.
Honestly, I think
And the timing on this is good.
Boaster and his ability to delay and actually add some high impact frags, I think we're looking at a 9-3, 10-2 maybe. Like, he has had some big rounds in this, and that's the thing. They fell
Here's the Fnatic we know and love. I don't know, man. That round was pretty scrappy. I'm not sure the Fnatic we know and love is Boaster getting 1.5 at an off angle against two people. Boaster's not like that.
Safety net of, right, they are here. We can commit to this. But again, it did feel like Fnatic were never on the right side.
Boaster top fragging.
Those positions. We go in on the second half.
Have you noticed the trend? The ADR across the league for smokes players is up like a huge amount. It's just because the duelist role has been getting nerfed nonstop.
Oh no!
Actually makes sense.
That was you did a little bit of chip damage. You got all ahead of yourself.
Yeah, we're away from the years where the duelist with 3 smokes and 2 updrafts and insta dash on Jet just 1v9s.
Yeah.
Or Yay 1v9s with super teleport chamber 2 trips.
But Fnatic were ferocious in that, just almost overly hunting them down.
And the rate has to back off. Only middle control currently available for Fnatic. I was going to say at the beginning, this is kind of where you expect Durka to step up. This is where the utility is centered around him taking control. But he's dead within the early seconds again, somewhat to a mistake. Just reloading while peeking an angle. It's not
look at Carmine Corp's hold. They're just playing can retake.
It's actually so smart though.
They're currently holding. You have 2 players within A.
Yeah, because Fnatic are gonna pop util to take space.
Yeah.
Carmine Corp won't get caught by any of it. Like there we go. There goes the dog.
Oh, this is a good fake though. This is a good fake.
Is
They don't move.
Is it a good fake?
No one moves.
Because Carmine Corp's just waiting. They're just waiting.
I don't care. Oh my god.
You can't outthink us if we don't think. If we just play reactively off of pure info,
15 seconds.
then you can't fake us.
Now there's a problem.
Oh my god.
Oh, Chronicles of the East.
Okay, good lurk by Leo too. He did the dog. Oh. Okay.
And you just stick.
He can't do anything. There's nothing to be done here. He just has to sit back and watch.
How did that even happen?
Under his nose. He's just had to sit there and watch KC pick up the first in the second.
Everyone on KC, they're fraggers. Like every single one of them.
I feel like Fnatic sat there and went, okay, well, they're at least going to give us a little bit of respect. They're not just going to go sprinting straight.
I've been telling my chat, I see it sort of like tennis, where when the game first came out, the best players didn't necessarily have like the craziest physiques. They were just really good at tennis. But the game is so mature now that all the best players are working out in the gym like 3+ hours a day, and they're all like insanely fit. I feel like aim training is a similar thing, where you like the strategy of tennis is huge. It's like there are books written on it, and you need to be able to play that game to play at the top level. But you have to be able to hit the ball hard, and I feel like you've got to be able to click the heads to play the strategy game.
I hear ya. Like the bar is just so much higher now.
Yeah, I think it's only gonna get higher. I mean, this is a great round from Carmine. I can't believe they don't buy Ghost. Like they buy 5 weapons,
Yeah.
and then just ace. Yeah, bet. I'm down.
That's what Fnatic did on Lotus too.
Yeah, but Fnatic kind of had to.
Yeah, they did. That's why you play ramps, dude. You always dodge the Sky Flash.
They said we just want to play as many matches as possible. Don't care what the results are. We want to learn.
Yeah, I'm just trash. I gotta dodge the Sky Flash, you're right.
Nah, you can do it, dude.
I know I can.
You might not even get to one unless something changes rapidly, and right now
You get like 3 reps after blinding, like getting blinded there and die. You never die there again, I promise.
Got more than 3, I can tell you that.
KC have been by far the better team in this match so far.
So does Narrate swing through? Oh no, he has Judge.
Look, everyone does like saying that I am wildly biased to Fnatic, but every time I just cast Fnatic, they win. It's very hard to not just call it how it is. But this is so much credit to KC in my mind. Seeing them come into this, watching them throughout this season, as it's showing everything. They've played so many games.
Yep, right there.
So there's nothing hidden, right? Yeah, you can reinvent a little bit, but again, you're playing so
There's not enough male smokes.
Yeah, they're out of male smokes. And they got 2 more. Bosu's got some smokes.
Yeah.
Feels almost unthinkable, unforgivable.
They don't have Fade Dog. They're out. Sky Flash doesn't tell you that they have a judge.
Bro.
Oh my god, I thought he was going to tank it. I thought he was just going to tank it so he doesn't tell them about the judge.
That would have been different.
That would be freaking crazy. There's no way that's the play.
Jiggle coming out from Thomasy as well. They are prepared for this sort of push. It's what Martin can get is the main thing. And
That's a good flash.
They're in time.
Good flash.
Oh.
Absolutely good, but he couldn't quite make it work. Martin still
Wait, there goes insane for that, actually.
Box, though?
It gives him time to look towards ramp. This is an isolated fight.
Oh.
I mean, on paper, did Carmine Corp not just outplay Fnatic?
They did. Their rate is supposed to be good for 1 there. Wait, there's no time. Oh my god. They have suck. Yeah, you suck. Oh.
That works.
That's better, actually.
Oh, it doesn't work!
Oh.
Wait, yeah, not sucking is crazy.
Yeah, not sucking is crazy.
Are we sure they had suck?
They had suck.
Okay.
At least on the overlay it looked.
I feel like KC did anything wrong there. Like normally you talk about a double peek, but they put the pulse, the stun on top of his head. You go, okay, well he's only got
That's criminal. That ramp fight belongs to KC, and so does the
100%.
judge. Ropes peak. Yeah, they suck.
That cape flowing behind him, that's for sure.
It's my haircut boy, bro. Let's go.
of the woods just yet, though.
What is this?
Insta Yoru ult?
Keep finding this. Martin's going hunting.
Oh my god. Wow.
That was targeted.
Wait, did he TP across to do that? He did, right? Across main?
Yeah, he TP'd across main on round start. Send, oh, it's like that. I'll draw with epic pen. He teleported here as Omen so that his flash would be close enough to chase the guy running spawn or sewers, like wherever they ran.
Boom, Alpha, yeah.
Okay, one away from Alpha Chronicle here. So
But Yoru is actually like, he's so good.
That's disrespectful. It's not disrespectful at all. If you understand like how a team would react to that, you're gonna fall back from the Yoru ult.
Fnatic looking to commit.
Then what are they gonna do? Push into it? No.
Just being committed as well. So eyes towards heaven. Do they win the fight? Already, you can see the adjustment.
They get breach ult. Breach ult sight gets countered by the raise nade.
Right.
The smoke's up too. Yeah.
Towards CT, looking to isolate Narrate on the site. This is going to be very difficult to hold on to for Narrate.
He's literally has the nade out. I was talking to Chad about this. Narrate's agent pool is full of agents with long pull-out animations. So I was saying he must be really good at like the foresight of when he needs to have util ready. And yeah, we see him like he needs to have his nade out ahead of time there. It's the same with like Fade Seas, Gecko Flash, Reyna Lear even to an extent.
Makes sense.
He's gonna hit the shot. He always does.
It's a weird.
I'm actually really surprised Fnatic won that.
Yeah, it's a really weird agent pool. Raze, Reyna, Gecko, Fade are his four.
Spam and hope that he would get something,
but they can all throw like util minus Raze, like throw a Raze nade, throw Gecko volley, throw Fade ICs.
Yeah, those agents all have util to fight off of too.
Yeah, yeah. They play in like a similar-ish way when they take duels with their util. Where you almost need some foresight. Is what I struggle with.
That's
the only agent of those listed decent on is Fade.
Now it looks like they've reimagined.
Yeah, that fits the recon initiator role. You could play that a little bit differently too.
Yeah.
Very impressive to witness, but again, we are now seeing 2 rounds back-to-back for Fnatic here. They're starting to find their footing, at least in this half. It did take a little bit more work there. You know, Chronicles ult certainly setting that into motion.
Is that the most they've got in a row? It is. It definitely is. We can see it on the screen. But that's
when are we getting contacted for Madrid? I mean, I'll just make like a group chat like a week before, and you just have to be there on the day that you won your ticket for, and we'll type in that group chat on that day and meet up and enter the venue. I've got your ticket.
This round, you're looking at Narrate, you're looking at Martin, the rifles, right? That's the punchline of this joke.
Look how far back Fnatic are.
Like, this push kind of crazy. Makes sense because they're broke, I guess.
It's also Yoru.
They still sat so far back.
Yeah.
Just waiting for KC to do something because that's what they have been doing. And the fact is, Martin did make a
Yoru might actually be the best agent in the game.
Kind of like they almost tried to bait that it was Narrate there, but there was still going to be Martin close.
Look at that.
Oh my god. Look at the damage. Look at
double swing.
That boombot saved his life.
Yeah, literally saved his life.
Nah.
Fortunately for him, he can get a heal.
I can see him being really good on some maps, but I would say best agent in the game.
Look at this
Yeah, you don't think he's like diverse enough?
He's gonna be feeling
yeah.
so comfortable. He felt the timing just right though. Credit to Alpha for that.
Like I think we got to give that title to like Omen right now.
And the response from Fnatic is slow.
It would be Sky,
yeah.
but
trying to avoid those
she got giga nerfed.
Keep them as far away as possible. Maybe the right choice here. But is the right time?
They're gonna nade here.
Massey's gonna check this.
Oh.
It is when Durka's on the money, but they know now. The plan's been seen. The players are nearby. Carmine Core looking to get dangerous. Narrate's gonna find Durka. Here we go. How much more?
Oh no!
Oh, what a trade! Look, they've got guns.
Getting ecoed. I mean, they had 2 rifles, but
they still have 2 rifles.
So does Leo. KC.
Oh!
And he loses to the Sheriff. The
Wow.
Sheriff gets both.
Wait, that was an insane shot.
Yeah, it was. Like what the fuck?
This is map 2. And Fnatic are watching round by round Madrid get further away.
It truly is enjoyable just watching.
Winner here goes to Madrid. And the other team goes home.
They
Oh my
swing
god.
Together, trade together, push together.
That's insane.
Around the map, it's almost like they're herding sheep. Like Fnatic are forced
All right, dot crosshair is no longer the truth. I'm using that one. I'm using
It
that
looks like the
crosshair
Tarek
today.
crosshair.
I don't know it, but I'll find it.
So Tarek's old CS crosshair.
Looks like 4 arrows pointing inwards.
Valorant. I'm not talking about the influencer. I'm talking about Gambit back in the day, right? It was that they played beautiful Valorant, always well spaced.
Saw Verdi use that crosshair for a while.
No round is lost. They try something every single
I just switch crosshairs whenever somebody hits a shot with one in a pro match.
Style shining on KC in
I
all
like
these
it.
little rounds, these little moments where they play just good Valorant, and it's enough that Fnatic have gone. We need to touch base here, because the coaches look a little lean back.
Fnatic are in trouble.
I'd be nervous.
Yeah, no, especially for Elmer.
You know, this is Fnatic's second series of the event because they had placement advantage due to their performance at Champs. So they've only played 2 games this year
You think that's like
on
a nerf?
stage. I don't know, maybe.
People aren't quite as nice.
Yeah, nice
Could be a
or not,
nerf.
they've got to come up with something here, right? This
Might
has
be a
been-
nerf.
Remember who said Fnatic was best contender?
Isn't a game that Fnatic
You would have all agreed. If I put a gun to your head and said you have to place money on a team to win Madrid,
looking better prepared. They're playing better together.
and if you're wrong, you die, you'd all say Fnatic.
That feels obscene.
You all
to say.
would
It feels
have.
wrong to say.
But
Martin,
right now, I'm not so
Larry
sure
have been
about
nuts.
that.
Shin's been hitting as well this time. This has been genuinely an unfathomable game so far. But you get to witness history very few times, and this might be one of them. Let's see, though. We're not there yet. The line has not been drawn. Madrid is still on the cards if Fnatic can close. Martin gonna feel that first pressure.
The NRG fanboys wouldn't hesitate. They would if they're
rotate to the other side of the map. That
if
was where
it really mattered. Like if it really mattered.
Actually, and now you're going to see that showstopper pop.
Because Fnatic is the one roster that didn't change, right? Like it's the safest bet.
At the moment. It does just seem like KC is reading the auto queue of the other side. They know where the script is going.
They're so close by to this.
Is Alpha going ropes here?
So many eyes and ears listening and watching what Fnatic are doing here. Yeah, they'll get the plant, but it's going to be a 5v5 possible retake, and that is, I mean, maybe echoes of Lotus a little bit here. Divide going to come in. Is there something?
All right, they astral and then they just giga util dump backs.
And narrate the first one in. Feeling brave. He's going to spot the
Oh my
down.
God.
He's gonna send Magno away. Martin,
Wow.
great work from Chronicle on the back
I don't know
line.
what's going on.
Shin now 1v3. That's a lot to ask, and a lot of utility now put exactly towards him.
What?
And Chronicle, he's just going to be the bodyguard.
How's he alive?
He has to stand there himself and stop him at the door.
He's got plot armor.
Opium can be perception warping sometimes. No, I genuinely don't think so. I think people would all say NRG, bleed, random shit like that if you just ask them. But I genuinely believe if you could find a way to like
There was no one on the
really make them have to choose, and there's genuine negative consequences if they're wrong. Like everyone's choosing Fnatic before the split starts. Because it's a World Championship class roster with no changes, which is just the most predictable.
Oh my god, Chronicle spray was insane.
I mean, again,
Like you guys
how many times have we seen
are crazy if you don't think that's true.
You know, again, he's somewhat
Like
like
even the big fanboys
that highlight
are
scoreline, but
for
the
sure.
value he's providing in some of these is exceptional. So you got to really give.
Like you're not
going to
pick an underdog when it's literally just guess, and if you're wrong, you die or whatever. Like
see that judge coming out. I mean, maybe not the end of the world here, but Boaster. It's a massive shot onto Massey.
This guy just wide swung off
Bit
barrier.
of an unsung hero for this side in certain moments, but it's not just one side of aggression. And I think Fnatic have noticed that.
they have lower opinion. People think there's a lot of crazy people. No, but those crazy people have never been put in that scenario. It's a fake scenario. There's always odds when you gamble on an outcome of a match. Generally, when you gamble, it's weighted, right? Like if you predict Fnatic in the real world, you get a lower payout if you're right than if you predict Carmine Corp or whatever. So people are more likely to predict other teams or even just their favorite teams because whatever, it's $10 or whatever.
Look at this. Look at him trying to just dip, dodge, and dive around all the bits of utility. It's great. Magnum. Oh my god, he's threading the needle so perfectly. Finding Boaster, catching Chronicle. Durka, can you bail him out from heaven?
What do you do? What do you do?
Oh my god.
KC basically playing solo queue. You could not be further from correct, Shadow of Tempest. That's like the biggest L take I've ever seen.
He completed a total.
Yeah, in solo queue, let's play 3 guys CT to play fast flood and retake. Yeah, everyone does that.
I think there was like just different utility flying all around him. Dodges a flash in the middle of it as well.
You're actually blind, dude.
Survive this round.
Did you not see their attack? Like their attack was full of like 4 agent util combos just to take B main control and then cancel into slow A default. Solo queue my ass.
Yeah, timeout. Timeout.
Leo's pad is half off the desk.
Well, a lot of players, what they'll do is they'll put their mouse at the bottom of their pad so they can't aim down. So they're stuck at head height.
They let them sweat.
Oh. And so players who do that, sometimes their pad will come off their desk because their mouse will be at the bottom of their desk. So they can only aim left, right, up, and whatnot. And if they anticipate having to pull down a bit, they can move their mouse up a little bit. It's an old CS habit.
Actually, kind of big brain.
I'm not a fan, but it's a thing.
I can see the logic, yeah.
Just pure, oh, we're so hyped up, we're going to win these crazy individual fights.
I like the stability of resting my arm on my desk.
Same. I feel like you could play faster too.
Different little pieces thrown in all the way through. And okay, sure, there's some heroes in there as well.
Sure. I mean, I only have one question.
But this game has too much elevation change too. Not really. Like as long as you're anticipating it when you're peaking, it's fine.
Carmine Core leading Fnatic in map 2 after they claimed map 1.
You're talking elevation in Overwatch or something.
Yeah, it does not have that much. And it's generally when it does, it's usually you're aiming up. When you're aiming down, you're usually pre-aimed. You rarely pre-aim up and have to flick down in this game.
Gonna commit. But Carmine Core, they're not playing on site.
Oh, it's this retake again. Now, the success of it last time wasn't particularly great. They're going early, though.
Yeah, and this time
this is insane.
You just satcheled out Pillar.
A bit of success each. Boaster still breathing is going to keep things maybe tilting Fnatic's way. They have a touch.
It's so hard to play against.
Yeah, they didn't even do it off tap. They just did it.
Yeah, they almost like pre-fired it. Sort of like how you swing before they tap the defuse to try and timing them. It's like they started the flood before Fnatic tapped the bomb, trying to guess the timing of when they would. It's the fucking high Q +1 tempo, dude.
Literally, actually.
If it works, you're like faster than they could have ever anticipated, you know?
Wait, is that a defense
He's
smoke?
baiting! He baited his diffuser! Yeah, that's defender smoke.
That was so good.
Yeah, and then he sneaks into it and lets the guy kill the diffuser. So
Oh
they
my
never...
god.
So
Wait, I'm
by the
storing
way.
that smoke. That's probably the best smoke I've ever seen.
It's sick, dude. And then he routes.
Yeah, he goes through it. They kill the B main guy.
Yeah. And look, he's safe because the backside guy can't see him on that side of the smoke.
Yo.
Martin with another triple, 21 and 10. We've spoken about these youngsters.
I was memeing if Carmine Corp win, North Americans get to hold it over the Europeans' heads, that they got carried by a North American duelist player.
True.
Frag by frag. They are taking away the chances here.
My god, I never would have expected Fnatic get the 0-2'd or 2-0'd.
This is becoming a video, right? You want it to, Sammy? Put it in the keep. You manage the heck and YouTube channel. Go ahead.
Can they live through it? Can they defend that long?
Oh
Martin
my
thinks
god.
so. He wants in.
Are they gonna omen?
This is so much information.
No, they don't have flash. They don't. He's just playing info.
Yes, yeah. No Skydog.
Rejoined on the other side. It does leave space towards 8. But now he waits. Does Fnatic go for this? It's Chronicle curious. Alpha having a look.
I don't see how Fnatic wins this.
They're playing for retakes if they have to every single time.
Yeah, they're just CT.
At this point, Magnum's push B main.
Magnum's literally full B.
Through that angle, so now everybody actually starts rotating back over to the A side.
Do you ever anticipate this guy here?
Far away.
Should get a freebie here. Did Fnatic still think there's someone on the side? Do they think they've completely
Oh my god,
evacuated the side?
oh my, he had timing there.
Yeah, he did.
They're hesitating. 25
Okay, they
seconds.
do.
That's a good smoke.
It's on the way, but
They
Shin
know
has
he's
not
in
been
this
checked
smoke,
on
like
it. He's
100%.
here
Yeah.
under the cover of
They know he
darkness.
can have the
gets to survive
timing.
for another couple
Yeah,
of seconds.
yeah.
Couldn't deal
Oh.
with Alpha.
No, that
Sundown away
Fnatic
with the
cleared that
Fnatic
really well.
flag. The spike is down. Time's
Yeah.
on their
I
side.
don't like that smoke from
4v4.
Carmine Corp.
Can they deal with
Really?
In
this?
solo queue, I love that smoke.
Keep track on that
In a
lovely
pro
little
game,
smoke there towards
Fnatic is
CT,
smart
but
enough
make
to
it
see that
very
smoke
difficult.
and know that you're playing it and clear you very carefully, just like that.
I see what you're saying. Like he lost his element of surprise.
Yeah, exactly.
And they will not make it easy. Leo will hold this line as best he can. Narrate gonna try and skip forward, try and skip ahead. Time ticking.
What? What?
GG?
What? Narrate is a... Oh my god.
That's the brain off North American diff right there. He
Wait, the most impressive part...
trade.
Yeah, exactly. He trusts his team to break the trip too.
Look at him, dude.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. 2-0. I'm inspired. I'm gonna go cook. I'm gonna
You
go
have
cook.
to, right? You gotta bring up the Phantom and everything.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Oh my god.
Okay, so they're playing in the finals tomorrow against Heretics. Yeah. Holy shit. We'll watch this game tomorrow morning, chat, and then we'll do like VOD review.
That was insane. Wait. So do you think he knew that the trip was there and like 5 head like went through the trip?
I don't think so. I don't think he knew about the trip. I think he just trusted his team behind him.
Fair. The trades are so good.
The 1 and 2 seeds just both lost. Naughty and Fnatic was everyone's pick'em. Like, there's no way anybody has a correct pick'em right now.
Maybe like 2 people.
Let's see. Nope.
Oh
Even the top point scorer, they did predict Heretics, but they predicted Fnatic beating Carmine and beating Heretics.
So the 0 correct pick'ems?
There's 0 correct. This guy has
Oh my
everything
God.
correct up until this match. Wow, they got everything right. Every single match this guy got right, including Heretics upsetting Navi, but they did not predict Carbine Corp upsetting Fnatic. And that's the only... You know, everyone, all of the top scorers predicted Fnatic.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah. This guy didn't predict the... Wow.
And 2-0 too? Oh my god.
Yeah, 2-0.
And they lost 13-4 to Heretics on that map.
2-0.
I mean, oh my god.
Bro, look at the stats. The support players are so selfless. Martine and Narrate both have 190 ADR. And then everyone else has under 100 on Carmine Corp. 98, 93. Shin is
Respect
barely
it.
over 100.
When you got players like that, you just take on that role, I guess.
Oh my god. Wait.
Hey
Dude,
guys,
Lotus
it's
is
Jimmy
such
Lin.
an upset.
In this series, I'm gonna walk you
Look at
through
the
stairs.
look at the fucking first blood differential on Lotus. Carmine Corp has 9 first bloods, 8, 11, 13 first deaths. And they
Oh
won.
my god.
And they won.
And
Wait,
Magnum
that is
was-
criminal. They
That's actually
They
insane.
actually robbed them. Holy shit. Dude, that is tough. All right, dope.
I can't believe
I'm going to
that.
get ready to play ranked. Peace out.
All right, man.
Watch
Peace
me
out.
fly.
Yes, sir.
All right, chat. If you want to watch me play ranked, it's very simple. All you have to do is be a tier 3 subscriber. I will be live in this stage channel called Tier 3 Events in literally 5 minutes. We're going to go raid. And I'm going to play ranked. I'm going to get my raise games in. Let's raid. And where should we go? Where should we go? Like a lot of these people are ending. Right? Because they're doing watch parties. Decisions. Do we have any like smaller pros? They're all doing EMEA watch parties, dude. Chat, have any ideas? You're all typing. Flop 2005, thank you for the tier 3. We could just go to like Jet Daddy. That Frank fella? We rated him yesterday. I think back to back is a bit much. Go to Rob. Who's Rob? Who's that? Robert Rayhart? This guy? Do we know this guy? I feel like I don't know them at all. What if they suck? Nah, I'm skipping. He took money from the hacking these crypto miners and shit. He's sponsored. I don't like those companies. He's alt. I'm done for his alt. Is he gonna play? He's probably gonna play. He's probably gonna play. All right, I'm going to get ready to play my ranked games. I'll catch you guys in a bit. Peace out. Peace out.